start to the day. But first, how are you doing today, Megalas?
I'm doing good. I got some food in my belly, ready to enjoy all the Overwatch action we have ahead of us, Thousand Eyes, because yesterday was the round robin. That was just the sample, the tease. And now today, at the end of the day, one of these teams will get to call themselves a champion.
Yeah, and we are going to be starting off with a banger. We have Red Velvet versus All Yas, which is going to be a difficult one for me to say in the moment. But tell me about these teams here, Megalas.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at the round robin yesterday to determine our seeding, right? Oh yes, they went 4-1, only ended up losing to Re-Up at the end of things. Whereas Red Velvet, a little bit more of a rockier road. I think the overall scoring was 3-2, but I have had a nice little conversation with some members of Red Velvet. They did say that they were lacking their tank player. And so they, that's sort of their excuse right now. They weren't having their most serious games as of yesterday, but they believe coming into today that they are going to be able to win But only time can tell, especially when you're up against a team like All Yes, who was just showing themselves as a dominant force yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like you said, coming in now with their main tank that they're used to playing with is good. Might take a little bit of warming up, never know how things like that work out, but most importantly, just getting in with your full roster, especially when you're going up against a team that was so successful yesterday. You want to have a good start to the day and make sure you continue the success that both of these teams, frankly, had yesterday.
Exactly. And, just something important to highlight, this first match is a first to two because we do have to play the whole playoff bracket today, just for time's sake. So everybody's not here till like 1 in the morning. We are going to have, so first to two to start here for our round one matches. Then everything after will be that first to three format. So bit quicker. As we're getting a look at the bracket here, not covered on the stream. Re-Up versus Shikakami is happening somewhere in the ether, somewhere around there. But then obviously you see the lower bracket is looming for one of these teams. So, a loss here is technically not the end of the world, but you definitely just want to punch into that winners final.
Yeah, you never want to be back against the wall after the first game. You don't want to have to run the whole losers bracket to get up to the finals with that stress being there the whole time. So both teams wanting to come out strong today. Now, I'm curious here because I didn't get a chance to see yesterday. What kind of compositions we're expecting to see today?
It's going to be confusing. I'm just going to say that outright. All Yes was, they were a very interesting team. They were doing some creative things, and a lot of the creativity revolved around the Dong on the Torbjorn. Just being able to play Torb in, these sort of meta matches where people are trying to play standard comps like the Brawl, the Dive, and things of that nature, just forcing a Torbjorn into the mix, a very off-meta pick, and making it work time and time again. It just kind of showed some of the power level of All Yes, but I will have to just, wait and see about the rest of the team around them here as we just quickly look at it. Obviously the Dong Sabotabi on DPS, Kanata on tank, and Noya and Macy on those supports. Just, if they're going to continue to be silly or if they're going to have to try to lock it in for this one.
Right, yeah. Obviously, there's a level of running comfort, but also sometimes comfort gets into some silly territory, and you gotta be able to go a little bit more normal if things are not working out, and that can, you can run into some bad matchups that force you into some rough situations.
Yeah, no, and I mean, bad matchups, that's always going to be the name of the game here. But, All Yes is not the only team in this match. We do have on the other side of things, Red Velvet, who, fun fact, I'm exposing them now. On their team sheets, we have all this information we're supposed to collect about them. And they all just listed their nationalities as puppies. And their team manager listed themselves
There's a cat girl.
As a dog. Yeah, there is a cat girl, but so maybe some team camaraderie there being shown on the team sheet as we see Kaiser and KJ on that DPS line, Porcelain being the tank that was missing in action yesterday but here and ready to defend, and then Stargaze and Bochi on those supports. And I mean, overall, right, this roster, it's going to be a good litmus test, this first matchup, right? Seeing how much that they have been playing together with this tank since they didn't have them yesterday or anything like that. It will just be a good test to see how they are.
Yeah, and I want to see now just how well they can kind of pull things together, right? A 3-2 scoreline with a player missing, with your tank specifically missing, is honestly not a bad start. And this could be the opportunity for them to really show their stuff and show that yesterday was not really the day that they were like it did not show what they are as a team, right?
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And now as well, something to keep in mind is with this, now that we're in the bracket stages, we do have to keep in mind that maps are going to be mattering a lot more, right? Obviously, loser pick format was already kind of in place, but really, maps have been deciding a lot of the meta in Overwatch here recently, coming off of a patch recently where we just leave this very overpowered diva meta. There's still a lot to be discovered, right? Some teams are saying Brawl is the best. Some teams are saying Dive. There's not really a concrete answer like there has been for Overwatch in the past here. So maps are really going to depend on what comps we're going to be running here. And it seems like from the voices in my head, we're going to be starting on Ilios.
Yeah, we're going to be starting on Ilios, which honestly, one of the maps I really enjoy If I'm remembering correctly, because I'm terrible with names. That is the one that has a lot of the open ends to be able to push people off of. Correct, right? I'm
Oh,
not crazy on that one.
absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah. One of my favorite maps to just make absolute crazy plays, especially as somebody who plays a lot of Lucio. So I'm excited. I want to see where things go with that, and we'll see how teams want to handle that, because obviously, like you said, maps very, very important.
And yeah, I mean, those environmental kills could play a factor in seeing Lucio's pick rate go up here, at least for Ilios, right? Because there's been sort of this debate in the community with Juno's introduction, right? Who is this better speed boost character? Is it Lucio? Is it Juno? And they each have their pros and cons, right? Lucio having a more consistent speed option, whereas Juno can output a lot more healing. But then again, it just trades back and forth. Environmental damage with Lucio. There's so many different things to consider here, and especially again with what's being played around the team here. That being said, you're probably expecting one of the two to come out for either squad. It's just a matter of Overwatch is becoming a faster paced game, so lacking that speed is going to be detrimental, especially on these control points where you have to get to the objective and you have to be willing to play on it and play around it a lot of the time, because if you get stifled towards your spawn, that's just going to eat up more and more of that percentage before you have a chance to claw back against your opponent.
Yeah, that speed has always been a factor, and it's just ramped up to the extreme with now Juno going to be competing with Lucio and just adding more and more speed to the game. I want to know exactly what we will expect here, just in terms of our full compositions, because like obviously we already have an idea of what all Yas want to run. Red Velvet haven't really gotten an opportunity to talk about them and what they might run for the day.
And it is one of those things where we're just gonna have to wait and see, right? Because
Yeah.
right now, Overwatch, like I said, it's actually probably one of the best states Overwatch has been in, right? We sort of got stuck in a few different tank-dependent metas, based on just what was overpowered at the time, and seeing these opportunities come forth for pretty much a lot of tanks to work. We've been seeing the rise of Orisa to counter out a lot of the brawl tanks, but then you get into this rock paper scissors duel where teams are going beam characters like the Zarya, the Symmetra, just to try to melt that down. Then you're seeing again just the counter swaps back and forth, heavily reliant on those tank swaps and those DPS. But support's pretty much been stable. It's generally that Juno Lucio swapping between the two, one or the other, and then your flex support either going to be on Brig, or you're going to get greedy, go for something like an Ana potentially, to get those anti-nades in where you can. So again, it is just sort of that wait and see moment to see if that's what these teams are comfortable with, or if they just want to throw something else at the wall and see what sticks.
Do you think we're gonna see a lot of people swapping mid game to try and just match the swaps on the other side? Is there a chance we're gonna be very low on ult economy through these games?
Low on ult economy. See, it's going to be crazy because you're going to see a lot of mismatch comps where potentially people are waiting to switch because they do have an ultimate online and things of that nature here, and it's something that is going to play a factor in a lot of these fights as we go throughout the series here. But I mean, it's just like a lot of people complain about it nowadays, both casually and competitively, about Overwatch, right? They're like, oh, there's too much counter swapping happening, I don't want to have to switch every 10 seconds. But that adaptation is super crucial, it's super important, and having to continue doing that is all that matters. So I mean, teams, whether you like it or not, counter swapping is going to be the name of the game.
Right, and possibility we see teams not want to counter swap, not want to change things up. Obviously, all Yas have their composition that they seem to prefer to want to run, and we'll see if up against the wall they make the split decision to have to switch things up.
I mean, yeah. Here's the real question: if they can be forced off the Torbjorn, like that will finally be us seeing all Yas at their full power, if there is full power beyond just the Torbjorn. But who really knows?
Yeah, we do not know, and we are also still waiting for our game to start here, so we're gonna send it to a quick break before we get ready for game number 1. Guys, don't go anywhere.
inside here, you get an insight and you know something, but you don't want to say it out loud because you're kind of afraid that it's not going to be really true and it'll spoil the whole thing for you, But when somebody makes you say it, then, and it's true, then it just makes it more beautiful of a thing.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We are just moments from getting into our first game. Going to take one last look here at our teams. Again, it's All Yas versus Red Velvet. And like we can see here, obviously keeping an eye open for that Torbjorn, the Wrecking Ball as well, and just crazy things that could be coming out in our first game.
See, there were so many games yesterday. My mind's a little bit of a blur, but if I remember correctly, it was All Yes that was the ones doing it. There was a matchup where we literally saw a flying Malga on Blizzard World. That clip is on the Kunoichi Twitter if anybody wants to go back and find it, because I'm here to tell you, like, once you see a tank like Malga hit the skybox and start going into the air, that's when you start worrying for what's happening in the game, because you truly have no idea what is going on there. But yeah, we are hopefully actually loading into this game this time. Players, they decided that they needed to go to the restroom or they needed to brush their hair or whatever it was, but
Gotta look
hopefully
good.
10 people are sitting at the computers.
Yeah, gotta look good while you're not on camera, right? Like it's about feeling good, right? If you feel good, you're gonna play good, and hopefully teams here want to obviously play good, so they are gonna just make sure they're all tip-top ready to go. And yeah, like you said, loading should be underway very, very shortly. We are gonna be getting into the first game here, guys, like we said, on Ilios. And looks so far like we're actually just getting 2 Junos.
Yeah, and it would not surprise me, right? Juno is just, she's been played a lot of good value has been coming out with her here, but subtle differences in these comps, right? The Kiriko and the Brig will ultimately be the backline for Red Velvet, so lacking that speed boost, but a lot more of a stable comp, especially with the Cassidy in play to play at these mid-ranges, whereas all yes, they're going to play with their pedal to the metal, this ball as well as the Juno speed ring, to get everybody in all the time. I mean, it's just going to be the matter of if Red Velvet can survive the storm as it comes at them.
Yeah, I mean, Red Velvet did actually swap off the Juno. They don't have a speed character at all. They're going for the Brig, and Sabatavi also just getting directly in, and we are also directly getting into a pause here as we seem to be having some lag issues. We're going to get through this. We're going to get through this, Megalas, I promise.
I'm blaming... So All Yes is an EU team. Generally what that means, I'm gonna let y'all in on the tech side of Overwatch. If a server is not selected to the right server, one of two things. One, you tried to play on US Central, which for about 2.5 months now, we're going on 3 months, has just been very buggy. That's on Overwatch. They just have not fixed it. Sad. And so when US Central doesn't exist, it just defaults to another server. Or whichever observer of ours is currently running the lobby is EU, because we do have a lot of EU talent, and I love my EU talent, but that's one of the last things that anybody remembers to check, so this happens more often than you think, but luckily it's just a quick button fix, and then we should be right back into the game.
Yeah, hopefully it won't take too long. But I mean, at the very least, we did get some level of information, right? We saw Alias not even they ran the Juno just to get out, and they did not. They swapped immediately off to the Brig, to just get that more beef. And that seems to be the style of the composition, right? They've got the Torbjorn and the Wrecking Ball and the Brigitte, who's just going to be like trying to just brawl you, trying to fight you a bunch.
Yeah, and again, it's the Torbjorn, obviously the clear thing out of place there because the rest of that composition wants to play fast, wants to play in your face. But we do actually have to full reset the map because of that little server issue. So, I mean, if teams wanted to, they could actually try to, pull off some adaptations here. Realize, hey, they came out on this comp. Maybe we can already make some swaps, make some changes here. To sort of predict what we're going to see, have that nice little advantage because of that lag issue. But I don't know if either team's really going to lean into that too hard here, since we are still in the spawn room. There's plenty of time for things to switch up. I was gonna say that Mercy is not real. I know the Mercy Mafia is out there. I'm declaring you my #1 enemy, Mercy Mafia. Just gonna put that on broadcast because I am here to fight Mercies. But like I said, no Mercy player in sight, just the TP out for Sabotabi, probably back over to the Tracer. But Kanata actually will make an adaptation and be on the D.Va instead of that Wrecking Ball here. So
we have both D.Vas, actually. Yeah, both teams going to be running the D.Va here, as we're just going to see a little bit of toe touching, a little bit of back and forth in the early portions here. Just trying to see who's going to get first control of this control point.
And that is going to be the case, right? As these teams are just posturing each other for high ground and things like that. But as the fight starts there, you already see a recall out for Sabo.
Yeah, Sabo already recalling in enemy territory right now. Might be in a little bit of trouble. As we'll just heal back up, but is trying to stay behind here, trying to be a nuisance as the rest of the team is trying to find their opening to move forward, and that's not working out for them. The dog goes down, and already starting from a bad angle in this fight is Alyas.
And yeah, I mean, now it's going to be cleanup here. So while Alyas was able to get that first pick, again, that Torbjorn is very isolated in this composition. As soon as the D.Va can find out where they are, they'll remove them from the fight. But Dong actually gets a pick on the Kiriko, so this could be Alyas charging back forward into this fight, knowing Red Velvet's down.
Yeah, Alyas actually already got about 20% on the point as well, too. Just very quietly through that. So if they can win this fight, it really does just shift things directly back in their favor. They're already on the point, trying to fight things out. There's the Kiriko going down again. Not the way you want things to go. Kanata is just a menace right now. And now they're trying to clean up the rest of this as they're pushing everybody off the point. I don't think there is a way they have to win this fight, as Bob is going to come out for the extra health bar as well, but it's pushed everybody off this point.
Yeah, and so now the Bob is just the only thing contestant. But, considering this is a fight Red Velvet has, lost a long time ago, they're stalling to a higher amount of percentage here. Yeah,
they are keeping it for a while. You can see 53% already, and it's just a bit away. We are just trying desperately to get that final touch, but doesn't seem like Alyas has been able to do it. They're getting pushed away. They're just keeping it. Now they finally get the capture point, and now they want to push Red Velvet away. Not going to go for the full fight, but have forced a little bit of a reset. Actually, Kanata's just deep in there to push them back further.
Yeah, I mean, the D.Va, it feels incredibly safe when you have all this health, this extra armor, and everything in between here. But yeah, Red Velvet, I mean, getting pretty much a free 40%. They had to invest a few ultimates for it, though. And so now already Kanata going back in, having this D.Va bomb, able to play a little more aggressive because of it. And Noya having the rally means Alyas should have an advantage here.
Yeah, and you can see just trying to hold them on the high ground right now. Seeing the D.Va v D.Va, and they're trying to chase down the Echo as well, just keeping pressure. It's forcing them into this corner where they just, Red Velvet don't have a way out of it, seemingly.
No, they do not here, but, they're just stuck on this high ground trying to get us to not, die from the assault on all ends here. They are able to remove Sabotabi on the Tracer for the time being here, so this has to be the go button now for Red Velvet if they want to take this fight.
Yeah, and it does seem like they want to. They're pushing forward here. Kirsty on the side, doing what she can do. Bomb gonna come out, force the reset a little bit here. Kaiser also off on the side, just free hitting right now. Big bomb, and there is Sabotabi back to get in their face. Kaiser gonna go down, and Sabotabi doing her job very well so far.
So yeah, an amazing impact here. So now the rally being forced out from Bochi as, oh my gosh, this Brig is alive somehow.
Oh, his Brig alive, stays up, and Red Velvet, they're now in overtime. They have to win this fight now. They don't have the option to reset. And Bochi getting caught in the corner will get eliminated as Kaiser coming back around. They've got to keep somebody on. They're slowly but surely trying to push. They have not lost it yet.
Yeah, the Bob was just the last second touch here. The Ash can only do so much, but that
no.
will be the first round going. And yeah, you know, it's a very odd first round because despite there was constant conflict, there was only really about 3 to 4 individual fights that actually occurred between these two teams where you could say there was a victor.
Yeah, it just felt like kind of consistent, constant fighting, and not really anything determinate. Just, okay, this team got just enough time to cap it, and then constant fighting, keeping the other team from picking it up.
And so now, you know, heading on over to the ruins, potentially a bit of a different game here in the spawn room. Oh yes, Kanata on the ball. Will it actually leave spawn this time, or will they have to bow to the D?
It seems like it. Seems like they're prepping.
Like it. And they're going to have the TP out as well here, so should be a lot of, you know, a little bit of a different look for all yes. They're going to have to go even faster with that lack of defense matrix.
Kanata also just flying around on the side, looking for already for a big flankment in the enemy backline. He's going to just get directly in there. The health bar crazy huge with the shield. That could just be annoying here. We're still waiting for the control point to unlock, but the team's trying to get a little control. And right now, Red Velvet, they've been able to at least get this high ground over on the control point.
Yeah, being able to hold it and being able to pair this ball with the different abilities they have so far has been massive, but they got to be careful not to give all yes a free tap here.
Yeah, I was going to say, they've not been on the point itself, and right now, Bochi a little bit of trouble getting run down, pushed off the map thanks to the wrecking ball, and that is already one member gone. Red Velvet on the defensive here. They've already lost the point. We're already in this like constant fighting sphere that we have been in the last map.
I'm gonna be real, the ball spinning around with the speed boost of Kuno just was so dizzying, but committing orbital ray already, it seems like Red Velvet, they do have control of this fight here. The ball Kanata is just gonna have to run for the hills, but it's just very interesting how that...
No, they got it. I thought they didn't cap.
Listen, you know, a team forgetting the cap point, that's not something new in Overwatch. It definitely could happen.
That's why I was prepared. I was like, oh, I didn't think they got it. They're good.
Speaking of things they got, if we're looking towards the ult banks here, the Molten Core is online for Dong, as well as a minefield about to be here for Kanata, and it's already expended. Yeah,
they're just going directly in, all over the point there. And now Push does get one. That's Kaiser going down. So no Cassidy for this fight. And now Wrecking Ball trying to just be the annoyance once again, getting on to Bochi. Bochi has been caught alone. Rally is used to stay alive, but they are desperate to try and keep this point for a little bit longer.
I mean, absolutely desperate is the name of the game here, but it's just this back and forth. The Brig has to go down.
Brig will go down, and still now looking at so many teams, so many members of Red Velvet just going down. They've held it for a while, but the point will be capped. 62% for Red Velvet. Alyas have a lot to make up here.
I mean, yeah, but Alyas played that fight beautifully. Starting with that boop onto the Cassidy in the middle of channeling Deadeye, right? These constant buffs to Deadeye have made it such a looming threat, especially with no real way to mitigate. So now, heading into this next fight, Alyas, they are close to another minefield already. They're going to have the rally as well to work with. Meanwhile, Red Velvet really only on that Diva Bomb right now. Not something you want to use, almost sort of a defense hold for the Diva itself.
Oh, Kanata going low. Does get away. We'll be able to back out and heal up. Red Velvet kind of preparing themselves. We're finally seeing a little bit of a reset as these teams want to go for the full fight. Rally's going to be used by Alyas as they are looking for the fight right now. Sabatavi having to recall here. Will stay alive. They have already taken down Kaiser, though, and Red Velvet, I don't know if they want to continue the fight.
And you see it already there from Bochi in the chat. Red Velvet had no idea that that minefield was built up that quickly.
Yeah.
Which again, that's just showing how much Kanata is doing on this Wrecking Ball right now. Just a powerhouse. But Alyas did expend all their tools here. So Red Velvet definitely has a chance with this Pulse Bomb as well as this Orbital Ray to make something happen. But this has to be their fight with how high percentage Alyas has.
Yeah, they have a lot of ults ready to go. They need to pull the trigger now because 90%. So they're just going to go in. One down, Noya gone. And the rest of the team seems to be falling too as Dong goes down. Wrecking Ball on the point, trying to be annoying, but cannot get out in time. And it does seem like Red Velvet have finally gotten control back on this point.
They've gotten control back, but they still have a ways to go before they will have it themselves, potentially giving All Yes a window for 2 fights, depending how long they take on a reapproach here, which is why you're actually seeing Red Velvet play so aggressively right now. They definitely want to try to stall this out, make it take as long as possible, so it's only a 1-fight territory.
Yeah, they have 20% to go, and if they lose a fight, it is done, and it is done for the map as well. So a lot put on the shoulders here. Red Velvet popping the Deadeye, just trying to buy time here. Does actually get one. Sabotabi goes down, and Kaiser gonna come back to the rest of the team here. Molten Core used on the point, but Aliaso just spread out. They're not ready for the fight, and there is the bomb as well used to just reset as Red Velvet trying desperately to hold on. Overtime has been hit. They feel like they've gotten control here, but it is just everybody flying in one after the other.
I mean, that pulse bomb was absolutely massive here, and now, like you said, it's a very chaotic fight here, but the Sombra coming back could be the difference maker.
Sombra coming in, trying to make something out of nothing here. Does go down to Kanata. It's Kanata going to try and stay alive and do what Ball does best, trying to be annoying. Overtime about to go down, though. And that is round 2 going to Red Velvet.
Yeah, that overtime wick went just too long for Kanata there. Could not step off of point, and that's the unfortunate thing, right? Wrecking Ball excels in this in-and-out play style, but in an overtime situation where you have to be glued to the objective, it just makes it a little bit more difficult for you, to play that sort of style here. So now, as we're heading on over to the Lighthouse, it really is going to be, again, seeing if these teams want to counter swap each other, if there's any sort of ideas in their brain. Porcelain currently hovering the Winston. In the Ana Brig backline here, this is something that's going to be super crucial to watch out for, because Stargaze and Bochi are going to want to play their side of the map's high ground very defensively, protecting each other, and applying these antis to the core of Yes.
Yeah, high ground will do a lot for the Ana here. And like you said, the Winston coming in. They're still sticking with the ball for Kanata and Ayas. And just, again, trying to feel things out, trying to see where they can go here, as Porcelain might be in a bit of trouble, a little bit too deep, and cannot survive their tank guard already. Red Velvet likely going to lose the first pass at the point.
And that's probably what's throwing Red Velvet off so much, is this Torbjorn, right? We talked about it going in, but they don't play it in the traditional sense of a Torbjorn, right? They play it almost like it's a regular hit scan hero. They're taking off angles, places you would not expect this damage to come through, and Porcelain paid the price for it in that fight.
Kanata trying to keep people off the high ground so far. Just honestly just doing the ball thing of being annoying. And we just see Red Velvet trying to find their angle here. Just needs to actually gonna force the issue and get on the point. Nobody's actually coming to stop her. Okay, there we go. Sabotabi. It is Tracer fight. Recall already used. Both ends of the recall there, as they will actually push off, and they're just gonna take the point. There was not even a fight for that one.
I mean, they flipped the point, yes, but All Yes was winning the fight out in the side. Well, they were able to get the picks.
Yeah, I guess spread a little bit too thin. Point will be grabbed back again, but it does show that the opportunity is there. They just gotta get the fight a little bit cleaner on the other end.
Absolutely, right? And I mean, it's one of the things where Porcelain kind of needed to go help the Tracer, but losing that Diva, losing that defense matrix, it makes this high ground setup just that more vulnerable to these dives here, especially now that Sabotabi has a pulse bomb. I mean, look at this. You're already lurking. This pulse bomb, they're trying to deliver it into the back line.
That could be really big if it gets in on the right people. And there is already the ball going in. Mines coming out, and Sabotabi now has the angle to get in. They're not ready behind, and that is multiple members from Red Velvet going down again. No push to be had. They have been stuffed hard on this round.
That's such a mental mind game that occurred there. You were watching Porcelain, Mark Sabotabi, making sure this Pulse Bomb didn't come through. But in the meantime, Kanata said, hey, this is an opening for me, came in, dropped that minefield on top of everybody. And so now, heading towards the final fight situation, yes, they have all of the cards to make this map theirs.
Yeah, and it's a final fight situation where there's not a lot of percentage gained here by Red Velvet. They are playing from the bottom here, and they've got to make no mistakes going forward. 98%, we're going into overtime. Boosted Diva on the point does get down before Bjorn, and here comes the rest of the team to try and help out. Ball now trying to open opportunities, and Red Velvet gonna lose their tank, has to wait out, cannot get back up for the rebound, and that is going to be it. It is going to be Alias taking map number 1.
I mean, that's just great adaptation from Yes, right? Their ball comp, it felt a little bit figured out on that round on Ruins, but, you know, being able to stick with it, making the playstyle adaptations instead of hero adaptations, you know, knowing when to go in and playing that map geometry just a little bit better, allowed them to, you know, bounce back in a very resounding way here, where they've already put Red Velvet on the ropes.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we did see some fight back. Red Velvet were able to get round number 2, but even that felt like it was just a hard-fought win, and Ayas and their victories felt like they were just in control from moment 1.
And that control is super massive. Obviously, you know, the reason the mode is called control, right? It's just about building that point percentage, and some good stall can get you some percentage, but it won't get you over the last hurdle, getting that cap in the end here. So, you know, like I said, Red Velvet already on the back ropes. If they lose this next map, they will be heading to the loser, or the lower bracket, not loser bracket. But, you know, they do have their pick of hybrid maps. I don't remember what the pool is exactly, but I'm willing to bet money that people are going to pick Kings Row because it's Overwatch players and they love Kings Row. They think
Yeah.
No
last
fault.
Last time I was here, it was just okay. We're going to hybrid. It's Kings Row. It's Kings Row every time. We were incredibly disappointed. We wanted to see some variety, but it was just Kings Row. And you know what? If that's your comfort, that's your comfort.
But that's the thing about Kings Row, right? Everybody's comfortable on it. So
Right.
even if you're comfortable, even if you're like, oh, we're good here, every other team is thinking the same thing. So get a little bit creative, right? Maybe you can lean into those other maps. I think new Bonnie Paraiso even, that's a map nobody ever picks. Like, if you just want to throw your opponent for a loop, go practice Paraiso 10 hours a day in scrims, become the best at Paraiso, and I promise you'll win it every time because nobody scrims that map. Nobody thinks of that map when it comes into these map pool decisions. But yeah, only time will tell here, as it is just Red Velvet deciding. Yeah,
Red Velvet, and their choices are Eichenwald, Kings Row, Midtown, or Hollywood.
Oh, I lied. I just thought there was Paraiso. All right,
no.
I'm crazy.
So then not an option available today specifically, but we'll see where teams want to go. If it's Kings Row, I will understand it. I will still boo it. I will still be upset and want to see better.
I won't understand it at all. I'll be angry. I'll be irate. Like, I have been slowly building this movement up for a while now, but I am the anti-Kings Row caster. I am tired of teams picking it. I am tired of it being the bread and butter. Like, at least with Lijiang, it's fun, right? Kings Row no longer feels fun. The reason people think Kings Row is fun is, like, they think of some super nostalgic memories of Overwatch 1 where they ran Rein Zarya once in a comp game in their flat queues, and it worked out for them because
You're targeting me.
Listen, I'm targeting myself. I've experienced it. Kings Row, it's such a simple map that, like, that's where you experience team coordination probably for the first time, right? Where people actually sync up and try to talk to each other because they're just so happy. Hey, look, it's Kings Row. I don't have to think. But looking at the rest of the pool, I mean, you know, you have Midtown and you have Eichenwald as these weird sort of, I don't know the best way to describe it. They're probably good. They're good, like, pokish maps where you're wanting to play angles a little bit better, and things of that nature here. And then Hollywood, you got a lot of high ground. It's going to be dive if it's Hollywood. And I think I don't have to talk about anything else. The teams are boring.
It's Kings Row. It's Kings Row. We just got confirmation. It is Kings Row. At the very least, we got to see a lot of Widowmaker last time on that first point to just get the back and forth, and that's at least exciting.
Yeah, but now we're gonna watch a Torbjorn set up a turret in the back corner of
Oh,
point,
you
and
reminded me. No.
like
Oh.
that's the
I
thing,
was
right? With
happy.
this,
I had a little bit of happiness, the slightest bit of happiness despite the map, and you ruined it for me.
like in my mind, I hear King's Row picked up. Like, I don't even have to see the map. I can visually imagine the turret spots and where this turret is going to be placed because they're so unbelievably set. And the reason they're set is because it is, I'm not going to say stupid, because that's mean, that's degrading to the Torb. It's very skillful, because the spots where you can place Torb turret in these little corners with some good natural cover are just OP for no reason. It takes a lot for attackers and defenders alike to actually remove these turrets from the equation, which, again, you know, depending on the comp you're playing, you have to remove those turrets, otherwise you're not going to be able to actually push forward.
Yeah, it does feel, especially from a defense standpoint, like that is really difficult. I've seen so many teams. It feels like it is like it feels wrong, but that first point on Kings Road, despite how close it is, just sometimes feels impossible to just get around that choke point. And I can imagine with a Torbjorn turret added into the mix on that, that is not a fun time.
And to be fair, there is, you know, a lot of things that can be played besides the Torbjorn, right? We're just harping on that because the Dong just has aura, right? When you're named the Dong and you're locking Torbjorn, like, there is a powerful aura emanating. Think of it like a Dragon Ball Z character, you know, charging up some sort of Super Saiyan form, but there is a lot that can be played, right? A lot of high grounds here. This is where you predominantly see a lot of the Ashe gameplay that comes through. Like you said, potentially the Widowmaker, at least for a cheeky shot on the offense, could be fun to see here. But for the rest of the team, right, you might have to start leaning in towards more of those brawl styles. Get a Ramattra in the mix, potentially even a Mei. I've been seeing Meis build insanely fast blizzards on Kings Row. I don't know what it is. I swear the map has like a 10% Mei buff increase. I don't know what. But it does help with those brawl matchups as well, you know, being able to zone out the other tank.
Yeah, Mei does sound, I mean, on the one hand, the Mei seems like really solid, like you said on the map. They just can build that really fast. On the other hand, I'm scared of the concept of a Torbjorn turret just way off in the distance and trying to deal with that as a Mei. I mean, I guess you have the wall to help with that, but even still.
I mean, you have some icicles, some long range shots you could try to pepper in there as long as the Torbjorn's not actively attempting to heal the turret. That's something that has to be kept in mind. But yeah, it really is just a, you know, it comes down to actually, again, just what everybody's playing around it here. Because Kings Row, like we were saying, in Overwatch's past, it was known as the Brawl map. This is where you got to play Brawl every single time. But as time has gone on here in Overwatch 2, we've seen, you know, more of these dive comps get utilized, right? Playing off of the high ground, pathing, sort of surrounding the defense with all the attackers, then jumping onto point right when the moment is right for you. But who knows? Who knows if that's what these teams are going to be running, if that's what they want to do.
Yeah, I mean, it's also been like, despite how much we talked about it, there has been actually very little, at least in comparison to what we thought of the speed boost supports as well. We've seen a lot of the Brig so far, and it has been honestly like hit or miss. It feels like sometimes the Brig's really, really strong, and then other times we just pan over to a wrecking ball, just destroying Brig in a corner.
Well, to be fair, like, obviously it sucks when you're the Brig in those situations where the ball is just on you, but to be fair, there is a lot of merit to the Brig right now, right? A lot of teams believe that the support meta at least has been figured out to Juno Brig. Again, I feel that's very map dependent, but the Brigitte, it provides a good layer of protection for your other support, right? Those armor packs that can be delivered at a distance, as well as just the natural shielding and the flail boop ability to sort of be like, hey, get away. Actually just playing a full-on bodyguard style for your other support, because you know that that's where the value is going to lie. And then also becoming an initiator with your own ultimate once you get that rally online, giving your whole team that extra health, giving yourself that stun ability back in the mix. It's a lot of power in the Brig's help, but we do actually have some information that is coming through. The Torbjorn with Aura is out. Has been subbed out for Affy, so no Torbjorn in sight here.
No, we're safe. We're safe. we're a-okay. We don't have to worry about Torbjorn turrets, which honestly, the fact they're willing to like swap that out does make me a little bit more scared. Because if they're ready to swap out the Torbjorn for something else, despite how we said like Torbjorn can be really strong, I'm scared of what that means they might be bringing in for this map.
I mean, only time can tell, right? When you're hovering the Genji as your preferred character, right? That immediately brings to my mind more of these dive comps here. In dive, you know, like I was saying, it's gaining more and more traction on Kings Row. A lot of high ground to play around and things of that nature, and being able to do whatever they so choose here. But it will just sort of be a time will tell situation here. But starting on the defense, we will get to know them a little bit better because they don't have as much time to troll as the attackers do here. But see, they're currently hovering a brawl, but nobody's left spawn, so I don't want to believe it.
We don't trust it. Don't believe it hovers. That is a concept that I have learned throughout my time in commentating esports. Is hovers mean nothing. But I do believe they're going to be heading out to get out onto this. They are swapping over to the Ana as well. No, all right. Well, I got baited. I didn't listen to my own advice.
I mean, this is very late to be making these switches here, so the defenders might not get the positioning they want to by having that break come in so late. But yeah, it's going to be standard brawl for all, yes, and they have that Mei in the mix here to play with the Ramatra, right? So they're going to be looking for these zoning walls, probably onto either the supports or if they can catch the Diva without boosters. Meanwhile, Red Velvet, they're immediately making comp switches to mirror this brawl themselves, right?
Yeah.
They came out of spawn, they saw what they were like, oh, we can actually opt into the brawl game. This is going to be fun. And so now I think it's really going to be a battle of the Meis.
Yeah, it was Kaiser on the Widow, immediately swapped over to the Mei, as we are seeing Red Velvet actually move in. They've gotten control past that choke point, so they're at least into this fight. Ramatra trying to run interference, and so far pretty successful at doing so. Walls going up there, also blocking off that top side there with the Mei wall as well. And teams just slowly picking out Kirsty going down, and they lose Bochi as well. Red Velvet not able to get it on this first push.
You would think Kanata's still on the ball the way that this Ram just snuck into the back line and got those pummels in. But yeah, being able to do that damage is crazy. That being said, the Ashe is now missing. Sabo did catch an icicle to the face here, so Red Velvet does have a good chance on their offense if they can go quickly, potentially with the Juno speed ring, and find another target.
They're gonna try and go in. Now gonna push them off. Actually, Red Velvet have gotten pretty solid control here, and there's the Mei wall as well, just again to try and buy more time. They've already gotten to the first checkpoint here and holding the high ground, but here comes Alyas. They're moving in. Kanata in the fray right now, trying to punch her way out, and does get the Mei down. So Kaiser is gone, and now Red Velvet, they didn't get that first checkpoint. Oh no.
They didn't get the first checkpoint. There's going to be some stagger picks here as you're seeing these three caught out on high ground. Yeah, that's not a place to be if you're Ashe.
They're still fighting it out.
Yeah, it's still going.
Red Velvet not giving up on this yet, as Porcelain's actually doing some pretty good work. Kanata actually goes down, as well as the Brigitte, and they're chasing down another. Red Velvet, they bought time, and they didn't give up. They didn't give up, and they're going to take the point, I think.
Yeah, this should be point unlock. There's not really any speed characters that's going to get them back in quickly. You're already seeing Porcelain push up super far, sort of demanding that space, demanding that respect here for Red Velvet. Some good play from them here, especially because they only had to invest their Juno ult into it, right? Whereas, oh yes, they wasted Annihilation in that one as well. So now, oh my gosh, momentum building still with another pick.
Yeah, they're just continuing this. Porcelain has been creating so much space here, as again, they're just trying to move forward here. Now we are at the cart, trying to move forward, and there is the wall. It's going to buy some time here to try and take Porcelain down, but Porcelain is not taking it. Porcelain is just pushing forward. Noya going to go down. Stargaze grabs that kill. Porcelain trying to turn back around and will take two down, as again, Red Velvet, these extended fights have gone so well for them.
Yeah, they're looking a lot more confident on the brawl here, and they're punishing Ayas's mistakes in a very beautiful way here. And it's actually, forcing Ayas to actually have to, back up. But it seems like they're still not adapting in the mental way of being like, we have to respect this team. And Red Velvet, I mean, they're more than happy about that. They're like, hey, that means we can just keep playing our style, doing as we please. And just getting these Mei walls up, finding an isolated target, and starting the fights off with these amazing picks.
Yeah, the Mei walls have been so good as well. And now, moving forward, there is the Juno ult coming down to just give them space, but only really is going to buy a little bit of time is right now Red Velvet. They are using the rally, trying to move forward with this team. Christy going low, Bochi going to fall, but Ayas have lost both of their supports. There is no healing left. Kanata will fall. Sabotavi next, and again, Red Velvet. They are finding the picks.
I mean, that's absolutely tragic for Ayas. They invested everything into that defense, and they come up with nada, nilch. Wasting all of those ultimates is going to give Red Velvet this massive advantage here, heading into point C with over 3 minutes in the bank, some good momentum build up, and a blizzard to boot. I mean, really, somebody on Ayas has to step up, and potentially it could be Sabo on the Widow, but all the icicles!
No, out snipes the Widowmaker, and again, Ayas on the defensive. As Red Velvet, they have been a train. They have been unstoppable so far. Cart will continue to push. We're getting the blizzard from Kaiser, as they are just not letting up. They are not giving an inch in these picks. One at a time, constant. Ayas have not ever really hit a full reset this entire game past the first point.
Yeah, and it's this aggressive style. Like, Ayas is finally being punished. Now they're going to desperation picks. The ball is having to come out here just to make sure there's a touch onto this payload. But if you hit the nail on the head, I think it's truly just starting to snowball way out of their hands.
Blizzard used in response here. This is for Ayas as AP gets that one. They're trying to take down the Porcelain, cannot get it, and now Red Velvet, they're going for the reset here. They're trying to get in. They take down two immediately as Macy and Sabotabi fall. AP next, and now Kanata will go down as well. Red Velvet, they are gonna push this in completely. And honestly, dominating, especially after what we saw in that first map.
Yeah, I mean, Ayas actually looked like a deer in headlights once first point went out of their way. They never reset. They never really calmed it down and had a chance to put the game back in their hands. They were always on the back foot. Meanwhile, Red Velvet was more than happy to keep that momentum up, keep their foot on their throats is the aggressive way to say it, and now has a 2-minute extra time bank here on King's Row. And Ayas, they're probably just looking around wondering what the hell just happened.
Yeah, I mean, that has to feel, because like we said in map number 1, Red Velvet took one of the rounds, but it didn't feel strong. And Ayas, when they won, they won. They looked dominant. So to see Red Velvet come out in round 1 of this second map and look like Ayas did in those rounds they won in map 1, this now just kind of flips the script on what we were, at least what I was expecting going into map 2.
Absolutely here. And so now there has to be, some level of adaptation to come out from Ayas. And this could potentially be it if Kanata comes out on the Orisa, right? We've been seeing this rise of Orisa to sort of counter out all the brawl tanks. She does have a little bit better sustain than most of them here, but actually the Orisa is fake. It's not real. Instead, Kanata's going to be going over to the Zarya here with Sabotabi on the Hanzo. This might indicate that they're trying to play either for pick. The Zenyatta surely is just in spawn. We're not actually leaving spawn on Zen, right?
No, we have left spawn. Noya is going out. Let's go! I played exclusively Zenyatta for a long time, so I'm excited to see it. We'll see if it's the secret sauce that was needed. Also, Sabotabi running the Hanzo here is definitely a switch up. We have pretty much seen Sabotabi like really exclusive. I don't want to say exclusively on Tracer, but very heavily on Tracer. And so far, Zenyatta's doing great. Already got a kill on the Porcelain.
And that's a good way to start this fight here. So now the rest of Red Velvet is just going to have a little bit of a reset. Good for them here. as they wait for their tank to try to get back in the mix. But yeah, with this Discord Orb and the Hanzo potential for picks here, they've really upped their pick potential, and it's definitely taking a lot of angles away from Red Velvet, scaring them back a little bit. I don't even know if Red Velvet will actually choose to contest here, if they'll just give it up.
They're just gonna back away, and oh yes, the secret sauce was good. It was delicious. It got them the first point. And now, hopefully looking to do what Red Velvet did in this first round, of just constantly trying to get these picks here, but Kanata getting caught out. That's not the way you want to go. Bochi will be traded for it, but that is the tank down, and Ayas do not have a front line to work with.
Yeah, no tank meat. You're just going to be waiting here. And this choke is very oppressive, so the defender's more than happy to hold here. While, yes, you know, they have to actually get something online to try to help break through it here. It could technically be any of these ults they're building close to, but if Red Velvet chooses to go first, especially with a nano on someone, it could be deadly.
Yeah, yes, they don't have it yet, but there is a lot in the tank just about to be ready. Blizzard ready to go. Also have the Hanzo ult as well. So they could make a push very shortly. The Zarya in the front line here, just pressuring people back, but they now have the Blizzard going. Nice snipe from Kirsty, or onto Kirsty from Sabotabi, who gets a second one as well. That is 2 members down. Stargaze gone as well, and Red Velvet, again, just feels like they're going through what they just put Ayas through.
Yeah, but now there's actually time for a full reset here. Red Velvet also should get a recontest here onto the end of point B before the payload gets capped. And they have a significant ult advantage, right? They technically have 4 to the 3 on the other side here. And this Blizzard probably could come up massive. This is what I'd look to use. But the grab first! Grab
used first, and here comes everything there. Sabotabi does get 1 kill onto Stargaze, but the rest of the members survive. No, Bochi gonna go down as well. Both supports gone from Red Velvet. Kanata falling low, but will survive, and they're just wiping the floor again. Red Velvet not going to be winning this fight either, and that is the 2nd point grabbed here. Moving on to this final section of the map.
I mean, when you were talking about the mirrored matchup here, I mean, Red Velvet just did exactly what Ayas did. They invested all of their ult at the end of point B and came up with nothing on their defense, where the payload is just going to keep on pushing. Now with some full-scale swaps here, a Sombra in play, I'm guessing to try to hack an overextended Zarya, but then also the Bastion to try to play around with Ron, but already another Honda.
Yeah, and it's on to the Ana, not the member you want to lose here. Kaiser is actually going to go down. The Sombra not even impactful in this, is a Bastion falling down. We are swapping like crazy to try and find some kind of answer, but this does not seem like an answer Red Velvet will find, at least in this round. Is point going to get pushed in, does get stopped for a second, and Red Velvet are going to try and hold this. Hanzo ult used as well. There is the Zenyatta ult as well to make sure the team stays alive. Red Velvet are desperate for anything, any kind of pick they can find, as they are still going down one after the other. This Zarya on fire, and Ayas get their re-uptake on round number 2, and they did it better than Red Velvet did.
I mean, they did it not only better than Red Velvet did, but also just, it was a very unorthodox comp, right? I mean, Juno Zen, I'm going, like, that's a very low healing output, a lot of single target healing, which means, you know, if there's any sort of burst or anything like that, like the May Icicle or the Ram Pummels that we saw, you know, generally a target should be able to be bursted down pretty efficiently, but just the overwhelming damage the Zenyatta could put out, as well as these Hanzo snipes and the high charge Zarya, it was just too much for Red Velvet here. So now, you know, Red Velvet, who definitely probably had a lot of confidence, they were feeling fine, they're now realizing they're on the back foot once again here, with the lesser time bank to work with, potentially even trying to steal the composition, and they're like, it worked so well, it must be good. Porcelain hovering the Zarya in the spawn, or no, it's actually on the, wait, no, the icons are switched. My brain is fine. Everything's good. Oh yes, it's still switching things. Kanata is gonna finally decide on Wrecking Ball.
Kanata has not decided. does seem like possibly the Wrecking Ball will be coming out. Yeah, no, it has flown out. So it's gonna be the Wrecking Ball for Ayas. Red Velvet kind of running a little bit similar to what they just went up against. The Zarya coming out. Bochi's gonna go on to the Ana here as we have the Echo and the Cassidy.
I mean, yeah, these hero swaps, this is definitely Red Velvet potentially leaning more towards some comfort here, realizing they have limited time to work with. I feel like if they can get their Echo into a position where they can sort of punish this Zenyatta, that could be good, but it seems like Porcelain actually wants to swap. Would be interesting to see what this swap comes to here.
Gonna be Diva coming out to try and go up against the amount of backline there that Alyas have there. Maybe try to catch that Zenyatta, but right now it is the Juno getting caught out on Red Velvet as Kanata grabs that one. Immediately turns back around to push this Diva away. Kanata has been a force today, and Red Velvet just cannot find their opening.
No opening in sight here. Meanwhile, the ball more than happy to find these chances, but that is a good sleep start here, so this could be good potential for Alyas to finally lose a member here, but nope, that ball will roll away and slowly but surely get healed up, but Sabotabi
gonna go down, and Porcelain trying to find angles, actually getting deep onto the Zenyatta. Cannot grab the kill though, and that Zenyatta's full health once again. That is Kanata going down though. That is not a place that Alyas want to be. That might be the first point, depending on how Alyas want to play this.
I mean, yeah, that's certainly at least going to be some picks given over here. The ball definitely could come in and touch at the last minute, but if this Sleep Dart and Anti get applied again, I mean, that ball could be running for the hills before they know it here. I mean, these ticks alone are going to be some happy progress for Red Velvet.
Yeah, Kanata back on the point here. We're using the Juno ult as well. Has stopped the point from being taken here. It is already 2 ticks in. Kanata trying to be the annoyance. The minefield is ready, but not going to use it. Doesn't have the health and does not have the team. Everybody else fell apart in Red Velvet. They're going to get to the second half of this map.
And these ults traded back and forth is absolutely crucial here as Red Velvet's going to get things moving. They still have the Deadeye as well as their own Juno ult to work with that's going to be able to keep everybody nice and healthy through a lot of these situations wherever they end up choosing to use it. All yes, though, their, sort of best win condition right now is probably going to be this Blizzard from Affy. Being able to dedicate it potentially onto the payload and just sort of either force everybody off or, be frozen up and followed up on for elimination there in that stuck position. So we'll have to see if it actually comes through.
Nada coming in. Minefield has been used. There's the Diva ult as well. But the Blizzard is a problem, and that is going to be multiple people going down. Lots of ults being used, but it is getting the win done. And oh yes, they finally, the first, I think, full stuff that we have seen, and the only stuff that they needed, as it's only a little bit past that second point.
A little bit past that second point, so it is looming now for Red Velvet. They have a tall task ahead of them for this defense, but, it's not out of the realm of possibility. But at the same time, there is still some power to be had here, right? We saw how good that they looked on the Brawl, and I feel like if they can find a way to force this back to a Brawl matchup here, they know that they have Alyas's number here, but, it's about shutting down that Wrecking Ball in a consistent enough way to where Konata feels the need to switch. That could rely on a Sombra or something of that nature to sort of have those consistent stuns, or this sort of setup works too with a Cassidy in tow, having that flashbang, as well as Bochi being the defender to help Juno stay alive in a lot of these engagements. But again, a great way for Alyas to counter that is to just not have a Wrecking Ball at all.
That is true. You can't counter the Wrecking Ball if the Wrecking Ball doesn't exist. Right?
Exactly. You can't counter what isn't there here, especially if they're going to run out on this Zarya again. I mean, again, it could be a lot of damage, as well as, even if Alyas has to play this long and they get countered out a lot, this could result in a situation where they're just playing for Grab Dragon combos when Sabotabi goes back over to that Hanzo and be just winning it out that way.
Yeah, it is gonna be tough. There's a lot of time on the clock too for Alyas. They can really kind of take their time, find their opening, and they don't have far to go. It's really just, honestly, it's this first point that is the big sticking point here. As Alyas already getting off to a great start. Porcelain is down, and that is the tank Red Velvet now already backs against the wall.
I mean, yeah, but it is a good pick that comes through onto Macy, removing that main source of healing. So Kanata is, going to have to play a little bit passive here, but choosing to roll back up once that healing comes through. And now, it is going to be Red Velvet who has to recontest.
Yeah, if they can here, as AP goes down, Kaiser holding on, trying to find some kind of cover here, getting shot from all angles, but is surviving the brig, doing her best. But Noya gonna go down. Macy as well. Red Velvet have found their chance, and they have stopped the take. They are burning time here as Ayas. They still need to get this first point.
Yeah, I mean, you had to give up 2 ticks for it, but yeah, you're still standing strong here. So now it's talking about lurking on the high ground, trying to get the Juno off guard. Seems to do just that, but hey, look, the bodyguard was there, Boji doing their job perfectly, and now Kaiser building dangerously close to that Deadeye could be a massive force in this next fight.
Yeah, Kaiser now looking, Deadeye used. It's trying to buy space here to make sure, again, time is ticking. It's not going to do that much damage, but it did keep Ayas defensive here. As Kanata trying to go in now. Minefield used on the high ground specifically, and it is going to take Kaiser down, so that is one member gone, but Sabotabi has gone down in response, trying to push this Juno back as well. Kanata is being annoying, but the rest of the team is struggling, and Red Velvet, they are continuing to hold their ground.
Continuing to hold, and I mean, this defense is becoming more and more likely, right? They have plenty of tools to work with here. Their Juno as well as their Rally both online, ready to go in those defensive situations. Porcelain can play a little bit more aggro, knowing that they have this bomb as sort of their safety remech tool. Oh yes, they've given up the Wrecking Ball now over to the Zarya, potentially trying to bubble as a pause is being called on the side of Red Velvet.
Okay.
This is going to be a crucial. Okay, yeah.
Oh,
Somebody's
mouse
mouse died. If this goes to map 3, this might actually be the longest first to 2 match set I've ever seen in my life. Like, we're already an hour on technically.
We are pushing it for sure. But I mean, this does give us a little bit of time to contextualize here, right? Because right now we are seeing Red Velvet like in the driver's seat. They are in control at the moment, and they've been able to hold out. Now they are inches away from losing that control, but so far Red Velvet have held their ground strong.
I mean, yeah, and it's crazy, right? Because we were talking about it, heading into that defense, they're going to have to find a way to shut down the Wrecking Ball, and they've done just that by sort of capitalizing on these openings, right? So when the ball goes in, they're like, hey, the rest of this team doesn't have a tank. We can just run them down, and they've been doing that consistently. So while the ball has still been able to find the one pick here or there, it's not enough to flip the team fight when the rest of your team is missing from the equation here. Going to be super crucial heading into this last point. If I remember correctly, a Blizzard is online for yes, so might be looking to your diva to eat it, or might have to send somebody in to get frozen just to make sure that point does not get flipped over, since you are still in that 1 tick territory instead of having so much point percentage to give up. But I mean, it's certainly possible either way right now. I mean, Red Velvet has turned a impossible situation into something more than probable.
Yeah, it is gonna be tough here. Ayas do have an opportunity here, but they really only have like 1 or 2 more pushes before they are going to be going to a map 3, and both teams trying to fight their way to a victory from just a standard start, right? Like everybody on the same page. It is just 1 map then. But Red Velvet, they are currently, like their backs entirely against the wall right now, and they've been showing up at least.
Yeah, it's been a good bounce back from that map 1 where Ayas was just so dominant and in control. And I mean, we were hating on it because we're bored of King's Row, but you can see why Red Velvet picked it, right? They look more confident in these brawl styles. A Kaiser on the Cassidy as well has been a highlight across multiple rounds here. Sure, you don't see the flashy Deadeye kills in the kill feed or anything like that, but just being consistent damage, constantly having this flashbang ready to sort of deter these flankers as they're running it down. It really is a massive help to the side of Red Velvet here. Because when you go something like a Sombra to hard counter a ball, sure, it does the job, but it leaves you lacking a lot of damage. So if you can have something like a Cassidy that can put out that consistent damage while still countering the ball, it makes it that much better for you.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting, and it's also I'm curious now. Okay, so obviously we had a mouse die. I'm not sure what the answer to that is going to be. It seems like we have solved the problem, as we're gonna be getting back in here very very shortly, as we do see a minute on the clock here. Alias, they are definitely looking for their opportunity, but Red Velvet do have them by the throat at the moment.
Yeah, it's just sort of, again, this low ground assault coming out from Yes here. They're trying to find their picks, ignoring these threats on the high ground for the time being. But Cassidy actually gives it up. It's currently on the low ground with these Peacemaker shots.
Yeah, Sabotabi trying to find the stick, cannot get it, and it's just a fight between these tracers. And Sabotabi is on the defensive, backing away. Kaiser is getting low. Rally is used by Red Velvet. We're down to 30 seconds now. Blizzard also used. Multiple ults dropped here by Alias. They were trying desperately to get this point now, but they haven't even gotten a kill off of any of them yet. And Bochi is going to go down, but Kanata falls in the process, and Alias, they've lost their tank. It was a support for a tank trade, and Kaiser, no, they didn't get on the point. They get the point, and now they are going to be in full overtime as Red Velvet need to stop them before they reach the final point here.
I mean, that's an absolute critical mistake from the side of Red Velvet. So now that, you know, all of their opportunity is going to be in the hands of their DPS. These pulse bombs on either side could come up clutch, as well as a Deadeye from Kaiser once again here as we are entering the final fight territory. Everybody should be in this fight in theory, but it only depends on how long these respawn timers take for Red Velvet.
Red Velvet need to go like now. They're running out of time very quickly is the point. Getting on there, is anybody around? They're still, right now it is being contested as they are getting it. Stick does hit, and that does take Kaiser down. Noya and Macy go down. Sabotabi is gone as well. Red Velvet may have found their opening, but it is not enough for Alias. Red Velvet, with inches to spare, get the victory and take us to a map number 3.
It's the series that just keeps giving is the way to look at it. Extra rounds on King's Row. Now we're heading to map 3. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if they found a way to draw, and then we could just, you know, keep the series going in perpetuity. But yeah, I mean, beautiful bounce back from Red Velvet. Definitely looks like they lost control when they gave up that first point, but then still being able to calm the nerves and come back in for that final fight when everything mattered the most here. So good bounce back from them here, and now yes, they have all the power as we head to our final map.
Yeah, I mean, that's the stuff you can't teach, right? Like keeping your nerves under pressure or under control in pressure situations, and Red Velvet definitely had it there. They were able to hold out for just long enough. I saw them miss. They dropped that first point there. I thought they had lost it. I thought it was done, but Red Velvet, they find their openings.
They found their openings. They made it work for them here. So now, you know, whenever these teams can sort of figure out what's going to be our final map, it will be sort of the determining factor here. But believe it or not, we do actually have a little bit of a break. We have to technically give teams a break after map 2 to sort of decompress. You know, hopefully get any other
after that.
Exactly, get any other issues dealt with. So make sure to stick around. We will see you right on the other side of this short break.
right, welcome back, everybody. We are finally just about to get into our map 3 here. I am very excited because we've had back and forth games so far. It has not been a clean victory for either side, and while Alyas definitely looked like they were in control more of this game and had more solid control, it has been back and forth between these two teams.
Yeah, both of them responding and adapting to each other in creative and unique ways here. And I feel like, this could even be a preview of a match much later on in the bracket, potentially towards a grand finals even, depending on how these teams are doing on their run backs. But, we do have to have the series end at some point, and it will end here on Clash. Will be interesting to see which Clash map Alyas picked. Between Hanaoka and Throne of Anubis, I don't know if there's really too much of a fundamental difference in how they're going to be played, but it seems like Throne is going to be the pick here. So, maybe you could force more brawl styles, but then again, when the brawl was in play, we definitely saw Red Velvet taking the upper hand on that.
Yeah, Red Velvet would be happy to take the brawl style, it seems. So it went really, really well for them last time around. And I think what we really just saw was just like a lot of picks. It felt like just sometimes just catching people out of position, and we'll see if that continues here on our final map here. Right now it does seem to be like things are fairly set. I would like to see the Junker Queen. I think the Junker Queen would be interesting to watch.
Junker Queen can be fun, and it would not surprise me because Clash is a very momentum-based game mode, right? You want to sort of snowball these points, keep your ultimate economy in check, and keep it rolling here. The Junker Queen leaving spawn is not surprising in the slightest. It will be an interesting matchup here because there's not really anybody the Junker Queen can run down because, they're playing a very split dive-heavy comp with the Juno Lucio, so this team will be incredibly fast, but they also be incredibly lacking in heals.
Yeah, I was gonna say that is a very speedy team, but I cannot imagine them staying alive for too long in these fights. They've got to make the right call to go in, because if they do not, they will not last a long fight. And Junker Queen's definitely capable of taking fights very, very long here. Red Velvet are so far just pushing back and forth here. Point has been opened up. It is being contested right now. A little bit of edge given over to Red Velvet, and they are gaining control very quickly here.
Yeah, but you're seeing that they're having to mark this wrecking ball so hard that it's sort of pulling focus from the rest of the team. So these far rockets are doing too much damage, sabotaging the attack line, just so much.
Yeah, the split has been enough. It is going to force Red Velvet away as they have lost Kaiser, and it'll be a reset as first point does seem like it is going to be captured here by Alyas, and they're going to move on to the next one here. Maybe getting a pick in the meantime here. Stick does not hit. Sabatabi not able to finish the kill. There's still more members just trickling away here. Red Velvet do not seem to be coordinated in this.
It is weird because their whole comp is built around being stacked on top of each other and coordinated here, but they're being picked apart from every angle by Alyas.
Stargaze. Yes, Stargaze gonna go down, and ball going in. Minefield is ready for this next point, and already Alyas are pushing the issue. They're trying to get onto this and gain control fast. Rally has been used, but it does not matter. Kaiser goes down. Bochi, Porcelain, Red Velvet, they are falling in rows, and now Alyas again control here. They will grab the next point, and we're already on to the final one.
Already on to the final ones here, and just a quick rule reminder in case you have been living under a rock, there's 3 separate points here to capture, right? 3 picks, almost like old points were, since the defender advantage is so heavy. Yes, they have their work cut out of them for sure, but that's a good way to start.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it yet, as gonna get one. Bochi gonna go down just as the point unlocks as well, and there's Kirsty going down as well. Red Velvet are in tatters right now. Big ante, but doesn't matter when there's no follow-up to be had. First point gained on this last one, and now they are continuing to just spawn camp here. Try to push out Red Velvet. They're gonna get onto it. They're gonna contest here. AP on the side, looking for the angle. Has the all ready to go. Is just gonna take Bochi out immediately, but gets traded here. Red Velvet, they may be able to get at least a little bit of control back. Mauga will grab a kill, and does seem like Red Velvet have been able to hold off.
Yeah, they only gave up 1 tick, so 3 points currently to all yes, whereas Red Velvet will be getting their first point on the board here. Now on the Malga comp, and you're seeing also the immediate swap, making sure Stargaze is on that. Here we go, because this cleanse is so crucial to Malga in case the other team makes some swaps, right? Any sort of stun, CC, or even an anti-nade can sort of shut Malga's entire hit down. So it's going to be crucial to help keeping that big tank alive. As again, the ball's just rolling through your backline. No, don't mind me. I'm just here.
Pardon me, excuse me, coming through. It's just gonna be getting back over to the team now as Red Velvet looking for a little bit more of a success story on this D capture point. That's a great way to start. Sabatabi gonna go down, keeping pressure on as far as well. Point is online, and Red Velvet there inching forward onto it. They have started trying to cap it, and right now is so far going fairly well.
Fairly well, exactly here, and that Deadeye is also going to help.
Yeah, that is a big loss of a member there, as AP has been trying to keep the pressure up in the air. But right now, we do see Kanata very low, getting chased down. Porcelain gonna get some heals as well. And again, it does seem like Red Velvet, they've been able to get themselves back, feet back under them. Looks like they will capture this next point, although don't think all Yas want to give it up just yet.
No, they want to try to bounce back into this one. They came in the minefield.
Ooh, minefield is huge. 2 members already down, and Red Velvet, they might get pushed back to the brink here, as they are going to lose another one. Kaiser gone. It is just Porcelain here, and Porcelain trying to run away. Not really going to be successful here, and will go down in just a moment. And now, again, I don't know if they can contest this. As capture point D picked up again by Alyas.
And this is going to put Alyas in 1 point territory. This means that Red Velvet has no more room to give. They only have 1 tick left to hold here on point E. So it is super crucial for Red Velvet to get a good defense going if they want to take this map and have a chance of taking the series back in a massive, it would basically be a reverse sweep of the entire Clash map here.
Yeah, it's going to be very tough, and the momentum has just been in Alyas's corner the entire round. Malga going in to try and get a little bit of pressure here. Now, Kanata is just caught out, and Sabatabi, Noya gone as well. I blinked, and all of Alyas is gone. And Red Velvet will be able to get themselves moving once again, but this D capture point has been the sticking point for them.
Yeah, but you know, like we were saying, you have to do more than just that now. You cannot give up another point in this whole map here. And oh yeah, they realize this and they want to win this fight and win this match.
Right now, Kirsty in trouble, cannot lose more as Kaiser and Daichi have gone down. That is not the way you want to start. Porcelain close to falling as well. Kirsty will go down. And again, just stuck in the corner. Things have fallen apart here. Cannot lose this point. Red Velvet need to get on here, but they are not able to find the angle. Porcelain gonna go down. Kaiser here to try and do something. We'll trade for life for 1, but now all that is left is this Lucio, and I don't think it's gonna be enough. It is gonna be Alyas who get the victory on map number 3, and they looked dominant once again.
Yeah, back in control, playing very split, made it so Red Velvet had to look a billion different places at once, and they just weren't comfortable with that, you know, with that sort of style here. So good on yes to be able to find that win, and now they're moving on to the winners final here, because there's just still so much more bracket to play. And I mean, Red Velvet, they're down but not out. And after a performance like that, I'd love to see them make a run.
Yeah, Red Velvet didn't look like most of the games that I have been able to cast so far have been pretty one-sided, and Red Velvet did not give up, right? Like there were some rounds there that looked really one-sided, but it is still by no means a weak team. They had their strong moments. Just yes, when they were rolling, they were rolling.
Yep, the rolling, but I mean, yeah, and that's why yes is coming away with the victory here, and they'll be moving on, like we were saying. And Just good performance from them, but it is just a drop in the bucket in terms of the day we have ahead of us.
Absolutely here. And we're going to set it to a quick break while we get ready for that next match, guys. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this.
Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yours.
Water is the softest and most yielding substance, yet nothing is better than water for overcoming the hard and rigid, because nothing can compete with it. Lao Tzu.
Name straight, new wave. 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 Got lots of love. Love. 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 Got lots of love. Love.
And welcome back, everybody, to our second match here. We have Alyas from our last matchup going up against Re-Up here for our first to 3 here in the upper finals. Once again, I am Thousand Eyes. That is Megalas. And how are you doing, Megalas? Are you ready for this next series?
I definitely am. I hope our teams are ready too, because I understand delays happen, but we got that all out of the way, hopefully, because we just
First
got to keep
statement.
it. We still have so much more Overwatch to play. That's why I'm just so excited for it.
Yeah, we do. And obviously we've talked ad nauseum about Alyas, but Re-Up now coming in upper finals. Obviously have been doing well enough to get to this point here, but I'm curious to see how they're going to match up here against Alyas.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be the real test here, right? Re-Up coming in number 1 seed. They didn't lose it all yesterday. Very stacked lineup here. Some notable calling all heroes talent. You got Zoe and HK on that DPS line. Kindred, the tank, and AJMR and Wicca being your supports. I mean, this team, they're looking to make that golden run, right? They didn't lose it all yesterday. They coast through their first match today. They'd love to just win through winners finals here and just secure that spot in Grands already.
Yeah, and I mean, when you're coming off that much of a strong victory, and you look at how much Alyas kind of struggled at points to get to this point here, it does now feel like our victors from the last game are now kind of put up against the Goliath at this point. Re-Up gonna have definitely have a little bit more to prove this time around, but they have been looking strong so far.
I mean, yeah, but at the same time, like, it's very hard to tell with Alyas, how much effort is being put into the game, right? These Wrecking Ball comps that have been coming out of nowhere, sure, they're fun and stuff like that, and they've had some other fun hero swaps coming in here and there, but it's really hard to gain a litmus test of if they're taking their opponent seriously or not, depending on how dominant they were in that last series, but I feel like good start here on our first control map, which will end up being Samoa. This will probably give us a good test to see if, Alyas can actually stand up to this squad, or if maybe it's just all a facade.
I mean, it's also the factor of, right, Alyas kind of just run whatever they like. As far as compositions, they'll go for those weird compositions, and the comfort of playing against that comes up. Like, obviously you can be a really good team, and I've seen this at all levels of play, up to like professional level play in other games. Sometimes when you go up against teams that do weird things and you've only practiced against the standard, it completely throws you off your game.
And just how far off base are we really going to end up getting is starting to be the question on everybody's minds here. But as we're loading into Samoa, we can get a look at what we're seeing. Re-Up currently hovering that Orisa composition. Wicca deciding to meow in the chat. That sounds about right for a Kunoichi stream. But the Orisa here, again, it's a phenomenal counter. I just realized it's a little bit flipped, but Alyas is on the Orisa to counter out the Junker Queen, because they know Kindred loves to run the Junker Queen, and so now with the Junker Queen comp, they're going to have to try to play aggressive, but also make sure that Kanata does not halt their aggression with a spear spin.
Yeah, and I remember last time getting to cast Kindred. Kindred was absurd on this Junker Queen, and already out the gate, Re-Up looking strong there. Sabotabi has already fallen, and it does seem like Re-Up are going to gain control of the first point here, as they will wait for it to start, and they've already captured it actually, and holding off ground here against Alyas.
Yeah, and just a nice, good reset here from Alyas, and now they're ready to push back in, but the Orisa low.
Kanata a little bit too far forward there, does get caught out, and again, that is time wasted there for Alyas. They are getting pushed back to their spawn at this point, and the staggers are coming through. Macy, AP gone, and that's more time waiting for the full team to come back. Sabotabi gonna go down as well, and again, stagger after stagger.
Yeah, and so it is just going to be the sound for full reset eventually here. I do like this adaptation for Affy over to the Pharah here, but yeah, I mean, re-up right now. They're just playing this super aggressive style because they know they can. Engaging with these Junker Queen shouts, they sort of push people back, not having to worry about the Orisa as much thanks to these hacks, making their life a lot easier.
And now we do see Kindred getting another kill there. As we do see AP go down. Wicca follows. So it is 1-for-1. Support's gone. And now getting onto the point now is all Yas. They've actually gained a little bit of control here. Kanata in the face. They're going to use the ulti and try and get some kills. Zoe going to go down, and does feel like all Yas have gained a little bit of presence here, but they're starting to lose it a little bit. Now will gain control. Kanata trying to get onto the point. What we are seeing now is just staggers coming back into the fight one at a time, and it's actually working out. Kanata going to go down and re-up. They hold.
Yeah, having to give over just a few percentage here, but they come away making all Yes invest heavily into that fight and not ultimately getting a lot for it here. So now with both the EMP and the Dragon Blade online here, re-up, I mean, as long as they can stall this out just a few more percentage, they'll be in final fight territory and in a phenomenal position to take the round as long as they capitalize on these ults.
Yeah, just re-up. They've only had a slight moment where they felt like they faltered. Big ult here from Zoe to hack a bunch of people. 2 down, 3 down immediately, and Savvy just gets killed on the side. Team kill right as 100% hits, and that is round 1 easily over to re-up.
And I want to just highlight it a little bit more, how genius it is to run this Sombra Genji. Normally that means you'd be lacking a lot of this, like, you know, mid-fight damage here, but you know, it actually works out, especially against the Orisa, right? Because otherwise, your Junker Queen is going to be having a very tough time in that matchup. Orisa just perfectly can shut down all of Junker Queen's abilities. But just being able to apply those hacks, giving Kindred these windows to work with, and just making it work time and again is massive here. And so now, potentially with HK going over to the Mei, this is just going to be more and more stall. You know, more and more chances to slow down the game and sort of deal with the pressure that way.
Yeah, next point will be opening up here. As again, we're seeing Sabotabi on that Tracer, trying to find the angles, and not able to find a whole lot in this first round.
Yeah, no, both teams just on the Mei, looking for these Mei walls, and while the zoning has occurred, the Orisa fell.
Orisa did fall, which is a little bit problematic. We'll get back over to team here and trying to help out. Actually in the backline here, just causing chaos, but will go down as the rest of the team falls. Early team kill, and point will be capped by re-up.
And Zoe on the Venture, I mean, this is an interesting swap, especially after how much I was gushing about the Sombra, but again, just being able to sort of take some off angles, even get behind the team when they're not expecting it, is where the Venture is going to find this insane value. Like already, you see the rest of the re-up playing in main, and the Venture's already off on the side, looking for chances to shoot these drills in and do as they please.
Yeah, as Sabotabi has moved over off of the Tracer here onto the Ashe, and does not seem to be making much of a difference here because AP gonna go down. Kanata is gone as well, and again re-up just full control right now, pushing all of Alyas back to their base once again, and re-up just doing more of the same.
Sending them to the spawn room where they can't do anything is absolutely brutal this early into the matchup here. HG having this Blizzard already though is going to be a massive threat, but actually going forward with HMR.
Yeah, HMR now getting in the middle of it there. It does take one down. HG gonna get another, and it's impossible. Oh yes, they just can't even leave their own spawn at this point. Re-up domination this entire map here.
I mean, calling all heroes spray as
They
Zoe
need a hero. Right now, all y'all need a hero to get out of this spot.
And I don't know if they're gonna find one in the enemy of Zoe here as everybody's searching forward.
Here, Kanata looking, trying to focus down this Junker Queen on the side, pushing and pushing, but Kanata does not have the health bar to do so. And again, everybody going down. Re-up are just not giving an inch.
I mean, re-up, yeah, this is exactly the type of style of play we expected from them. This is over-aggressive, this bullying to come forward here, and I don't even think a touch can come through now for all yes.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna reach it in time. Final tick, and it does not matter. A insanely fast map 1 for re-up.
Insanely fast. And I mean, again, they're playing their comfort, they're playing what they love to do. And yes, on paper they have the correct heroes to counterpick, but there was an unrelenting aggression that was coming out that they just could not anticipate, right? And that's not something that a hero can change. That is just gosh, that deflect is so nasty. So just seeing it again,
it's so gross, and it's I think the effortlessness of it is the scary part. Re-up did not look like they had to try hard. I mean, we were literally just staring at a tag on the side there, just waiting for respawns to happen for a bit. Re-up are obviously a very strong team, and Ayas just did not know what they could do.
Yeah, I mean, and again, there's a reason Re-up is the Goliath of this tournament. They're coming in just absolutely dominant and doing exactly what they need to do here. So yes, it's completely the ball in their court. As we've just proven, the heroes are not the issue right now. They have the correct picks. It's just the matter of actually stopping this aggression and trying to, limit what Re-up is doing, because right now they're just getting run over.
Yeah, it is gonna be tough. They're gonna have to figure out some kind of response that they can do here, because it does feel like they don't know what to do. And maybe that's a little bit of the map, maybe that's a little bit of uncomfort there, maybe it's just a level of not knowing what to do against the absolute pressure that is being put up against them from Re-up. So back to the drawing board in a way, and kind of like talk about like what happened, what exactly went wrong, and how do we fix that in the limited time that we have.
Yeah, especially as now they're going to have their pick in the hybrid pool for our next map. So, could potentially be sort of a comp issue. And it seems like actually Paraiso is going to be the... Wait, I feel like I've been lied to, because we were told Paraiso is not in the
We
pool.
were told that's not an option.
And now it is an option. I see. My producer
You edited your message, you liar.
But
cheating.
Okay, hang on. To be fair, listen, regardless of whether it was here or not, Paraiso is actually probably the best pick for yes to pick from here, because this is going to force dive. You cannot play Brawl on this map at all. You could try, it's going to go poorly for you. There's so much high ground, there's so much versatility to show off here, and yes, back onto this ball comp where they're going to be looking a little more confident, a little bit more happy. I feel like this is going to be an amazing test to see them in their element, to see if Re-up can continue to dominate.
Right, yeah. I mean, it like has all those angles, those little alleyways. It's very like close quarters. So trying to just run as a group in a line is not going to go well. And maybe we could see more of those longer range characters as well. You could get maybe an Ana on the high ground to just try and play the fight from a distance. But I'm definitely interested, because like I have not seen this map competitively as of yet, and I think that's going to be at least for me, a very fun thing to experience.
I mean, yeah, in this map, a lot of people, again, we were talking about it in our previous series, right? It's just not a comfortable map. A lot of teams are very anti this map. Like, it's probably the least popular hybrid map. If you were to poll 1,000 Overwatch players, this one would maybe get 1 vote total. In terms of just people willing to enjoy it and love it. But it's because it's a very difficult first point to capture, but then as it goes on, these different tiered high grounds, you're playing on the rooftops of buildings and things of that nature, while the payload is having to make its way through the streets. It just creates for a very interesting environment where, again, creativity in the compositions can be a big factor. In terms of if you want to run hit scan, you want to play more of that ground war with your dive, whatever you end up doing.
Right, and I think it's also just attacking the normalcy, right? Like, we have seen that Re-up, when they are playing standard, when they are like in their element, they are going to be very, very comfortable. So what do? You try and mix it up. You try and get them in a place where they are less comfortable. So I do like this decision here for Ayasa. Like you said, I think it is the best option for them to at least create, I don't know how much Ayasa have practiced this map, but even still, if everybody's uncomfortable, I think that helps out to at least get Ayasa in a better place.
Well, yeah, and I mean, again, I don't think IS is going to be uncomfortable here at all. It's dive favored all the way, and this is what they've been showing they love to play here. It is a bit of a swap. Re-Up is switching Wicca for Me-Man on that support role, so, you know, potentially leaning into less of the Brig style, which more than understand here. Unless you're playing specifically a Brig on a backline, it's not going to do you any favors here. I mean, that being said, though, currently already hovering the Brig, so who knows, maybe it's just maybe a difference in some other heroes that could have to come out as the series is going on, but you know, only time will tell. Meanwhile, oh yes, on the defense, a little bit more reliable, a little bit more predictable. They are going to have the Pharah as well as this Diva instead of the Wrecking Ball here, so more defensive option, having that defense matrix to help peel for the supports, and that Pharah in the sky, you know, keeping them nice and safe while they shoot those rockets onto the enemy. It's going to be a good look. And they switched Wrecking Ball, and everything's out the window. And I am so tired of yes baiting me. Yes, I am not your enemy. Please stop baiting me.
Yeah. I was gonna say, again, we like you talk about hovers in any way, shape, or form, and the players will smite you. Unknowingly,
they will waiting till 2 seconds before their defense is supposed to start to be like, all right, I'm switching heroes.
All right, guys, hold on, I'm feeling it. Trust me on this one. Regardless, we are into this second map here as Re-Up have made their way forward, trying to find their picks to get in, and right now, seemingly more of the same, it feels.
Yeah, the going straight to 0 down once again here, getting a Hinder. Oh my god, Diva does so much damage with those micro missiles. It's absolutely ridiculous here. And yeah, the Pharah definitely feels a little bit weak here. Might have to switch over to the Echo for Affy simply because, you know, there's not really that many ground targets unless you can find out where the Honest positioning at to be sort of your first thing. But it seems like yes, actually attempting a defense here. Nope, and they give it up.
Nope.
Never mind. I'm just wrong all the time.
Well,
great.
It's not just the hero picks that are baiting us at this point. We have gone beyond it. This is targeted at this point. As Avi gonna go down, a good pick for Oya, or a good pick for Re-Up, who is going to just continue this push. And Kanata gonna get in here, try to get onto this Tracer. Not successful as HK, able to dodge it out and continue now as, again, we are just slowly pushing it forward, and the onus is on Ayas to find an angle.
This angle is definitely going to have to come off the back of Kanata, right? Coming over to the payload and finding out where this Honest positioning, but Zoe's already removed Macy from the fight.
It feels like every time I look in the upper right, it's just red taking out blue every single time. Re-Up just again finding their picks, and they're not even going for the full fight win. We're not seeing the team kills because they don't need it. That's not the goal. They're just getting these kills enough to continue pushing and stagger out yes even more.
And now trying to commit with the minefield. It's very aggressive here, but the Ana does manage to sneak away. Again, that target that you want to focus down is the Ana in this composition. It's the only thing that's vulnerable, and they will be able to do it, but not without dying.
Yeah, and that's not a trade you want to make. You take out the Ana, there's another healer. You take out Kanata, there's not another tank in play. And Alyas again just pulling back. They don't have the front line to work with. They don't have the distractions to allow the rest of their members to move forward. And it feels like it's going to be an easy first push here with this cart.
Easy first push is definitely the word for it here. Kanata trying their best to stall it out here, but there's only so long a Wrecking Ball can try to live. But now with MC actually committing the orbital ray, this could be the opening for Yes.
Yeah, they're trying to get in, find some level of space to work with here. Anti goes on to Noya, who has the rally going. Gonna continue to push in. Kindred hitting hard with this Diva. Gonna drop the bomb up in the air to force people off, and it gets Kanata on the side there. So again, they have the Echo to be a pseudo tank here, at least with the ultimate doing what they can, but I don't think this is enough. AP does not have the health pool and will pop out, go into Baby Diva form, and likely go down as well. AP able to get back up, but can't stop here. They are trying desperately. Re-Up are actually getting pushed back a little bit, but they're not getting pushed entirely away.
I mean, yeah, and it's just back and forth still. The ball being back, but now they just keep losing members. Oh, yes, they need a pick in this fight, and they're not finding it.
They're not getting it. They're getting more picks on themselves than finding the others, as Kindred will lose the mech here. to try to get back into this fight, hopefully, is again, re-up. They're kind of toeing the line right now. They've not found their angle. We're finally seeing the payload get pushed back.
Yeah, finally, you know, the minefield was able to get them out of mech as well as get a pick, so re-up actually has been forced to back up, and now they're re-engaging already.
They're re-engaging already, and they need somebody on that point consistently to stop it, because it is very, very close to getting more time added on here, and they still have 2 minutes to play with. So re-up actually trading back and forth here. 3 members down for re-up, and they might actually have to back away. There is another one gone. AJMR falls, and oh yes, they have found their angle. They've found the place they need to hold from, and it is just inches away from the second cap point.
I mean, yeah, the line in the sand, it had to be drawn somewhere, and finally, yes, have found it. Like you said, you know, being able to weather several fights now, it shows that they are finally understanding, they're finally adapting here. If they can start winning these defensive fights a little more cleanly, I think they're definitely in a good position to hold point B as that full smoke goes.
A bomb missing. Is a big ult down. Zoe here with the Brigitte here has transformed and is about to go down. Is going to walk back into the Echo, try to finish off one. AJMR and gone, and Zoe in trouble as well. His HQ falls as well. Oh yes, they're finally finding their footing. They're pushing re-up back, and they're pushing them back big time.
And this is what I was talking about, right? Once they can finally, you know, get their positioning, they don't have to worry. They can start winning these fights a little bit cleaner and re-up. This is the sign of surrender. Zoe over to the Sombra now. And immediately, right, Kanata is going to change up how they're playing. They realize, oh, there's a Sombra in play now. They do not like me. That I have an enemy. But you can only hack the ball so often, right? So you got to make sure these hacks come through at crucial time.
Yeah, I mean, it is a sign of respect as well, as we see Kindred going up, dropping the bomb, does take out the mines with it, but not much else. We're now going to see the ult used from AJMR, trying to get position here. Kanata, again, hacked and cannot get away. They finally got Kanata down, and this should be the point where re-up are able to get more time just before they hit overtime. Took a lot longer than they expected, but they did cap that second point.
And yeah, now you're seeing switches come out both sides here. Kanata originally over to the Diva, but now realizing Kindred is on that, or on the Junker Queen, it's going to be another counter swap over back to the Orisa. And a Mei in tow for Alfie. So this is going to be a bit more of a brawl style, which is kind of what happens when you're indoors here on point 3 of Perry. So the high ground not as crucial. You don't need to be flipping up between it. And just heading forward now, Zoe is the one out of place here, but again, being back on that Sombra, it could spell disaster for Kanata.
There is the stick onto Zoe, and that is that Sombra down, which has been so annoying for them. AJMR also falling. Yas are actually finding their shots here, and 3 members down. It's going to be the reset. Yas, again, you know, for a team that struggled so much on map number 1, their map number 2 has looked a lot better. Although Sabotabi going down might be the opening re-up need.
Yeah, definitely here, especially now with a hack onto the Orisa. So much time needs to be dedicated. It's not enough. And this is exactly what re-up needs if they want to have a chance at a full cap of the map here, right? They need to win this fight before the overtime starts. That way they can get in that one fight territory and use these crucial ultimates like the EMP and the rally during that final fight. They're going to get just that.
Yeah, I do appreciate that Yas are not trying to fight this right now. They are not trying to hold it. They know if they can stop it before it reaches that final point, they at least have a little bit of an advantage here going into this final round. But now we are going for the fight. Juno used big hack across multiple members, and Kanata going down is not what All Yes wanted. Blizzard is going to come out. Kindred's not dying just yet. Gets out of the freeze just in time for the shield, the lifesteal, keeping Kanata alive. And All Yes cannot find their fight. Re-up able to win handily, but here comes the Wrecking Ball. We're not seeing Oyas give up just yet, and they want to hold out as long as possible, and Wrecking Ball is definitely the character that can do that.
Yeah, these shades came in back and forth here, so now Kindred has to stay on the point. There's no option for the Junker Queen to chase anybody down, and eventually they'll be able to burst Kindred out.
They actually have now, as Re-Up, they're trying to come back around. Kindred is gone, their tank down, and it's a little bit harder because Alyas, they're used to fighting without their tank. They've had this Wrecking Ball for so long. Without Kindred Re-Up, they don't have the same way to fight, and round 1 is going to be completed without Re-Up hitting that final point.
They get pretty damn far though for their troubles, but yes, they're definitely looking more confident now than they were on map number 1. They just have this energy about them now that they're able to play more into their style. And Re-Up, I mean, they generally just do look more uncomfortable on the dive. This is an exploitable weakness in absolutely here for yes, you know, anytime you can force those dive maps, but you know, Re-Up, you know, they're no slouches, right? They still got it plenty far here. You still have to respect the opponent you're going up against for your attack.
Yeah, now we're gonna see what they can do for the attack side, because obviously, like, Re-Up, first couple minutes of that game looked really, really strong. Now we're gonna see, is the same going to happen, or are we going to see Re-Up have a little bit more of a better time on defense than they did on offense? It's like the ball is going to be sticking around here, and if I say this and they don't swap, maybe it's just you. Maybe it's just you, Big Class.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe. But I mean, to be fair, Re-Up is not going to try to do these crazy last-minute switches, right? They've been a little bit more consistent. And having Zoe on that Sombra right away, I mean, this is, again, just have them realizing, okay, their dive is a little bit stronger than ours, so we have to be ready for this ball when he chooses to, or when the ball chooses to engage. Because Kanata, I mean, she's been a absolute threat every single time, but Sabotabi's already dead.
Sabotabi gone already, and that's gonna stunt the push pretty heavily. We're seeing a little bit here from Kanata, but Kanata cannot move too much far forward because it is difficult. Nice little angle to just swap around. That is so proud. Man, ball players are something else. Finding that angle like that is crazy. Kindred, though, already half health and trying to get some heals up before this next fight. Oh, Sabotabi again. It's so difficult now as skills still coming through. Kindred just doing just enough here to get space for the team. Sabotabi will be coming back in, and his first point proving a little bit harder for Alyas.
Yeah, a little bit more difficult, but that's just the nature of the first point of parry. So, right, generally it does take an ult push to get through unless the defenders make a massive mistake. And, you know, Re-Up, they're not going to just make a massive mistake like that for free here. But now this ball continuing to run around trying to punish Kindred's overextensions, but fortunately there's just not that much damage, as it is just going to be a very long back and forth fight until someone finds that opening.
Nana in the back line here does need to get some health for taking a full-on fight. We'll get healed up a little bit here, as we're now just kind of sitting here waiting. There's a Juno ult used by Re-Up just to push them even further away. Noya is gonna go down. H-Key keeping pressure up, going very low, and actually will fall, so that is Kindred left alone here in this front line, and we'll see the stolen diva coming back in as Wrecking Ball. Again, still doing the job. Right now, feels like Alyas may have found their chance. They're capping the point, but there's still members around to try and contest them.
And just, it doesn't seem to matter what Re-Up wants to do right now. They seem to just finally find themselves in the back foot. That diva bomb thing too, though. I mean, there could be a big recontest.
Yeah, that diva bomb is actually really big. 2 members down, and there goes AP as well. Kanata, the last one here, is waiting for them to finish. Does get staggered a bit, and they don't get the point. They were moments away.
That's tragic, actually, for Yes. And now, interestingly enough, Yes, they're making some swaps here, but I don't know if they're really sure of what they're switching to, right? They have a Mei in the mix now, but no real brawl to go with it. It's just going to be praying for some icicles to be hitting from Appy. Meanwhile, Kanata already out of the map.
Kanata now already in trouble, and that's not the way you want to start. You essentially do not have a tank for this time, and there is AP going down. Kanata does entirely fall. Sabotabi very close and will go next, and now we're down to 45 seconds here with 1 tick left on this point.
The 1 tick and re-up now just being able to push more aggressively as they see fit. You know, they don't have to worry about the ball as much, as well as, again, just this Mei is not as much of a looming threat unless you're able to get a cheeky little icicle headshot. So I don't really know what All Yes's plan is here, potentially trying to engage with the rally, but they've got to start piecing something together.
They've got to find something here. 19 seconds before we are hitting at least overtime, if not the end of this map. There is HK going down, so that is 1 pick. AJMR going low as well, as now we are pushing forward. Rally comes out from Neiman, and they're going for counter rally from Noya, and they are trying their best, but right now Re-Up still gaining control. They're contesting. We are in overtime. They cannot drop off the point, but they currently are gonna get back on as HK goes down again. And now Diva re-meching. They grabbed the point. Re-Up did not stand on it. And that's so huge. We're continuing on in this map.
Oh my god, that's absolutely crazy that, you know, just Re-Up wasn't able to touch in the end. And that definitely could have been their fight. They had the EMP online. They just had to make sure Zoe was in a position to use it. But, you know, it's why Overwatch is a game of payload. You have to make sure you're touching those objectives at all times here. So now you're seeing Re-Up have to try to re-engage, take some of this high ground away as to prevent All Yes from getting a decent snowball going.
Yeah, I mean, where we definitely saw Re-Up like struggle the most was just trying to play around a specific point. See if Alyas run into the same problem. Hack coming in. Zoe kind of falling low here, is going to have to back away. There is Sabotabi trying to be a problem. Successfully a problem, but does not successfully get a kill. And Noya going down means that it is defense time for Alyas. They've got to back off and regroup.
And that right there, that POV that we got of Zoe is just exactly why this team is so good, right? Zoe, getting low health, did not even flinch, did not even worry, because knowing their healers could heal them up. But now with Kindred's mech missing, this could be a go button for All Yes.
Oh, that is a big loss for Re-Up and could be a push. Now remember, Re-Up struggled a lot on this point and pushed them into overtime, which caused them not to get that final point. Will All Yes be able to make up for that? Will they get around this corner better than Re-Up did?
It's going to be a question.
Kuno ult is being popped, and that is AP down. AJMR falls as well. Sabotabi going down, but Zoe going down too. It is point for point in this fight. Kunada going to go down now as HK chasing around a final member. All Yes cannot get the victory here on this fight, and they only have 30 seconds left.
30 seconds left, and we're heading towards a chaotic, what could be final fight here. Both teams have plenty of ults to work with. You're seeing a Diva Bomb for both sides, a rally for both teams, but Macy having this orbital ray is going to be able to keep people healthy through HK's blades here, as long as it's timed right. And then it just comes down to when everything comes, you know, where the fight actually happens on this card.
We are 4 seconds away. We're going to be going into overtime. There is the Juno ult used for space to try and push away Re-Up. It is giving them that space, but that is used for before the fight, so they're not going to have that extra little bit of damage. Zoe did go down, though. Now we see the recall coming through. Oh, yes, they're pushing forward. Remember, Diva Bombs are ready. There is the Blade, and the Blade is not working out terribly well. Genji not able to get a whole lot done and going to get chased down. There is the bomb from the Diva, but Kanata goes down before she can get back up, and that is tank down for All Yas. Re-Up gain their control, stop the push, and take map number 2.
Now putting themselves one map away from a spot in the grand finals here. And, you know, Re-Up, they definitely did not look as dominant there. It was a back and forth affair. It had to rely on some clutch picks coming through from certain people, but, you know, they were able to show that they could at least stand toe-to-toe against All Yes on this map right now. And I mean, hey, listen, when you're playing that far out of your element, still going toe-to-toe with your opponent when they're in the home field like that, I mean, it shows everything.
Yeah, I mean, for what it is worth, Ayas they did get their defense done, right? Like, that point 2 felt like they could have stopped it there. That could have been a much closer map than we expected there, but it is tough because Re-Up just kind of when they are strong, when they are in control, they are really in control, and it is tough to find that opening, that crack in the armor to get anywhere forward there. But we are going to send it here to a quick break while we get ready for our map number 3, guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this. All right, welcome back, everybody. We are just about to get into our next map and possibly our final map if things continue the way that we have seen. Again, I'm Thousand Eyes, that's Megalast, and Re-Up have looked pretty darn strong throughout this series so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Strong might even be an understatement. They have been able to, not just play their own style with the Junker Queen to high effectiveness, but then even when Yes forces the ball into their court of the dive realm, they've still been able to go toe-to-toe, not as cleanly, obviously, but still being able to come away with that map win here. So now heading towards Throne of Anubis, like you said, Thousand Eyes, I mean, this is going to be do or die time. You have to win this one if you're Yes, otherwise that loser final is going to be your destination.
I mean, I think what really does scare me the most too is the weakest part that we have seen re-up is when they've had to play around an objective. They have struggled when they've had to push the cart. Every other time when it's like a point where they can chase people afterwards and they can just have one person on that point and not continually have to like go back to that, it has felt like they have been in control. They cap the point, they immediately move on to the next part and just start dominating. And Clash is going to give them a little bit more opportunity to do that.
I was gonna say, it sounds like you're describing the Clash mode perfectly for them here in their style, which, I mean, yeah, I would tend to agree with you. That's just kind of how Re-Up likes to play, kind of keeping their foot on the gas pedal here. So, yes, I mean, when a team has their, is playing with that sort of tempo, that sort of aggression, you have two options, right? You either need to find a way to out-tempo them, play even faster, or you need to force the game to slow down. And I don't think there is a way to slow it down right now. There's just not enough slowing abilities in the game, funnily enough. So you got to find your way to sort of go even faster here. And it seems like with a double speed boost comp for Yes, this is going to be the way they want to speed things up.
It's like they heard you. I know that they can't, but it's like they heard you and they are just zooming onto this. And we saw this in our last map as well when they ran this. It was just all about the speed. Their heals are not there, but the speed is. And they're trying to go in quick and heavy right now. But again, that Junker Queen, really capable of elongating fights. And it might not even need to because Kanata and Macy already going down. And Alias once again back to the defensive.
And that's the difference right now in this DPS lineup, right? Sure, Yes can play a little bit faster, but the Mei Icicles, they kind of take a while to come out, as well as Mei's slowing freeze damage does not, do the most damage in the world here, whereas a Genji and a Venture combined just do so much burst so quickly. And now you're seeing we have just pushed in further.
Yeah, there's Venture trying to come in. Gotta get some damage out before backing away, and we're already on to this next point as Re-Up. They have been so dominant so far. They're gonna back away now as they actually lose Demon, which is a little bit of a problem there. Their health bars are low, and Kanata able to push forward here. This does feel like it's a bit of a stronger play. No, Kanata too far forward is actually gonna go down, and now Re-Up, they have their chance to play on the aggressive.
Yeah, but they have to make sure that they're keeping everybody healthy here. And Sabotage is actually going to remove the Juno from the fight, so now neither side has that healing resource.
It is a difficult place to be in. They did take down Aphie, which means they're going to start capping that point. They have 4 people on it. And I would not imagine they're going to be able to stop Re-Up from taking this. I don't even know if they're going to try here. They are just going to give that up, and now they're fighting afterwards. That's not the place that you want to be. There's nothing to fight over here, and Kanata going to go down. Yes can't even win the fight anyway. That's a really rough start to what could be this final point.
I mean, yeah, that was just, it seemed like very foolish almost from Yes. Like, Sabotage definitely should have at least tried to tap on the point there to give the rest of the team a chance to get in. Because now, look, you're creating a situation where you're staggered out.
And Macy gone again. Neiman falls in response. Big ante onto Re-Up, but they're going to heal back up. HK going down. So 2 members gone. And Yes, they do lose Kanata again. Has not been able to stay alive a lot in this series. Aphie going to go down 2. And Re-Up, they're finding their options. They're finding the ways to keep this fight elongated. But Yes, they have currently gained control, and it does seem like they're going to be able to hold out and get away from this final point at the very least.
A bit of a heavy invest, but yeah, like you said, they were able to stop some extra points from coming through, so now they're only at a 1-point disadvantage here, heading back towards point number B. That's an interesting take. The fight's happening.
The fight is happening. Kanata gonna take it down Zoe as Kindred Pushing forward, Kanata going down again. The front line has not been there this time around, and Kindred has proven to be the better Junker Queen. There again, gonna be taking this point B. Gonna be tough to stop them because again, staggers. It feels like just constant staggerings. Macy now gonna go down, and they are gonna have to fight this at a disadvantage if they fight this at all.
I mean, yeah, you just can't choose to fight it. But now heading towards this final point, again, you have two separate ticks to capture here if you are re-up, and you have some tools to work with, right? You have the Dragon Blade online, and you have Zoe's Tectonic Shock here on the Venture. Both of these ults, as long as they find their value, will be able to win the fights individually. Already, Sabo's gone.
Sabo is gone, and the go button might be now for the final push here, as the point is going to be unlocked. It is already contested here. Zoe doing some damage. Kanata down again. Junker Queen has not been it for Ayas, and they're going to continue to take people down. Aphie goes down. They're starting to cap. It is contested, but for how long is the question? Because points are going to start to be a problem. They now get that first point. Can they finish it off? And there is multiple members down. HK with the crazy blade, and that is going to be it. Domination throughout this series by Re-Up.
And they will send themselves into that first spot in the grand finals. Yes, is going to have to, now battle their way back after the fact here. But Re-Up, this is your time to take a breath and enjoy. You haven't lost all tournament long. You made it through round robin. You're now sitting in that fight. You're already sitting in the grand finals. One more game stands between you and your crown. And meanwhile, yes, this is just going to be more and more Overwatch they have to play to get back into it.
Yeah, and like, it does feel like Re-Up have put forward the gauntlet and been like, all right, who can challenge us? And so far, the answer has really not been anybody. Ayas found little moments. They found little times where they could get some level of control. But as soon as they got it, it felt like it got ripped away from them.
Exactly. And so just, lacking that momentum, lacking that promise, it just, is what's keeping All Yes from really achieving that level of going toe to toe with Re-Up here. But who knows, maybe getting another series under their belt, maybe getting a little bit warmer, they will have that newfound knowledge now that they've been able to go up against Re-Up a second time, knowing what they, knowing the gameplay, knowing what they have to do. But like we said, they still now have another series ahead of them.
Yeah, and sometimes getting your own mistakes put in front of you, sometimes seeing what you are up against and even failing makes you come back stronger. We're going to have to see if Oyas are able to come back stronger, but we're going to send it to a break while we get ready for our next game, guys. You don't want to go anywhere.
Yeah. 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 Memories. Memories. Yeah. Memories. Memories.
I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love, you say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you want
you know, you get an insight and you know something, you know, but you don't want to say it out loud because you're kind of afraid that it's not going to be really true and it'll spoil the whole thing for you, you know. But when somebody makes you say it, then, and it's true, then it just makes it more beautiful of a thing.
Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yours.
Water is the softest and most yielding substance, yet nothing is better than water for overcoming the hard and rigid, because nothing can compete with it. Lao Tzu.
Name straight, new wave. 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 Got lots of love. Love. 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 lots of love, love. Got lots of love, love. Got lots of love, love.
Malin. I'm not crazy, Malin. I've just been in a very bad mood for 40 years. 40 years.
Carpe diem. Carpe diem.
Welcome back, everybody, to Kunoichi Kosmos. If you went ahead and started making some popcorn at the beginning of that break, I'd probably check on it. It might be burnt by now, but hey, maybe you just threw it in a couple minutes ago and it's ready to go. If so, grab it, because we are back here. I am not Thousand Eyes, actually. I'm CB. It's a pleasure for me to be back joining you guys, and it's a pleasure to be here alongside Megalas, who, girl, you've been putting in some work today.
Yeah, there's been so much great Overwatch to watch here. The Kunoichi event, it's the final day. We've gotten to see so many great matches, and we still technically have this one and another after it. But it's just been great. It's been great.
I've been able to catch a fair bit of it, and from what I've seen, at least so far, a lot of these teams that are still in the mix in these later stages of the tournament are really, really evenly matched, save for one, which we'll get to in a moment, and one of the teams that we will be seeing will be getting to momentarily. Once they are finished scrapping with each other, we've got Ayas versus Shikikami as our next up match for this night in the lower bracket finals and elimination match. Winner gets to head right back on up and face re-up in the grand finals. But again, we get there when we get there. First things first, we got to talk about what's in front of us right now. And what's in front of us is looking to be a real cooker.
Absolutely, yes, they're coming down off that loss from re-up, so maybe a little bit more brutal of a smackdown here. They got to make sure to pick up the Mento, whereas Shikikami is currently off the back of a 3-1 victory to Red Velvet there, a team you definitely do not want to sneeze at here. But taking a look at the bracket, very common trend here. Re-up's been smacking people around. Both these teams have the rights to that rematch here. They want their revenge, but going through each other here, I don't think it's going to be easy for either of these squads.
Yeah, like I said, all three of the teams outside of re-up looked pretty evenly matched. I was watching little bits of that Ayas versus Red Velvet match, and then I was, also tuned into Dawn to Dusk's Twitch channel. She was streaming the last remaining bits of the matchup against Red Velvet, and even though it is 3-1, that Flashpoint map was really, really close that they were playing, so it's this really, really, again, I can't, evenly matched scrap. But I do kind of want to highlight Ayas specifically as we go into this next game, because they have made, they already have made a name for themselves, throughout the history of Kunoichi, calling all heroes, all of this marginalized gender scene, as a team that is traditionally a Wrecking Ball one-trick team, but I like the addition of Konata, who's been a real lucky star for this team, and has given them the flexibility to play things besides the Wrecking Ball, so they're no longer as readable. I think they're still going to lean on those compositions where they can get away with them, because Konata, again, as you can tell, definitely a Wrecking Ball player, but not a Wrecking Ball one-trick. We still have the Diva, we still have the Junker Queen, we've seen flashes of other options.
Exactly, and the most mortal we've seen re-up look all tournament long was with Konata on that Wrecking Ball, on that Paraiso in our previous series. So, definitely something they want to lean into, but like you were highlighting, when you have this extra flexibility, you no longer have to be a one-trick. It adds so many layers to the game, right? Your opponents actually have to take you at what they see on the field. They can't just try to predict you or countercomp you from the rip. But speaking of their opponents, Shikikami coming on into this one, we have some stellar players here, some good flexibility as well across this lineup here. I'm especially looking forward to this DPS line. Wi-Fi and Fifi both going to be making names for themselves, I'm sure, in this match.
It's really tricky when you're reading those, because it sounds like they should rhyme. Wi-Fi, Fi-Fi, Fifi? No, Wi-Fi? Probably somebody's Wi-Fi anyway. But Wi-Fi is someone I do kind of want to highlight, because, listed on the previous teams was Andromeda Astreus, which I recall being, pretty impressed with Wi-Fi's Lucio. They were actually the support player on that. Which, it's interesting to me having that flexibility to flex over into this, hit scan role, this DPS role for the team, and still perform reasonably well, being able to put one over on Red Velvet in that previous matchup. Again, it looked pretty close, but Wi-Fi was no slouch.
Absolutely. Wi-Fi, fun fact, this is one of the first friends I ever made in the Overwatch scene years and years ago, back when we were both gold players kicking it around in ELO Hell Pugs. That's how long ago this was. But yeah, just watching them grow as a player, like you said, a very flexible player now on the DPS role here. It could, be an absolute amazing additional lineup here to the rest of Shikikami, because, it's a star-studded roster, but, like we've already highlighted, both these teams are going to be pretty evenly matched against each other. Obviously, Ayas is going to lean into the ball and things of that nature here, but, Shikikami, I feel like they're not going to be scared of matching in that dive mirror.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see which direction they want to go. You know, we're talking a lot about the Wrecking Ball, and we're kicking things off on Ilios, which is going to be our control map for the start of this series. And that is a map that I think when I think of all of the control maps and which ones are Wrecking Ball favored, I don't even know if I want to say favored, but where Wrecking Ball is kind of possible and kind of, we frequently see it. Ilios is one of the first one that comes to mind. I think all three of the sub maps are at least to some extent conducive to good Wrecking Ball play. So I do kind of think that that might be what Konata opens up with. But again, this team is by no means as one-dimensional as they once were. They can lean on that diva, and I kind of expect that, if their back is up against the wall, I want that swap to come out. Something that we saw a little bit, if some of you guys were watching OWCS games earlier, I was co-streaming some of them, but we were watching, I believe it was Wasp X Oh No in EMEA playing against Vendetta. That was the team. And Wasp is playing the Wrecking Ball over and over again. Vendetta, they have hybrid on the Orisa. Realizes that you don't have to go up against a tank matchup, so you can just walk up for free on the backline. And so that's an easy way that you can counter out a Wrecking Ball composition. I think if, this is something that Shikigami can identify, then maybe you force that swap right away. Maybe Macy and Noya aren't going to be the most survivable, heroes on the field.
Absolutely. And, you're talking about it, right? I mean, listen, you don't ever have to give me an excuse to get some Orisa into the mix. I absolutely love it any single time that the tank comes out here. My favorite horse. I know I'm like one person that's trying to defend
I'm more
that
of a
hero.
Rainbow Dash fan personally, but that's just me.
Rainbow. Fun little custom game resets. This is what happens when we don't get central servers.
We'll get there.
Yeah, it's just unfortunately Overwatch is coded a little bit silly. But you bring up some valid points with the comps and stuff like that. Overwatch, we've been stuck in some pretty crazy metas recently. We had a very dominant Malga meta followed up by some other tanks, and then you even had that Diva speed boosting around. But for the first time, there's not a one-size-fits-all composition, right? It kind of depends on the maps we're going to. So that flexibility is, paying in dividends for these teams. That's why we're in the top 3 right now with these squads. It just shows that their flexibility is, what's helping them get far in these matchups, but they still have more to do.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like, you watch OWCS right now, and you're watching a lot of, like, NA and EMEA. You see a lot of Orisa coming out, but that's not the only thing that comes out. You still see a little bits of Ramatra here and there. You watch the Korean games, and suddenly they're playing Junker Queen left and right. And then even in, like, all situations, you still have, your maps like Gibraltar where you're going to play the Winston dive. Diva is still strong. She hasn't been nerfed back into obscurity. She's still something very strong that a lot of players have picked up and started to lean on and can still be effective if played right. And you're still seeing, teams busting out the Wrecking Ball if they happen to be specialists in it. Like, there's a lot of different viable options, and like you said, no one size fits all, no hard meta. We are not locked into just, you Malga mirrors all day, every day. Thank God. I would keel over from sheer boredom if I had to watch Malga mirrors all day for another season.
I mean, I feel like most of the people watching would, including myself. It's nice. It's a better state for Overwatch to be in. And it makes these map picks, when teams get to choose them, all the more important here. Because if I'm not mistaken, this was All Yes's map pick coming through here, since they are technically the higher seed coming down from that winner's final. So, being able to lean into their dive style a little bit more here on Ilios. They even picked it earlier on in the day. Feels like hours and hours ago when that first match happened versus Red Velvet. But yeah, they looked strong there, so I'm fully expecting them to continue that here on Ilios. And again, it comes down to Shikigami sort of being able to answer the call, right? Whether that's matching that dive setup or, like you said, looking towards one of those counters, potentially some Orisa shenanigans, maybe even throwing a Sombra in the mix if you're that worried about the Wrecking Ball, and just making it work from there.
Trying to keep an eye on the live chat to see if we can get the lobby set up. I mean, I do agree, at least with picking Ilios, as your thing if you want to come in and you want to play that Wrecking Ball. There is also a chance that, Ilios is currently trapped in a time vortex, so maybe picking that sucked everybody into a wormhole where we're forced to perpetually restart. But I think it also has to do more so with the fact that a lot of Ayas is EU-based, along with, I think there might even be some members of Shikigami that are also EU-based. So, trying to get a good server that's not currently again, trapped in a wormhole is going to be the first object that we have to overcome, the first obstacle. But once we get through that, and we do get to Ilios, I think, again, all 3 sub points are conducive to that Wrecking Ball playstyle. I think all 3 sub points are going to be conducive to Sabotabi's Tracer. And if you're Yes, like, I just don't think there's a better control map for you to pick out there. Like, Nepal, maybe. Yeah, I think that's marginally worse, but, Ilios is absolutely the play.
Could not agree more. And since we have this time, I'd like to call out Overwatch. Because obviously, you have EU players in the lobby. That could be your excuse, right? Gonna go ahead and say it. Central servers have been very unreliable to try to host competition on for about 3 months now. This is an issue that started like the beginning of Face It Season 2, which, fun fact, that just wrapped up. That's done. Because I remember watching tournament admins have to literally say, listen, there's nothing we can do. Just restart your lobbies until you get the right server. Which, the fact that that's completely out of their hands to that level where it's like, yeah, just restart your game, and that's the state we've kind of been in, like, come on, Overwatch team. I know you guys. You're cool people. I like you. Surely you could, like, hit a hammer somewhere and get a server running.
Well, yeah, hit a fat shatter on the servers and see if that'll fix them right up. Or maybe take the Torb hammer to it, whichever one it's going to be. But, I guess we just keep, we keep shrugging along because it sounds like they're still trying to restart the servers overall. Let's fill some time. Let's go for it. Question. I talked about this a little bit earlier. Oh wait, no. Okay, wait. Sounds like we have the lobby ready to go. Never mind. All right. I was gonna take us off on a wild tangent about like the origins of the term, like Lucio sound barrier, and the fact that we refer to it as colloquially as beat. Now, even though like he hasn't said let's drop the beat ever since they gave him the Portuguese voice line. Do you remember that? Like when that actually first happened?
See, I don't remember that specifically happened, but I do remember, I remember when he stopped saying it because there were, like, some Lucio mains that were talking about it, and I just remember being like, guys, it's not that big a deal. You just still call it beat. I mean, we call things not by their name so often. And now we're calling for another pause. So you know what? Maybe tangents can be fine here.
Let's break this down a little bit more. Let's talk a little bit more about beat.
Well, no, here, actually, I want to take a completely different tangent. I want to force a meta upon Overwatch, which sounds like a bad idea because we just talked about how forced metas are bad. But simply because the name is really funny and the origins of it coming from a CGL match from the other day are funny. So I think that we should have a Juno Venture meta where you play the two of them together and you call it the spin cycle. Now, the origins of this name are funnier than anything because basically the team that was playing our quote-unquote spin cycle, they are pretty much a Venture Juno. Both of those characters are just one-tricking. Those people are one-tricking those heroes. And their motivation for winning this season of CGL is to buy their main tank a washing machine. That is their complete and utter motivation for winning. There's no other motive behind their
It sounds like you just want to force this meta for like sentimental reasons. There's not like an actual reason behind it.
Listen, exactly. But to name it the spin cycle after that, we need more creative names, right? Like so many times ever since GOATS existed, every other comp just got called GOATS with a different letter. I'm tired of it. We need more creativity with our meta.
I agree with that too. Not everything has to be GOATS. In fact, ever since we killed 333, ever since we killed 3-3 and we implemented Rollock, nothing has been GOATS. All right, chat? You got to get over it. You got to move past that era. All right, we are now in the era of not even anything remotely close to GOATS. It's actually going to be Konata on that Wrecking Ball as we kick things off onto Ilios Lighthouse going up against Natfish, aka Blobfish, over here on the Diva. Curious that we're getting a Far Mercy. We actually have, we've been seeing a fair bit of Pharah all over the place, but not a whole lot of Mercies attached to her lately. So I'm curious to see if Noya is going to have a target on the back right now. But as we just kind of jostle for a little bit of positioning here, that's Macy very far out of position, getting pressured down by Natfish. To try and use the boost to glide away. Sabotabi finds it really easy to pick off there onto Wi-Fi, and we do finally get that burn down onto Noya, but that was while the Diva's back was turned, and we had Sabotabi in the background doing even more damage. She is definitely lethal on this Tracer, and something that is not to be taken lightly.
Yeah, with this composition from Shikigami, right, if you're not able to properly get Wi-Fi set up, it is going to be on Natfish to get that far out of the sky, but it seems like it's working out for them. They've been able to get the cleanup after the fact here, just the Wrecking Ball having to run for their lives here. And it will just prompt a nice little reset as now both teams heading on into this next one. It's going to be control of the high ground, right? Blobfish already up here, sort of daring Yes to even think about coming up here and trying to establish.
It's going to be really, really difficult difficult. You're gonna be looking at Affy to try and do some sort of damage, maybe try and dislodge this D.Va, but already really close to that self-destruct. And meanwhile, Mulo gets completely taken out. The Juno's on both sides trading. And hey, there's a spin cycle for you. Konata with a slam just to be able to stay on terra firma, able to stay alive, grab the Mega, and come right back in. But this is Shikigami melting down that Wrecking Ball, turning that hamster into a nice soup there. And Shikigami, they're going to be able to hold strong.
And I've been so impressed with the level of Brig we've seen today, because, you know, generally when you think of a Wrecking Ball, right, everybody sort of defaults to that Sombra counter, right? But a very good Briggs, as you've been seeing, between the flail, the stun, everything in that nature, have been able to shut down this ball, as you're already seeing Konata over to the D.Va now.
Turns out you don't actually have to kill the Wrecking Ball, you just have to survive against it, and that's what Brig is all the better at. And while that's all happening, you can just constantly have Natfish pestering the backline on the other side. Konata's actually going to check that and make the swap over onto the D.Va, so not going to be able to build up onto the minefield, but able to match that charge when it comes to the self-destruct. Sabotabi with a stylish pulse bomb there onto Fifi. It's not often you get a Tracer pulse bomb killing another Tracer, but when you're talented as Sabotabi, that just kind of comes naturally. But easy come, easy go, I suppose, is Wi-Fi going to go ahead and pop the Deadeye, getting a face full of Matrix from Konata. Forced to fall back to that Mega. Konata can't commit too hard here, might end up getting caught out. Meanwhile, the rest of coming in, paying off dividends. The duplicate from Affy is paying off in spades, and that fish gonna go ahead and get D-Mech. No self-destruct to save you this time. This should be the flip coming through for Ayas.
A very expensive fight, but they managed to get it done at the end of the day here. Meanwhile, Shikigami, I mean, they're just gonna get another respawn, and heading on into this next one, it's going to be interesting. Both teams having these support ults ready to go. These Juno ults have been so unbelievably impactful, right? All that extra healing, all that extra damage. They end up getting overlaid on top of each other just to prevent any of these eliminations from coming through. But as Shikigami starts from the high ground, I want to see if they'll push it to point with the Juno ult.
Very strong. That orbital ray, I think it's a lot of people underrating just how strong it can actually be, but with both teams holding on to it, we're just waiting for an opportunity to pull the trigger. It's actually going to be the rally that comes out from Dawn first. Macy going to go ahead and use that orbital ray, like we said, but with that rally over health, it seems like Shikigami should be able to survive most of it. Macy is going to fall. This is going to hugely favor Shikigami. Sure, you lose Wi-Fi, but you will take a DPS for a support any day of the week, especially when you still have all of that over health. Noya's rally now going to expire as well. Dawn gets taken down, but that's traded out. Moonlow gonna fall also. So this may be starting to favor Yes, a Sabotabi with the kill onto Fifi is going to tip things back in their favor. And a little bit of a stagger here onto Natfish.
A little bit of a stagger. The D.Va will have a cliff to attempt to jump off of here, but really right now I gotta highlight Sabotabi. I feel like time and time again we're highlighting her in the kill feed. She's just coming up with these massive picks on the Tracer, and this is exactly what you want from your Tracer, right? Not requiring a lot of resources, constantly being a thorn in the backline of the opposing team here, to where they have to play scared and they have to respect anytime that they come here.
They're definitely going to be putting some respect on her right now, especially knowing that she's going to be lurking with the pulse bomb. One that Fifi is a little bit behind up and she'd be able to catch up to. Meanwhile, Konata just trying to stuff the supports of Shikigami up into this room where they can't really have LOS on their D.Va, but can't stay up there for too long. Going to come right back out. Knock Moonlow right out the window here. Has the self-destruct as well, so can keep the pressure on if they should so choose, but it looks like so far, no such luck. Pulse bomb from Fifi comes out, but it's just going to go right into the D.Va mech, which is going to inevitably explode and self-destruct. Sabotabi with the melee kill there onto Fifi. She is absolutely gapping in this Tracer duel right now. Self-destruct coming out from Natfish. Might be able to get the remake. So much pressure, but all of the healing and all the support is there, so we do get the remake. 94% and ticking. Shikigami finally deal with that pesky Tracer that has been a thorn in their side time and time again. Afi getting caught up on the palm trees. Got to watch out for the foliage there, but it's not quite as dangerous as the fauna around here. Watch out for your natural predator, the blobfish. 99% overtime wick. Ticking down, and Shikigami have to try and find the flip here, and they don't have tools to do it. If they keep it going, though, survive this orbital ray formation, they can build up one of their own, and they do gonna supplement it with the rally, and suddenly too much damage for Konata to be able to withstand. Gonna get D-Mech, D-Life, can't get back inside the mech. Macy will fall, a whip shot to Sabotabi, and Shikigami, by the skin of their teeth, will take Lighthouse.
I mean, yeah, that flip came through at just the right time there, where it completely changed the motives of the fight for Yes, where all of a sudden, you know, having to be the ones assaulting, the ones making sure that that point was contested for overtime, it really just sort of put them on the back foot, and eventually they kept giving ground. Those picks were coming through for Shikigami. Their DPS were just doing far too much in those fights. So now as we're heading on over to Well, we could be seeing a bit of a switch up here. Shikigami is leaning towards some Junker Queen gameplay. We love to see it with that Genji in tow. Just such a powerful combination. Meanwhile, oh yes, they're going to be sticking with their D.Va for the time being, but they've been doing this interesting style with the D.Va where they do play the Mei, where it's almost on its own island, Afi just sort of raining in icicles and seeing where that value lies.
Well, I mean, if you're able to catch a backliner, then that's all the value you could ever possibly want. And I think it will do a great job of trying to shut down GG on this Genji if you're able to check the Cyborg Ninja whenever he should try to go in too deep or take an off angle that isn't favorable. But I mean, I'd say it's going to be a little bit of a flexibility thing. You know, do you play your Mei with the main tank and try and wall off Natfish? That seems like another viable strategy, and taking that tank 1v1 might be beneficial. Meanwhile, nobody really checking Sabotabi right now, and I did an early DMAC onto Konata, so she's actually going to have to pull back. Well, easy there. Easy finish off there onto Wi-Fi on the dismount, but Shikigami should still be able to get the early cap here. They're going to take down Afi. Nope. Pop the ice block. Wait till she's out. Sabotabi's actually back in the fight and takes down Moonglow, so now suddenly the opportunity for Shikigami has come and gone. Nice knife there, just goes a little bit wide, can't quite catch onto Afi, who, by the way, is building up lickety-split to that Blizzard. That's going to be a major threat that I don't know if Shikigami is going to see coming. Dawn and Dust also doing a lot of work to try and build up that rally, but I don't think it's going to be online in time. This fight very, very scrappy, but inches away from tipping in favor of Ah Yas for the cap. Still no cap to come out. We're reaching a territory here rivaling that one Washington Justice game. You know the one. Rally going to come out, though, and no Blizzard comes out from Afi. This rally going absolutely massive. Shikigami should be able to get the first cap here.
I mean, yeah, it finally flipped back in their favor here with Wi-Fi, getting a nice little pick onto the Juno, but just again, it cost a lot back and forth, but it is Shikigami coming up with the goods here after investing that rally, so looking forward to the next fight. It's going to be a heavy ult invest from both teams here, as there's a lot of things to play with. I'm definitely going to be looking towards Afi's Blizzard. Like you said, if it's able to catch onto the Junker Queen, even if it is just this Queen, you know, Blobfish being removed from the equation is all that really needs to happen for Alyas.
There's the Orbital Ray that comes out alongside the Rampage, and it is an absolutely massive Rampage. Macy not going to live to see the day to get much value out of that Orbital Ray. The rest of the team trying to make up for that loss. The stick comes out, and the finish onto Natfish, they might have actually just done it and have Yas, all the damage coming through with that Orbital Ray again, despite the early departure from Macy. Wi-Fi doing all that can be done to try and stay alive and keep this in contention, but it is going to be flipping over in favor of Yas. But like you said, heavy ult investment. They had to use the self-destruct, the Blizzard, and the Pulse Bomb as well.
And having to also start that with the Orbital Ray means that it's now just this rally against the world here. Shikigami, they can walk in with their own Orbital Ray as well as a blade to support it, right? Making sure that Genji doesn't fall, can get those dashes and flashes in order to secure these limbs is going to be massive in this fight.
Okay, Wi-Fi just gets completely deleted there by Konata. That's the power of a D.Va right there. Noya gonna go ahead and pop the rally, but really, really low HP. They're actually gonna get the finish off on that with the use of the Orbital Ray as well. Fifi does have the Dragon Blade, but shouldn't need to pop it now as they manage to take down Afi as well. It's being traded out back and forth. Losing Moonglow is absolutely massive, but traded out in kind goes Macy, and now Konata can't stick around all that much longer. This should be the favor flipping back over for Shikigami.
And Shikigami's efficiency is just something to be admired right now, right? Being able to win that with just Orbital Ray when you know you're trading out for a rally on the other side. This focus fire that they have with the Junker Queen comp is really elite right now, and it's keeping Yes on the back foot. Now with another swap, Konata over to the Zarya here. It's going to be very interesting trying to apply these bubbles, maybe so this burst damage doesn't come through, makes it a little bit harder for the Genji to get in and out, but, you know, you're starting to run out of percentage here. You still got plenty of time, at least one more safe fight, but you really do have to actually look for an opening here for Yes.
Zarya, often referred to as the Haley's Comet of tanks because you only see her once every 1,000 years, but this Dragon Blade from Fifi, you definitely see it right up close and personal. Noya gets a face full of it, tries to go for the shield bash, but gets cut clean in half, and the follow-up from Natfish and Wi-Fi is there. And it's the duplicate onto the Zarya that helps augment that. Sabotabi, though, finds two. Gonna get cut down herself, but, I mean, I don't even want to say damage is done. I'm pretty sure Shikigami's still holding strong here.
Absolutely, and thankfully this Juno speed ring is actually going to give Yes another fight, another crack at this here. It's going to be another solid ult fight from both teams here. I'm especially looking towards Blobfish's Rampage. If these bubbles are online for Kanata, it could be massive, massive anti-supply.
Like you said, keeping an eye on that Rampage. I'm also looking for that Orbital Ray from Macy. The Blizzard comes out from Api, but nobody getting caught in it, but it is doing a good job zoning everybody back. And that's going to be enough for all Yas to find the split. So they're no longer in the hottest of hot waters. Now they're just going to notice that all the bubbles are down and the Orbital Ray comes out, so now's the time to pop that Rampage, and it's absolutely massive. Everybody from Yas will fall, and right, out of the hot waters, out of the frying pan, right into the fire. Shikigami are cooking right now, and they take Ilios for themselves.
And being able to stick it to Alyas right on their first map pick, already when Alyas feels down, it's going to increase that mental game even more, right? Because we have to remember, right? Shikigami technically coming off the back of a win, whereas Alyas aren't. They had that loss and they had some time to digest it, so they have to actually make sure they have a proper mental rebound here. Otherwise, things could start snowballing out of their hands in this matchup.
And I do really like the Junker Queen composition, by the way. I love the Junker Queen comp, not just because it's Junker Queen and I am indebted to her for life, but it's the fact that you have that ultimate ability that can counter out the Orbital Ray so effectively, because everyone's always afraid of the damage that comes out from the Orbital Ray, but no one thinks about just how much healing it puts out. It's akin to using a big anti-nade on a Zen Transcendence, except for you can kill the Zen, in this case a Juno, as well. So you just identify that, let the Rampage rip every single time you see that Orbital Ray come out, and it's just like having a free counter ult to one of the most powerful ultimates in the game. And I like the swap onto the Zarya as well to try and, counteract that, get a little bit of cleansing action, but that just kind of makes it another easy thing that you identify. Okay, 1 bubble down, 2 bubbles down, let it rip, and we're good.
Yeah, and I mean, it's so rough to be the Zarya in that situation, right? Because, it almost sort of forces you to play in a very weird style where Zarya is all about the aggression, getting high energy, getting in the fight with this beam damage, and sort of trying to take people out quickly. But when you're having to try to hold those bubbles, it creates a situation where you have to play passively on Zarya, and that doesn't really work out for anyone there. So, yeah, like you said, just caught out once those bubbles came down. Junker Queen, listen, you never need an excuse to play Junker Queen around me as well. Like, just absolutely lock it all the time here. The Genji helping out with those dashes and just the shout for the whole team. That being said, though, I feel like I could have a guess where we're going, as yes, we'll have another pick here for Hybrid. And I feel like unless Junker Queen's randomly going to be comfortable in Brazil, unless I'm wrong, then I feel like we're going to be going to a much more dive favored matchup.
Well, so it sounds like you're predicting Paraíso, but I'm thinking, I'm almost thinking King's Row. It could kind of go either way, I guess. With if you're all Yas because you do want to play something dive centric, but I don't think Paraíso is great for Wrecking Ball dive specifically, and they didn't look to be the betters when it came to the Diva dive. So I think it might actually be a mistake taking Shikigami to Paraíso. I think you probably want to play something where Wrecking Ball is a little bit more viable, because I bring up Konata's flexibility and the fact that you have that option to take that Diva mirror match, but you have to try and find a way to play into your strengths here. So that's just kind of my first thought, is like, maybe we go King's Row, maybe it's Paraíso. Either one could realistically work. And it sounds like you're correct, actually. It seems as though we are going to be going to Paraíso, which I'm curious to see how this ends up playing out for Yas, because it's really difficult for a Wrecking Ball to set up. Like, sure, you have the dives, but it's not like a Winston dive or a Diva dive where you just hit shift and suddenly you're in the enemy team. It's, you have to grapple onto something, you have to find an angle, you have to set up for it. So it might end up just having to be that Diva mirror.
I mean, it could, but at the same time, getting to watch them versus Re-Up in the match previous to this, I mean, Paraíso, they still played the ball for a vast majority of it. They ended up going towards the Diva once we were on to third point here. But, I mean, they still played the ball, and it's just, again, in that very aggressive style where they almost sort of disrespected their opponents to a degree, where they were like, listen, we know they're not going to hard shut down the Wrecking Ball. As long as I'm getting in and out and I'm not getting, knocked out of position or stuck in because of the Brigitte, then they were still able to find tons and tons of value, especially, across different points of the map here. I'm thinking of, they had a good 5-minute defense at the end of point B where they were constantly just stalling over and over again. Definitely a lot of good ball tech here, but like you said, if that Diva matchup has to come out, I'm sure they're more than happy to go to that as well. I feel like it is just still, again, more of that comfort in the dive, and this isn't just forcing themselves to dive, this is forcing Shikigami to play dive as well, right? So it is that full-on mirror matchup that you're going to be expecting, and trying to, see, yes, maybe find Shikigami out of water.
It is also worth bringing up as well that in the Tracer head-to-head, it seems as though Sabatabi is definitely getting the better of that exchange. And in any situation, even if you're playing the Wrecking Ball, as long as the Wrecking Ball is surviving and drawing aggro, it does create a good opportunity for Sabotabi to go in and pound, get out with her life with the recall, hit a big pulse bomb, and end up, coming out ahead. Like, that's a good thing. That's a good strategy that you can try and buy into a little bit more. And that's another reason why this team likes to stick mostly with the dives, is because of Sabotabi's ability to get in, get out, and, cause a lot of damage in between.
I could not agree with you more. It's been one of those things where Sabotabi, if you could beg a player to do more, I don't think Sabotabi could. It's just been a massive impact on the game so far here, but it will be interesting to see. Yes, currently playing exactly what I expect for their defense, right? This Wrecking Ball, they're going to be playing around point a lot, taking a lot of individual fights, poking from angles. Meanwhile, Shikigami, they're in the spawn room, so I'm expecting this Widowmaker shot to just be a one and done. After that, there will be some switches, and I think that's what everybody else is sort of waiting on here, to see, exactly what they need to play to try to counter out yes.
I expect the Winston and the Ana, respectively, to stick, because if you're playing Winston, you definitely want access to that nano boost, and I think Winston is definitely a very strong pick here. So it is going to be this Ana Juno backline, which is actually really exploitable, by the way, even for Konata. You do have to worry a little bit about the sleep dart, but once that's off the field, that's the only real cooldown that you have to worry about. There's not a lot of good healing options for this backline, and you're also going to struggle to get any sort of space here. Konata's going to keep coming in and out. Good jump here from Natfish, but Wi-Fi can't quite clear the gap. Going to get cleaned up by Konata pretty early there, and that's going to really slow progress down for Shikigami. Konata gonna look for a little bit more blood. Found those supports just like I was talking about. Not gonna get hit with a sleep dart, but is going to get pressured back. Can't stick around for too much longer, but still has blood in their eyes. Trying to go for the kill onto Dawn, and it's looking like it might just come through with one last final bullet there. And now Natfish just left all alone, forced to evacuate.
And this is kind of sort of the issue that comes when you're playing the Winston, right? Because obviously, nano boosting a Winston, it's very powerful, it's very strong, right? But as you talked about, right, the Ana is a little bit more vulnerable, not somebody who can be as, saved as much. But also the Winston doesn't have the peel power of a Diva. As you've already seen, Blobfish have to swap, because you do need to peel a little bit more when a Wrecking Ball is in play, right? Especially if you're not going to have that break to sort of counter it out on paper.
Well, I would actually argue against peeling if you're on the attacking team, because you do also need to be able to make space. So this is actually just going to slow the tempo down for Shikigami all the more, unless they're able to just blow somebody up with those micro missiles. And it looks like they are going to catch Sabotabi out, so at least they don't have to be checking their backs over and over again. Now all the pressure coming out from Blobfish onto the back line cleans up Noya as well. Diva is absolutely fantastic with those micro missiles that just causing a Borgita to explode entirely. Shikigami going to go ahead and start the capture process. But Konata is ready and willing to go in for the contest. PP gets really, really low there as well. Takes a bunch of stickies from Afi there. Can go ahead and take a little bit of damage coming through, but still no touch coming through. 2 ticks actually given up for Shikigami. A Deadeye to try and slow it down even more. Konata finally going to roll through and go for the contest, but is it too little too late? Pulse Bomb from Sabotabi gets eaten by Blobfish. Slam comes out. So Wi-Fi lives to tell the tale. Afi takes down Moonblow. It starts to turn a little bit in Yas's favor. The minefield comes out. Afi is swiftly dealt with. BP going absolutely crazy there. DMAC comes out onto Blobfish, forces out the self-destruct. Might be able to get that remake, and indeed is. Dawn gonna take down Macy, and it is about to be Shikigami as the numbers start to dwindle. Dawn Tatasu's gonna fall as well. Sabotabi and Konata are still alive and still wreaking absolute havoc, and while it looks like it should be Shikigami finally capturing it out, it was not without casualties.
A back and forth affair that finally ends. Fifi definitely stepping up in the Tracer duel. That's exactly what you love to see here. And now adaptations are being made. As soon as Wi-Fi is over to the Sombra, and Konata is realizing, hey, listen, this ball hero is not going to work any longer. So now heading on into this next fight, actually all you guys have a good advantage here. The only ultimates online being this duplicate and the rally, either of which should be able to net them the fight win as long as they can find the value with them.
Like Wi-Fi is actually going to be playing a mostly defensive Sombra, not trying to make too many opportunities, but wait for Konata to try and make that misstep or maybe catch Afi out. Either one, I know Wi-Fi would be absolutely thrilled with. Goes for the hack onto Konata, can't quite complete it, lands the virus and forced to translocate out just to try and get a little bit of healing. So Pretty ineffective exchange there for Wi-Fi so far. The Sombra, at least in this moment, not the most pressing issue right now. Moonglow, on the other hand, has been pressed straight into the dust, courtesy of Afi, and that should be Shikigami forced to give up a fair bit of ground here, especially with Sabatabi still lurking in the backline. Forced to evacuate, try and get a little bit of healing, grab a health pack of her own. Hack comes out onto the duplicated Diva, so Afi not going to be able to get a self-destruct there, forced out of the duplicate. That is an ult down. A bunch of value. Konata also not able to get the remake. Blobfish is starting to turn this around, and Sabatabi going to fall as well, and this cart is now trucking along.
Continuing to move here as it gets to the end of point B. And Shikigami, they should be able to keep the momentum up, right? Natfish does have this bomb if they wanted to deter anybody from even thinking about touching it. Could just send that one straight up in the air, but no, Natfish will actually be going in.
No, yeah, you just go in on the supports. You take down Afi, actually. You know, if you don't, who cares about the supports, you know? Just take down the Echo, the one character on the enemy team that can really make your life a living hell with that focusing beam being focused down. Sabatabi as well, taking a ton of damage here. The contestant trying to stay through from Shikigami, but Natfish's head is on a swivel, trying to deal with the traces, trying to deal with the cart, trying to take this duel with the Diva, and can't quite focus on any one thing. Sabatabi gonna focus down on one thing specifically, and that is Fifi, and going to win that exchange outright. You do also have Wi-Fi in the back pressuring out Konata, so both Divas forced to have their head on a swivel, but one of them I think is about to lose their head. Natfish is going to get demeched and not going to be able to use that self-destruct. That would be a fool's errand to try and get the remake there. Shikigami still close to the cap, but stopped at the last second.
And Konata, I mean, beautiful job holding space there, being able to sort of mitigate any push coming through from Shikigami. And now, as we're looking to this next fight, Wi-Fi, look at the spot check that's currently occurring. They want this Sombra found because they know the EMP is lurking. And they do actually manage to decloak.
They got her. I mean, Wi-Fi not forced to make any sort of translocator move outright. Can still just be a presence here and draw a bunch of aggro. And everybody's looking behind them. Shikigami, the rest of them, they have a lot of ults besides that EMP that they're going to have to worry about. I'm thinking that EMP is probably going to be the second in this 1-2 punch that should inevitably come out. There it is. It does come out in addition to the nano onto Natfish. It trades out though. Noya's been taken down and the pulse pump from Fifi gets eaten. Macy will be the first to fall, so no supports online for Yes. Konata forced to use that self-destruct just to get the remake. But meanwhile, Sabatabi has killed 3 while nobody was looking. She once again gets entrenched way too deep, and I mean, Natfish is not going to be able to get out of here too easily. Konata going to chase this one down, try and force the remake. Natfish does get out. We only got 7 seconds left.
Yeah, so little time, this Diva Bomb. It could be passive if they manage to get the cart here. Fifi will trigger that overtime, but already Shikigami are short-handed.
You gotta be looking out for this blizzard that's gonna come out from Afi. Natfish has to be able to try and scout this, but knows now that there is a Mei very much so in place. Sees the wall behind and can't really do a whole lot about it. Gets D-maxed, gets D-lifed, and the blizzard comes out, zoning everybody off from the cart. You don't have your tank now. Wi-Fi should be back momentarily, but is it too little too late? You've lost both your supports, you've lost Fifi, and here comes the Helix Rocket, just a token little gesture. Not even gonna be able to touch. You know, late kill onto Sabatabi. That's a Pyrrhic victory if ever there was one, but that is where the cart will stop.
And I think you hit the nail on the head right at the start of this map, right? The Ana Juno was just too exploitable. Sabatabi constantly being a menace in the backline here, and, you know, when a Tracer's able to do that consistently off cooldown, you know, you saw that those swaps came through just too little too late for Moonglow and Dawn over to the Lucio Kiri. You have to be survivable as a support, right? You can't rely on somebody coming to your aid at all times. So having to have that natural survivability, sustainability, just generally means that some heroes you just kind of can't get away with as freely, like the Ana there. So it is going to require some adaptation for Shikigami. That being said, I would not be surprised to see them still try to stick with the Ana, simply because this high ground is very defensive on point A, to sort of play around, get some good lineups with the nades as well here. But yes, they're going to be piloting the Wrecking Ball. You know they are. They're comfy on it, and they're going to be trying to play extremely fast onto that backline.
Well, I guess the main takeaway here so far with this flimsy backline is, can it stand up to the scrutiny of Sabatabi? Much less even the scrutiny of Konata, who, you know, again, on either the Wrecking Ball or a Diva does still have to be considered a threat for a backline like this. Even more so, like I said, you know, an Ana can sleep a Wrecking Ball, but if an Ana sleeps a Wrecking Ball, then guess what? That's one less thing Sabatabi has to dodge.
one less thing indeed here, so it's just going to be important to look out for, but I have an odd feeling Konata is going to get more aggressive, especially now on the Wrecking Ball here. Just more comfortable, probably knowing more of the tech versus D.Va, where you don't feel as comfortable going in sometimes if you're not in LOS or your healers.
I think you can kind of tell, by the way, the healers are exactly who everybody from Yas wants to target. You can see Afi trying to peek over this rooftop and just pump some sticky bombs in. You know, even if Dawn isn't dead, you are still going to be able to do a fair bit of damage and force her to try and play suboptimally. You can also take down Moonglow. That's a great way to get your foot in the door. You lose Sabatabi on the entrance, but again, that's your Tracer. She'll be back into the fight in no time flat, so you can start to take up a little bit more presence. Speaking of presence, there is no longer any presence to be had for Dawn on the high ground or even on the ground, as Konata with a big boop onto Dawn, and that is both the supports now dealt with. Yes, I mean, they're a little bit slow to actually take up residency on the cart, looking for a little bit more damage to be done. Gonna take down Fifi, that's huge. They get that first tick, and it's systematic at this point.
Exactly, these eliminations are coming through just almost like a filing thing, but there are plenty of members of Shikigami to come in and touch, as you're seeing with Wi-Fi and Blobfish, but now Moonglow gone again.
And it's going to make it all the more difficult for them to try and get another shot at this. Wi-Fi dies, not able to touch. Yas will get the cap here. And with that pickoff there onto Dawn just getting ran over by Konata, they're going to take up so much more ground here. So this is already going to be in dire straits for Shikigami. By the time this fight finishes playing out, the cart will be about halfway through street space.
Exactly.
Oh, never mind. No. Yas actually going to pull back.
Yeah, I mean, they almost kind of... Or they're making a fool's move by pulling back. I feel like they definitely could continue to hold this space here, get aggressive, and sort of eliminate some of these high grounds that you know Shikigami's going to want to play on, and just continue their momentum as you're seeing the ball swing around. Oh, it's minefield.
That's dirty. That is a carpet bombing right on the back line. Again, they know exactly where the bread is buttered, and they're going to drop it butter side down. Fifi's going to fall. Pulse bomb onto Noya, nearly with a team kill with the shield bash there. Sabatabi going to clean up Wi-Fi as well. Duplicate coming out from Afi. Trying to see if that's able to make up any of the space, any of the difference from having lost Noya. Who was close to that rally, by the way. That might have been a big tool for Yas going into this fight. As Shikigami do have a lot more tools in the toolbox, but they're running out of space to use them as the cart is continuing to progress uncontested, and everybody is trying to deal with this Wrecking Ball, this pesky hamster that they can't quite deal with. They do deal with Afi, but Wi-Fi gets traded out there. This just isn't all that effective. Noya dies again, despite the orbital ray from Macy is traded out for the one for Moonglow. Shikigami are not completely out of the water yet, but they're not out of the fight either. Moonglow gets taken down, and there's not a whole lot of healing left for Shikigami. Fifi has to try and back up here. Natfish doing the same, just waiting for reinforcements, waiting for anybody, but that cart is so close to the golden box victory. With 3.5 minutes, Yas know they can just heal back and wait for the next fight.
Exactly, and so this next fight is going to be crucial. Good way to start for the D.Va to eat that pulse bomb here. And now Fifi is probably going to have to look for a good duplicate here. It's hard to do Wrecking Ball, though. That's another additional layer to this comp, right? You have to know exactly what you're doing on the hero to make sure you're finding those values with the duplicates, and I'm not sure if Fifi is going to be able to do just that.
I don't even know if there's a good duplicate target for Fifi here. Like, maybe you duplicate the Tracer, maybe you duplicate the enemy, maybe you duplicate the Juno, since you've now lost your own, courtesy of Natfish, who went in very, very deep. Wi-Fi gonna get taken out, though, and the mine's on the cart as well. Self-destruct gonna come out, but Natfish can't get back in. The cart is in the golden box of victory. If Shikigami step off, this is over and done with, and these supports are about to get stepped on, crushed under the feet of Yas, who take Paraíso decisively.
And that'll now tie us up at 1-1, exactly what we expected. You know, yes, they know where their bread is buttered here. It is in these dive matchups, being able to force dive. But Sabatabi, I think, already looking forward to the future here with the Clash map on our third. But before we have to worry about getting there, we really just, again, have to highlight how good Yas looks on this dive comp, whether it's the D.Va or the ball. They clearly know the ins and outs of it, and Shikigami, you know, while they're certainly no slouches, it's just the matter of they're outmatched.
Yeah, and like a couple of misplays there, and I mean, if you want to call it a misplay, but like trying to go in for a lot of those contests towards the tail end of point A when you know you didn't successfully capture point B, and you're going to snowball so much progress and have to be forced to take fights so far back because your attention is constantly on this Wrecking Ball that you don't have the tools to just blow up with a tactical nuke. you are constantly forced to worry about it, and you have Sabotabi wreaking havoc in the backline, it's something that you're just never going to be able to take a better optimal fight. You're constantly playing with your back against the wall, and sooner or later, you're gonna have to get pushed right through it. But, you know, speaking of walls, we got another wall for you guys to overcome. It's called this break. We'll see if you guys can break through it on the other side of it. That was a terrible segue. That was my worst I've ever done. Good lord. Oh, wow. Someone fire me. Get me out of here. All right, we got Clash up next. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this.
Name straight, new age. Name straight, new age. Name straight, new age. Got lots of love. 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 Got lots of love.
Welcome back, everybody. We are tied up 1-1, knotted at 1 apiece. Yas versus Shikigami in a very head-to-head nail-biter here. I don't know how many other ways I can say that is evenly matched, but I know one way that we can break the tie, and that is by going to Clash, and it's going to be Hanaoka as our first map.
Wow, you say that as though you're somebody who is like outspoken on Twitter.com about potentially not being enthusiastic about the best game mode ever.
I'm all over that everything app. All right, I'm not a Clash fan. I don't like this game mode at all, and you can tell by the chat at the end of Paraiso that Yas are not fans of it either. And rather than me harping on why I despise the game mode, let me talk a little bit about why I don't think Yas will like it. And that is because these maps are just nothing but brawl all the time.
Yeah, exactly. It's brawl 24/7 here, whether you like it or not. I've seen some teams try to sort of force their way with like a diva or even the Wrecking Ball variants, but brawl is just so much better. It's better ults to cycle as well. I feel like this mode is very snowbally, which kind of leads to those ult cycling moments. So I feel like it's almost something where even if it's not the best, you could force a Nano Blade just because if you can guarantee those fight wins, that becomes more important than anything. It can get you those points and get you those ticks that you need to make you secure the map. Interesting way of wording it from me, but it's okay.
One thing I do kind of want to highlight also is, having watched OWCS this weekend, all of the times that I have seen Clash, it's been Throne of Anubis. I haven't seen very much Hanaoka. On Throne of Anubis, it seems as though Junker Queen is the dominant tank that a lot of these teams are leaning towards. Some teams are trying to come out with Ramattra, or they're trying to come out with Risa, but they're just getting completely outclassed by Junker Queen. I'm curious to see if that carries over to Hanaoka, or if there is something different. Like, there is a little bit of verticality in some of those maps, but I don't think it's the kind that's going to be conducive to a Wrecking Ball. We may see the Diva go on either side. Like, I could foresee a Diva mirror on this match, but I don't know that it's going to be, like, I don't think it's going to be the kind of dive that Yas want it to be. And I think that actually does make it, like, I know, okay, Clash is mandatory, so I guess that does make it a good map pick from Shikigami either way, no matter what. Like, this is just kind of a landmine for Yas no matter what.
Exactly. So, but again, you can't treat it like a landmine, right? You definitely don't want to find yourself backs against the wall facing elimination and having to win out from here. So, you do have to find ways to try to win these maps out, right? I feel like, yes, their best hope would be if their hands clasped together in prayer and hope that Shikigami thought that Diva was the best character in the world again, enforcing that Diva matchup, right? Because at least, that's something that they're comfortable ish on, and they're able to go toe to toe, because again, if it goes to that flat out brawl, they just simply lack the depth where Shikigami, they're in their element. We saw how good they looked on that Junker Queen comp from our first map on Ilios, and it pays off so much, especially when you start throwing those other heroes into the mix like the Genji, and just making sure that value is found time and again.
Well, no subs on either side, so going in the same way we have been thus far. I mean, I don't think that any of these teams have any reason to swap anybody out, so why bother? I'm curious to see what we, even what we flash here for, the attacker spawns here. Do we even try and play into the Wrecking Ball? No, okay. So Yas, right out the gate, appear to be trying to go for the Orisa, which we've seen have dubious levels of success, but whenever the Junker Queen comes out on the either side, the horse is in trouble. And, yeah, I mean, the hamster might be as well, actually, now that we've swapped over.
This is how I know you haven't been able to tune in all day, CB. Yeah, Yas does this thing where they're not just baiting the other team. They bait us as the casters, where they continue to swap until the last possible second.
I try not to take that bait whenever there's attacker spawns, but, I just thought that, hey, Wrecking Ball's probably not good on here. Maybe we don't, maybe we leave that one in the spawn room. They flashed they accidentally showed me the correct comp and then said, psych, gotcha, we're gonna play Wrecking Ball again, you fool.
Exactly. See, you just can't ever believe it here, but Shikigami, very smart move taking this high ground initially. Now look, they've already wrapped around and they're on the other team.
Yeah, so how about swapping over to that Orisa rather than playing this Wrecking Ball and leaving your backline completely unguarded. Dawn to Dusk gonna go ahead and get another frag there onto Api. Sabotabi just gonna try and reset with the rest of her team. And I mean, Konata gonna continue to be a threat and try and pressure out, pause out some of this capture progress. But yeah, this is all Shikigami all the way.
I feel like we needed a tracker there to see Natfish, almost like a NASCAR race, the laps around the point. But actually, all yes, willing to commit back into this with their speed. A very interesting recontest with so little progress left to give.
Yeah, but I mean, they're going to be in and they're going to be out over and over again, and they got to watch those outs really carefully because that capture is real close to Shikigami. It's going to start to dwindle away as they try and take the bait. They go in for an aggressive fight. VP actually almost dies. Going to go ahead and force him to use the burrow to maybe clean up this last little kill. Does actually find Api indoors on a low ceiling, the last place Safara wants to be. Macy gonna fall as well. Noya also gets cleaned up. And this once again looks like Shikigami should be getting the cleanup once he finally deals with the pesky hamster.
The hamster, you know, as well as that Tracer, probably going to try to come in and touch last second, but a Brig Shield will go ahead and put that one to rest here. So now Shikigami is going to be able to start marching forward here. They do have the rally as well as their own orbital ray very close to being online here. They'll have it for this fight, and I feel like this could be a good momentum builder here, unless that happens.
There we go. All right, there's one way that you can make the Wrecking Ball work on this map. Just knock the enemy Brig right off the map. And Dawn was holding on to the rally too, so that's going to really slow things down for Shikigami. The trade-off on the Sabatabi, not going to be worth it when you've lost the support and your tank. Moonglow, your life is on the clock, my friend. I don't know that you're getting out alive, and I don't know that you even want to at this point. Just give the sweet release of death, go back with your team, and Shield's committing here a little bit, actually.
Yeah,
Moonglow's finally gonna die. Rally's gonna be popped. Shikigami have the ult to try and invest here, but are they just throwing him down the drain?
I mean, yeah, that is the question here, and it seems like that is the case, right? Safara getting these rockets in means that yes should be able to clean this one up. Shikigami, I guess the silver lining for them is they did not invest all too much, just the tectonic shock as well as that rally. So now we're tied up one apiece again, heading back into point C. Oh boy, I love seeing the same point over and over again. I wonder if the fight will be different.
Well, I mean, we get a Rampage this time, and Macy is really low on the HP there. Gets a little bit of healing from that Wrecking Ball shield, but not going to be enough to save her life. Going to get cleaned up. BP gets traded out, though, but I mean, the trades are favoring Shikigami, and once again, as we go into this narrow, this low-roofed point, this Pharah from Api is going to be a lot less valuable. You're not going to be able to get as good of an angle as you would like, and there's going to be the constant pressure coming in from the side of Shikigami. They're halfway through capping the point. Konata trying to keep it in contesting for Yas to go for that recontest. The Dragon Blade is going to come out. Sandbreeder comes out in response. Should be keeping everybody nice and topped up. Wi-Fi going to fall for that, but Afi's really low. PG with the drill dash cleans that one up. Orbital Ray comes out as well for Shikigami, so the damage is there. Yas don't want to take this fight. They don't want this smoke, but you got a whole smokestack coming your way for Konata. A steam engine. Noya going to get ran over by it. Natfish going through, trying to clean up a little bit more. Shikigami do once again find the cap. And Yas, the last vestiges of Yas, that is, forced to regroup.
But they're not really being forced, you know, to do a full-scale regroup, right? As you're seeing, Sabatabi currently still playing in the backline here, and this minefield is going to deter Shikigami from staying stacked and find those kills.
Yeah, Afi with a nice little two-piece there, and the capture point just actually opened up too, so that couldn't have come in a moment too soon for Yas. They're going to go ahead and put 3 on the point and go for the capture, and meanwhile, they can send Sabatabi and Konata up to try and take space and prevent Shikigami from setting up for this next one. But yeah, they're not going to get a recontest. They're just going to have to give this point up. Natfish goes and pokes out. Nearly gets caught out, actually. Might have been a little bit too overly aggressive, but thankfully has the Wall Street bailout and get back to the team.
And so now with another regroup here, we're back into this center point here. Yes, they do have a good advantage. This barrage looming threat from Afi, as long as they can stay healthy, maybe using the orbital ray to their advantage on that one here. Meanwhile, Shikigami just needs to weather the storm.
Out, and there we go. There is a whole storm raining down from above. Api with that barrage takes down Natfish, and this is looking real good for Yas, making great use of that orbital ray and that barrage. Moonglow working up to an orbital ray slowly, but nobody to beam down the sun upon.
And so now for the first time in this match, Yas will be taking the lead, and they'll actually be the ones being a little bit more proactive here. And you know, this Wrecking Ball is still being a nuisance, right? Shikigami, they don't really have anything that's been marking it. Oh my goodness, Sabatabi.
Yeah, they don't really have anything to mark it, and they definitely wish they did. You can mark Wi-Fi's grave, though. That's right there on the pavement. Natfish gonna go ahead and go 6 feet under with you, and this is looking, again, like Yas just kind of rolling right over. This Wrecking Ball composition with the Pharah is paying off dividends.
Yeah, and I mean, if we can just go back to Kanata's position, hopefully. I mean, that Wrecking Ball is hovering above. They're not going to expect it, as well as the minefield ready to drop on their heads at a moment's notice here. but not actually choosing to drop it, instead just trying to find the soldier.
We do get the contest. Healing is there to keep Wi-Fi alive, but very much so on death's door. There's going to be a rampage that comes out into the minefield, though. That minefield doing a lot of zoning. By the way, Yas's capture percentage on the point now gone, so it's a neutral fight for Shikigami as they continue to invest. But the mines, as soon as you come out from underground, you get blown right up. That's no good for Fifi there. Wi-Fi, though, with attack visor in the back line, finds two. And it's once again down to just Konata to try and keep this alive. Sabatabi alive as well. Dawn's gonna fall. Konata does get cleaned up. Sabatabi going to try and take the duel with Wi-Fi. Force the disengage, but there might still be a touch here from Yas if they should choose to take it. Sabatabi goes in to try and make it happen. Is gonna fall. And there we go. There's the cap for Shiki.
The cap, and so now we're tied up back at 3 apiece here. It was a pretty heavy invest from Shikigami, so now they have no tools heading into the next fight, whereas yes, they have their orbital ray as well as a sound barrier if they choose to need it. I didn't even realize it went over to Lucio at some point, but that means this comp's just playing even faster now, which I think is pedaling them to some success, but Wi-Fi getting the first pick.
Yeah, that's on to Afi, who, by the way, was coming up close onto that rocket barrage, so that's a big ultimate now off the field. You do have to worry about those double support ults that you alluded to, so maybe trying to track down Macy or Noya is the next modus operandi for Shikigami. They're just still worried about trying to hold space, try and get this capture point, and pressure down Konata. Orbital Ray coming out from Macy, so a lot of damage should be coming out, and Wi-Fi and Dawn both just walk right into it, get slammed down by Konata. That is absolutely huge. Huge Racy comes out, but it's not going to be quite enough to secure the kill. Mulu, on the other hand, feeling quite secure and quite killed. Again, courtesy of Konata and Shikigami, they can't seem to keep their feet out from under them. Yes, they're 1 point away.
1 point away from taking the map that we definitely didn't think they'd be favored on, but currently inspired by the Chengdu Hunters, forcing ball any and everywhere, and they're making it work. Konata has been putting on a clinic with the rest of the team helping out here. Shikigami now making some swaps off the Junker Queen over to this Diva to try to help, maybe speed up the game themselves, right? Trying to get onto these targets and remove them from the fight before these fights can go too long.
Lucio's actually really survivable against the Diva, so this might be a little bit too late now that we've made that swap, but Tactical Visor in the back line. Konata's going to have to go back in and try and take most of that. And crucially, Sabotage finds the kill onto Moonglow. No Orbital Ray coming out, but Konata with a huge boop takes down two. And this just might be it for Yes. They might get a chance, could Shikigami, for another contest, but they're going to have to swap the fast heroes to see if that's even possible. And they're going to have to go through a minefield to do it. Maybe a Somber Translocator, a good blink could make the way in, but they've lost Moonglow again, so once again, no Orbital Ray, and despite Wi-Fi coming in for the touch, a sound wave to knock Wi-Fi clean out, and Yes, despite begrudgingly being forced to play Clash, win it.
I mean, the fact that, boops like this still happening for someone who's actually playing on ping, European players, as well as just, again, forcing ball in this sort of matchup right now is absolutely ridiculous. And it just shows how good Yes are at playing around this. We talked about at the beginning of the match how, potentially they've been able to diversify themselves a little bit. But, sometimes just going back to what your bread and butter, if the other team really can't beat it, then there's no reason to adapt. There's no reason to try to change things up if it's working.
And I do also think, early on, Shikigami with that Junker Queen composition was working really well. I don't actually know if I really agree with the Diva swap. I think the play should have just been to continue to isolate those supports. There was a couple moments there towards the tail end as well that I definitely don't like the way Shikigami played that. Losing Moonglow with that Orbital Ray, or when your Juno is so close to that ultimate ability, is absolutely backbreaking. That is the most powerful ultimate in the game right now, and to not have access to it is the death nail if ever there was one. And you're only going to get one more of those. It is going to be Shikigami's map pick next. And, I would have thought Clash is the weak spot for Yes, but if they're going to go ahead and take that, what's left? What other weaknesses does this team have that you can exploit?
I mean, the biggest weakness right now would, if you're able to force a new Junk City here, which is what I'm probably expecting to come through, right? This is Junker Queen's home, right? I feel like Shikigami, they need to lean into that composition and they just absolutely play it perfectly, right? Because as you said, they were able to focus down the supports, remove them from the equation, and just find so much insane value there that, not leaning into that at this point in the match is just absolute craziness. I feel like Survasa, the points are way too open. You're going to see too many cheeky ball angles. I feel like, yes is almost hoping for Survasa to come through in that regard. And so, winning this map here is going to be so, so crucial, obviously, because, Shikigami, again, their backs against the wall. Elimination is looming.
No more mistakes left. You only got one more to make, and it better not be the map pick. So like you said, I agree. New Junk City is, I think, going to be the smarter pick, and I think they agree as well because they have chosen it. It is going to be New Junk City. Like you said, there's so much environmental kill potential on Suravasa, so I think you avoid that like the plague. Like you said, try and lean into those rush-style compositions where you can have easy access to their backline. My question, I think, is, has Shikigami identified that that is the way forward? Because we've seen glimpses of it, but they seem to keep getting other ideas. And while they're doing that, are they going to be able to effectively also deal with Konata?
And I think that comes down to, because, we're pushing so much on the Junker Queen here, but, potentially looking towards your DPS line, right? You're going to want to have that Genji in the mix. And while the Tracer duel hasn't been going your way, it's going to be difficult, but, potentially putting Wi-Fi back over to that Cassidy, right? Because that's going to mitigate Kunata, as well as, try to put Sabatabi in their place on this Tracer, right? That Cassidy has a pretty big health pool. If you play it with the Junker Queen, just kind of rolling around playing at those mid-ranges, I feel like it can pay off in a very massive way here, but it's so, so crucial. It forces you to all stack on top of each other, and it just makes it that much more perilous each and every fight.
I do also think that Cassidy does, excel on Flashpoint as well, so I think that is also a good pick. That's a good shout. I like that you call that. Because, you do kind of have to play defensively to try and shut down either Sabatabi and or Konata, but if you're ever able to get an opportunity to go on a big angle, hit a big deadeye, you do have a lot of space that you can work with and a lot of different routes where you can try to peel pressure away from your front line with that ability, or again, like you said, play clustered up and use that ability in your front line where you know that you have that level of protection. But it's still kind of a mystery that you only really get one more opportunity to solve. And I think it does end up having to be just play Junker Queen, stay on that, and use any tool that you have to gain access to your backline. I think that's also going to put a lot of pressure onto Fifi as the Tracer to also be there to try and aid in that endeavor. And that's another difficult thing where where Sabatabi is still constantly getting the better of that Tracer exchange.
And it's just because there's so many threats to look at on the side of yes. You have Sabatabi, you have Kunata coming in, and it's leaving their backline, completely safe, right? When you have these looming threats that are drawing so much aggro, so much attention, it sort of creates an environment where you can't look at these supports, especially when they start piloting, weird comps like the Juno and the Lucio, right? It sounds crazy on paper. It sounds like it's not enough healing, but reality, it makes it pretty damn survivable. To hunt either of them down is going to take a large task, and that's, a little bit more difficult to do unless you're on something like the Junker Queen and you're moving with purpose. And I feel like that's what Shikigami has to focus on here. Moving with purpose, utilizing these shouts, these speed rings to make sure their engages are clean and they're finding the targets they need.
So real quick, I mean, I'm going to get a little bit ahead of myself here because I think we're still waiting on one more to ready up in the lobby. So all the players got to be ready and go, do their stretches, be nice and nimble, be nice and hydrated. So it takes a little second. So while we're waiting on that, let me go ahead and get ahead of myself here and ask, if Yas do take this next map, right, they're going to go to the grand finals and they're going to face off against Re-Up. And we already did see them play, and you were talking about how they played at least a little bit close. Have Yas kind of like continually leveled up throughout this tournament? Do you think that they could potentially take some maps off of Re-Up and maybe even pull off an upset? I know that sounds like a long shot, but what do you think the over-under is on that?
For specifically yes, I feel like it's going to be super map pool dependent, and I feel like if they can continue to level up, right, because obviously, we keep talking about their ball compositions, but they're more comfortable on it, obviously, and it's just what they like to play. And if they can actually force that, not be forced over to the Diva, and just continually hammer it into these greater teams, especially like Re-Up, it can absolutely work out in terms of getting a map or two in their favor. But again, you can't force that on every single map. So there does have to be some level of adaptation on their other comps, their other styles, if they really want to have a chance of taking this whole thing.
I think another crucial thing, by the way, is regardless of which team ends up going up against Re-Up, they do have to be able to physically load into the server, which is something that I think every team has been struggling with throughout the entirety of this tournament, and currently they are experiencing as well. Blizzard servers are good at Blizzard servers these days, especially those central servers, so, I mean, here we are again, back in that wormhole.
Here's the crazy thing, right? Why does Overwatch, a live action game, we just a few months ago celebrating 100 million players on Overwatch, you know, this great grand whole thing, tons of players. Why are there only Central and West servers? Why are there only 2 Central server hubs for all of Overwatch? Why is there nothing else in the entire region of NA? That's a good question.
There's too many players. You know, they can't hold all of them. You know, they got to make new servers to hold all of these new players that they've managed to bring in.
They have to. I'm just picturing some programmer somewhere, but actually trying to hold them like it's like a bunch of ping pong balls.
It's like that meme. Like, why can't I hold all these limes? You know, but it's the big player base of Overwatch. Why can't I hold all of these Overwatch players? Why can't I hold all of these Wrecking Ball one tricks?
Why can't I hold all of the Mercy Mafia? And it's just because there's too many of them. That's the plain and simple. There's just too many.
I think they need to be held. Honestly, I think there's there's some anger in a lot of the Mercy Mafia, and I think maybe being held could fix them.
I don't know if that can fix them at this point. I feel like there's some deep therapy that's absolutely. I think actually, a hot take before we get into this matchup, even though it's about to start, I think there needs to be a therapist support that comes in and kind of consoles the characters. That way, maybe the Mercy Mafia can get a little bit of closure on things. But that'll be a conversation for another day. We're actually seeing a Junker Queen mirror here. So you know, if you're a fan of some Australian action, I mean, hey, listen, both these teams got you covered.
This is absolutely my kind of Australian action. Both teams looking to bring the thunder from down under, but Konata already has the advanced positioning here. Shikigami a little slow on the draw, and that's just taking a lot of damage. Just trying to get through the choke point there. It inevitably will. But I mean, you know, Yas already have all the position they could possibly ask for. Shikigami looking to close the gap with the command and shout. Konata forced to mirror it, but again, I think the damage trades and the positioning trades still favoring Yas as Natfish gets super low. Forced to try and back up, has the support of the team there. Good burrow there from Beefy to survive, stay alive a little bit longer, continue to keep up the pressure. Shikigami, by the way, snaked the point out from under Yas despite the early positional advantage. The health bars on Shikigami still so low. Beefy's finally brought into critical range, flatlining. Wi-Fi going to follow as well. Natfish should be next up on the chopping block, and it should inevitably be, once they can secure this kill, if they can, there we go, finally. Now it should inevitably be Yas flipping the point.
And so now you are seeing, yes, you know, actually come out of their comfort zone a little bit. Something we haven't seen from them is them piloting this Jungle Queen, but they're playing it incredibly well, even getting these clean up picks now, forcing Shikigami to actually regroup and sort of take a breath for a moment. But when we're looking at this next fight, Konata already having that Rampage online, probably going to look to draw it out extremely quickly.
I'm also very worried about the Brigitte playing into, because you were talking about how survivable the Lucio Juno backline can be against these rush compositions. I think the Brigitte runs the risk of just completely getting ran over. And she is kind of the dominant main support right now, but against the Konata, who's got the Rampage and is going to let it rip, I definitely wish you had a sound barrier right about now. Dawn is going to fall. Natfish going to go ahead and return it in kind, and that might be enough to make Konata bleed out. The bleed damage coming through, 5 HP, finally cleaned up by Wi-Fi there. Gets the dash reset onto Macy as well. Sabotabi with that one token kill is all Yas are going to have to hang their hat on. A Shikigami put their feet right up on the kitchen table and take the point.
And that's the thing, right? I mean, obviously the Lucio, it is more survivable, right? But the Brigitte can provide some of that utility, right? Especially when it comes to the Junker Queen, right? Using that flail to knock her away, not allowing these axe swings to cleave through your whole team is super, super crucial in these fights, especially when you're looking towards this next one here, where both Juno ults are going to be playing a big factor.
I did talk about Dawn wishing that she had a Lucio ultimate, but in her defense, Noya didn't either, but does now and is going to let it rip alongside that orbital ray, one mirrored out from Moonflow. The rally comes out, all support ults all the time, everyone clinging to dear life, but Noya will inevitably fall, and Afi going to follow as well, so Shikigami getting all the cleanup kills and will be able to secure this point once they just clean up Sabotabi. There we go, 92% and ticking. This is the first point going way of Shiki.
It's their first point here, and they're hopefully the first of many for them if they want to be able to battle back in this series here. Yes, you know, again, it was a bit of a risk having to trade out both support ultimates on either side, but just the sound barrier, it doesn't last as long as the rally, so they ultimately came up short on that one here. So now, looking to try to gain position on this point is yes, but it'll actually be Fifi starting.
Yeah, Noya's gonna fall as well. I mean, even if Noya did have the sound barrier, you wouldn't have it to protect against the tectonic shock that comes through. Mugo gets traded out though, so there is a way forward for yes, if they can try and make a little bit more damage. But there's the Dragon Blade from Api takes down Dawn, but gets cleaned up from Wi-Fi, and that one kill onto the Brig is not going to be enough to get yourself in on the point. Shikigami going to find first cap.
And being able to find first cap while, yes, again, making the super heavy investment, the blade, as well as that pulse bomb here is, massive again. Shikigami being able to continue to sort of stabilize, maintain their advantages throughout these fights. Now Affy over to the Pharah, trying to do some damage from the skies as we've seen them do before. Oh my god, that beautiful knife!
Goodbye, Noya. Wrong door, wrong neighborhood. Meanwhile, Wi-Fi going to go ahead and pop the Dragon Blade and get popped like a grape courtesy of Affy. Macy clinging on to dear life and needs to stay alive. Oh, yes, they're going to keep this fight going, and indeed they do. Konata cleaning up. There's a third for Konata, and oh, yes, are going to find the flip here at about 56%.
I think that's what's so crucial right now about this Junker Queen matchup, right? The last time we really saw Junker Queen heavily in the meta, both teams would normally pilot a Kiriko with this, but we're not seeing any Kirikos in play, so these cleansing Suzus are not a threat. These Junker Queens can just rip these ultimates whenever they see 5 players lined up, which is happening far too consistently here, as now Shikigami walking back in, especially with Wi-Fi on the Cassidy.
One thing I do want to highlight, like, I like how you bring up the Rampage ult and not having the Susan cleanse it, but I mean, neither Rampage is currently synced up with the enemy's orbital ray, so you're not going to have to worry about the anti-heal coming through on that big ultimate. So as both Junos start to inch closer to that orbital ray, that's going to be what I'm looking for. Macy going to go ahead and pop her first, and that's going to take down Wi-Fi. Dawn going to fall as well. Moonglow never going to get the opportunity to pop hers, and Shikigami are going to have to concede this fight once again, backing up, tail between their legs. And Sabotabi gonna look to take one last as a trophy.
And that late pick on Afifi is absolutely crucial, right? Because that means they're not respawning with their team. So if Shikigami wants to contest into this point, which seems like they're not going to, they're just gonna have to flat out concede it, right? And tie us back up at 1 apiece here, looking towards wherever the random point selection decides we're going next. And it seems like because of this double speed boost, Alias is gonna get the forward positioning. As Shikigami is just sort of meandering their way in, waiting to make sure their whole team groups up.
I want to see Moonglow pop this orbital ray as quickly as possible, because again, I talk about the Rampage and how those can completely shut down an orbital ray. Konata's at 66%. If Konata is able to build up all the way to that 100%, get the Rampage online, that is an ultimate that can completely shut down this ability. But Moonglow, a little bit gun shy, not yet pulling the trigger. There we go, finally going to let that orbital ray fly, and the damage coming out in space from Shikigami. But oh yes, respect it. They're just going to kite away with use of that speed boost from the Lucio, from Noya, who now has the sound barrier. That might be a way for Yas to snap back. Another big way would be for Sabotabi to win this duel, but constantly pressing out. Wi-Fi finds the last parting shot. Sabotabi gonna fall. No sound barrier required, but a Rampage does come out. Wi-Fi kills Afi though. This might be a Rampage you wish you had back.
I mean, yeah, but both sides actually feeling the effects of those Rampage. I think Blobfish able to connect on the both support. Sure, you only remove Noya, but you're finding more and more for Shikigami.
Yeah, it's gonna flip in their favor, and you know, you use that orbital ray early on, and then you follow it up with the Rampage, but that's all you realistically have to use. You have a lot of tools for the next fight.
Exactly, right, and that's what's been so great about Shikigami. They've, been able to sort of measure out and not over-invest into these fights, always having these extra tools needed here. For both squads, really, though, as for this next fight, like you're talking about, Wi-Fi's Deadeye probably going to be massive here at deterring Affy from getting too aggressive.
Yeah, it's going to deter everybody from getting aggressive. They're just going to see it and turn right back around the other way and run right into the loving arms of Fifi, who claims Noya. Big old hug, probably not a welcome hug this time around. I mean, all the damage coming through. Afi can't even get in the front door, and that's something that's going to be really difficult with this Pharah. When you don't have control of a point like this that has a ceiling, you don't have the ability to catch your opponent off guard with this Pharah.
And yeah, you're seeing Affy immediately make the swap, even though you had Barrage, because again, it'd be so telegraphed that you're going to get shut down almost instantly here. So now, heading forward, Moonglow actually killing Sabotabi. That's a great way for Shikigami to start.
Yeah, and it might be the way that Yas ends here on this point. I don't think you want to go back in against this Tectonic Shock and this rally. You're going to go ahead and pop the orbital ray. That's absolutely massive, and that fish getting melted down pretty significantly from that. The cleanup comes through, and Konata's actually the Junker Queen that is going to be buried 6 feet under first, and it looks like everyone from Shikigami is going to be able to weather this storm. That's a huge orbital ray that came out that ended up finding absolutely nothing, and Shikigami now have one of their own to carry over into map point.
And yeah, I mean, again, Shikigami coming up with the goods when they need it most here. Now 1 point away from sending us to that very crucial map 5 here. But, oh yeah, still in contention. Sabatabi been lethal with these pulse bombs all series long. I definitely want to fear for Dawn to Dusk's life here in terms of getting that stick applied to them. But, you know, Shikigami, again, they just have a good ult advantage right now. They have everything.
And they're going to go ahead and let that one rip. Welcome to the wasteland. The Rampage catches 4. Can we find any cleanup, though? Noya is going to bleed out. Fifi, you know, helping out with that a little bit. Natfish going to go ahead and find 2. And Shikigami, that should be a fight win. I don't think any stragglers from Aw Ya's going to stick around. So early cap goes way of Shikigami, and they still have ults to keep this hold up.
Yeah, it's hard to find stragglers when you just end up killing everybody outright like that. Just being able to overlay those ults, it's so powerful here. And again, you know, looking at this next fight, Konata having the Rampage, it should be able to deliver a massive impact as long as the Junker Queen can get in safely. As you're seeing now,
I mean, what could be more safe than just going in with the Rampage? And you clean up Wi-Fi. That was the ultimate I was talking about that they needed to use to defend. And now off the table. Konata, though, also off the table. Sabatabi looking for the shots, and Dawn has to put the shield up. Can't risk taking another to the dome, or would have to concede this point. But Shikigami, they still have their tank, whereas Aw Yas not having theirs means they can't push any further forward.
and the fact that Shikigami weathered the storm of that Rampage shows just how locked in they are right now. So now they still have the Deadeye. They're going to be coming up on this Tectonic Shock as well here. And especially if they're able to find this pick on the Sabatabi super late into the fight, I mean, Yes is going to have to try to turn this short-handed.
Yeah, they traded out for Dawn, and I think that's a higher value ultimate, especially, or sorry, a higher value kill, especially when you have this ultimate, this Dragon Blade from Afi, that they're just waiting to pull the trigger on. Deadeye from Wi-Fi can't find any kill shots, but who needs to when Fifi comes through with a Tectonic Shock and kills 2, and we're at 99%, overtime ticking away, and there's not a single body left alive for Aw Yas. We're going to map 5.
I feel like these two teams, they had to go to map 5. They've been slamming into each other all series long here, and finally the map diff caught up with Yes. They couldn't play their comfort. The Wrecking Ball was taken from them, forced into their hands, was the true champion of the Junkertown Arena in Junker Queen here. And just, again, they were able to pilot this comp so effectively here. I feel like something we're sort of underselling is how great these supports have been. Moonglow on this Juno has been absolutely lights out, several times coming up with the clutch picks in these fights, as well as just, again, having those key timings on the orbital race, keeping everybody alive. It's something that goes just so under the radar with these high-level compositions, but it's something that needs to be noted.
Yeah, when you're a support, you're public enemy #1, and sometimes just surviving is enough. But maybe taking out a few with you, hitting some big damage, getting those ults off at the right time, that helps a fair bit as well, I think. So yeah, shout out to the supports as well. And I do also still, even in defeat, want to shout out Konata, because that Junker Queen didn't look necessarily terrible. Like, I think overall, Konata was playing that pretty well, but I don't know that Yas are as well practiced on these Junker Queen kind of rush compositions, where, you know, especially in a mirror matchup where they're typically used to a dive style, and you can kind of play a pseudo dive with a Junker Queen commanding shout to get on the enemy supports. But that's really hard to do when you have another Junker Queen that you have to go through. So whenever we have these tank head-to-heads, even though Konata is playing, you know, really strongly, you're going up against a team that's more practiced on this composition and more, you know, ready for that particular fight.
Exactly, and again, with these teams, you know, we're seeing that there is this level of adaptation with Yes, which you love to see, but, you know, they definitely know sort of that they're more favorable on the dive and stuff like that, which is going to be massive, seeing as they will get their final map pick, but they won't get to make it just yet, CB. It will actually be on the other side of another short break here, so make sure you go get a snack, use the bathroom if you need, and we will see you right back on the other side of it.
At the top of the show today, I served up, in my opinion, a quite delicious word salad that stated in about 16 different ways that every team in this tournament south of Re-Up is about as evenly matched as you can possibly get. And what do when you got two teams like this that are as evenly matched as you can possibly get? You take them to a map 5.
I mean, map 5 had to happen, right? Both these squads, they have that revenge. They want to fight Re-Up again. They want that shot at the title here. And going through each other is the only natural way. And we're seeing it across a clash of styles here. The brawl versus the dive. Who will finally reign supreme here? And spoiler alert, dive might have a home field advantage.
Yeah, with All Yas getting their final map pick, they have chosen to take us to Dorado, which, there's a lot of different dive maps in the Escort map pool, but that is one of the ones that is the most favored. And I think also, not even just favored to dive, but the most favored to a Wrecking Ball dive specifically, because there's a lot of lanes and a lot of angles where Wrecking Ball can set up, come through, do that little drive-by, do a lot of damage, and get safely back to the team, or find a mega health pack. I think it's just really, really conducive to that Wrecking Ball style that, once again, All Yas thrives when they lean on, but it's not their only thing. They have still shown proficiency when it comes to playing the Diva. They've shown some proficiency with the Junker Queen, but not quite enough. But I think negating Shikigami's ability to play that Junker Queen is step number 1.
It is step number 1, but Shikigami, on the other hand here, they have, their task ahead of them, right? Realizing that they're going to have to play some level of dive here. actually being able to coordinate and follow up on a dive onto the back line, right? Because that's currently what Yes has been doing so well about, is their back line feels super, super safe, right? You have Sabatabi and Konata just being these aggressive front faces of the team here. You're constantly looking at them because they're doing so much damage, creating such a threat, and that's leaving these supports just completely untouched, allowed to heal them up anytime that there's any danger afoot here. So that's got to be the path forward for Shikigami. It's about focusing down these supports to start and then coming back and dealing with these massive threats.
You know what? Oh, hold on. I've got an idea. I've got
Okay.
a way forward for Shikigami. All right, chat. Can I say something without everybody getting mad? All right.
Okay.
Hear me out. Roadhog. You go on the defense and you play Roadhog, and then you just completely play defensively. You shut down the ability for the Wrecking Ball and or the Tracer to be a threat because you have the constant damage for the Wrecking Ball. You can hook the Tracer. No, you come back here. Get back over here. I'm not done explaining to you why Roadhog is a viable option yet. He's big, he's rotund, and he is the answer for Shikigami.
You know, it would be hard to chunk down a Roadhog.
That was a really good bit, by the way. Leave it.
It would be difficult to actually have the damage to burst down the Roadhog. That is a fair observation and assumption. That being said, I do not know if like you'd have to land the hooks so consistently. Like you literally could not miss a hook in that sort of scenario. And I don't know if there's a Roadhog alive that could claim to that.
I think there's a few. You know, I mean, sure, Konata is very proficient. Sabatabi's very slippery, but I do think that, you know, there are Roadhogs that could pull it off. You know, I don't know if that's in Natfish's hero pool. I think, you know, we've seen a lot more of the dive tanks and the Junker Queen that come out, but I could see it. And also, you know what? Natfish is, you know, I'll account for Blobfish. I think Roadhog kind of looks like a Blobfish too, so it would fit, right? Like, I see no reason why they shouldn't commit to this.
I mean, you know, that is fair. Roadhog, he definitely
looks just like one.
Honestly, why don't we have a Blobfish Roadhog skin? Like, do like a full, like, underwater theme, you know? We could definitely, like, we already have, like, scuba diver skins and stuff like that, surely, right? I mean, we could definitely get there with, like, the deep underwater, maybe a Mariana Trench theme season.
Yeah, have a season where you start designing skins for heroes that just look like the horrors of the deep that mankind has yet to fully discover. Just give me the spookiest fish, just the absolute monsters that live at the bottom of, like you said, the Marianas Trench. That'll move money. That's money right there, I think. People love the horrors of deep ocean.
Exactly. It's not like it's the most common fear on the planet and it would drive people away in spades. No, it's completely fine.
Hey,
but yeah,
it's equally as scary as space. We've had space themes before. What's wrong with deep ocean?
Well, see, the issue with so here's the thing. The reason people are okay with the space theme is because a very cute Martian came with it, and so people kind of just looked at that and they didn't focus on anything else.
We can put a cute Martian in like a submarine suit, and then we're good. Like, what's wrong?
No, you can't put a Martian. See, now you have to get you have to have something come from the deep ocean. You know, imagine like Cthulhu, but we put a pretty bow on like Cthulhu. You know, like make it kind of cute. Could be fun.
Cthulhu with a bow. Yeah, okay, all right, yeah, I can dig that. Yeah, I'm up for it.
Do you know what I'm up for? I'm up for some Overwatch because we have surely the map will start soon if we found a central server, and it seems like we did. Yippee!
Finally, again, you know, a little bit of server issues in between every map, but it just gives us more time to discuss our deep-rooted fears of the deep ocean and talk about Cthulhu with a little pretty bow on its head. And, you know, honestly, like, that's how I feel. When my clothes have, like, a bow on it, I feel like that's how I feel, you know?
Exactly. I'm telling you, bows make anything prettier. I would love if we had art of, like, Ramatra with a bow, because I promise you, Ramatra will just be prettier. It's the natural rule.
I think Ramatra is already pretty cute. I think, like...
Just a kawaii like fan cam of Ramatra, just like with the little blush marks and everything.
I mean, I've seen that like 100 times, but what I haven't seen is a Ramatra playing this close to the spawn door. I think this might catch all Yas off guard.
Yeah, and I mean, going for a spawn hold here, it's not a bad strategy. Try to burn some time off the clock when you know you're at a disadvantage here. Especially because this brawl, it's going to be favored more towards the back half of point one. You know these high grounds won't be your friend. So just play in the spawn doors anyway. You can make your weakness, turn it into an advantage for yourself.
Well, the jig is now up. Shikikami have now been exposed. All Yasuno, they're there, and you can see the spam damage come out. Sabatabi makes the swap over onto the Junkrat and says, okay, you want to turn this into your home? I'll make it a bouncy house. Just deal with all these Junkrat pipes coming in. And meanwhile, you've got drone strikes coming down from Afi. Dawn is going to fall, Natfish going to follow, and what looked like it could have been a good little cheeky strategy for Shikikami has now turned into a disaster as All Yas are going to break this early spawn hold and get access to the crucial high grounds.
But you're seeing that there are being forced resets on both sides of the equation here. As actually it seems like Shikikami is only switching off the Ramatra now. Oh, as I say that, okay, I've been baited, I've been had, as the kids say. But yeah, so now with the Sombra Diva in play, they're going to be playing a little bit, you know, into something that they haven't shown us a lot before with their own look on the Sombra here. So it'll be interesting to see how these hacks work out.
I do think, by the way, I like that you called it All Yas had to go back and make a couple swaps because it did mean they couldn't keep enough bodies on the cart to get it past this choke, so now they still have to fight their way through it. Torta struggling to just try and gain any ground when Natfish constantly making those drive-bys with the Diva boosters and living to tell about it. So Shikikami, you know, they're able to dig their heels in the sand and keep this defense going.
And this defense going is all, you know, it's super crucial to them right now, right? If they're able to continue to burn time off this tank, especially if they can somehow force a point A hold here, when they're having to match dive. Again, All Yes is the dive team here, but they've been stifled so far.
And Natfish getting stifled, trying to go in for those backliners. Moonglow going to go ahead and pop that orbital ray. Has the advantage over Macy on it, and Shikikami needs to make some wine out of these grapes with it. They're not able to find much of anything, because oh yes, they're just going to respect it. They're going to back out. Sabatabi is going to fall, though, courtesy of Moonglow. And now, I mean, I think we've reached another armistice. I think Shikikami have done just enough to stay alive.
And I really, again, I love this Cassidy from Wi-Fi. It's just doing so unbelievably much. It's zoning back All Yes here. They're not going in coordinated, all separate players. And now this push is stifled with that Deadeye.
Deadeye comes out, finds a faithful defense matrix. What a flashbang! Shuts down the pulse bomb from Sabotab. He goes right up against the wall. That's not at all where she wanted, but you can find Wi-Fi's splatter remains not too far away from it on that very same wall as Sabotab comes back in, takes down Dawn, and this is looking so good for Yas. Konata gonna go ahead and get demeched here, but Shikikami, they're falling one by one, and suddenly there's no one left. The cap comes through.
And that'll be point A done here. Yes, definitely took them probably longer than they expected here, but they're going to be able to keep this payload a-rolling. Now, if you're looking on this ult bank here, it's pretty similarly matched across both teams, both having the Diva Bomb and the Rally for sustain here. It's just a difference of an EMP versus a duplicate. I feel like the EMP can find some more value, but requires just extra team coordination to pull off.
Well, gonna be pinging the target, and it looks like they do want to make the jump onto Macy here. EMP gonna go out, and a lot of damage comes out. The virus follow-up and the cavalry coming through. Everybody just dogpiling on top of Macy to confirm that kill, and we're trying to return it in kind, aren't we? But the hack comes through. Konata getting demeched and forced to use that self-destruct to get the remech. That does force a little bit of space from Shikikami, but they are going to be able to come right back. Duplicate from Afi just to survive. Duplicates the Diva from Natfish, who might have to use this self-destruct as well. Rally coming out from Dawn in this church just to stay alive. There's so much pressure. Two Divas trying to burst her down, but he's able to live through it with the overhealth. Finds the D-Mac onto the Faker, but will inevitably fall. Just too much pressure mounting. Rally now going to come out from Noya on the other side as Afi falls, courtesy of those rockets from Moonglow. And Yas, finally able to trudge forward.
When it's all said and done here, it is just this, again, it's going to be the payload continuing to push here, and now with another orbital ray, Shikikami, their defense is starting to muster again as they walk forward.
Yeah, another orbital ray coming out. There's one on either side though, but Yas are giving up a lot of space here. Macy gonna fall, and suddenly it doesn't look like Yas can keep up this pressure. Shikikami, they have their feet underneath them, and they have the ult to continue this. Dig their heels in the sand once more and stop the cart where it currently stands, and they can just snake out the last remaining members of Yas. Trying to take refuge again in the church, but I don't know if there is a prayer that can save them. They're going to need to regroup back up to full strength before they're able to make another attack here.
And simply waiting for that regroup is going to, you know, again, it's super crucial, right? Making sure that they actually establish the positioning, right? Because yes, they have to push Shikikami out of these defensive positionings before they can really worry about the payload moving. And they do manage to find Fifi for their trouble.
pretty big kill though. Fifi was coming up on that EMP, which would have been a huge thorn on their side. And you can even tell Shikigami, you know, without that EMP, without being able to hack that D.Va to slow her down time and time again, they have to give up space, but only so much they can give. Deadeye coming out from Wi-Fi. Oh yeah, just looking to try and kite it. The hack comes out to stop the defense matrix, but Wi-Fi still can't quite find the shot. It did enough zoning, but are they going to be able to follow up on it? Sabotabi going to go ahead and clean up that kill with the pulse bomb. EMP does finally come out though, so the last remaining members of Shikigami have to come out and try and make this all stick, but they're losing bodies. They've lost Fifi. They're finding the kills on the other side though. Self-destruct comes out. Konata can't get the remech, gets squished by Notfish, but the self-destruct does find the D-Mech onto Notfish, so now the only tank remaining is this lonely baby D.Va, but that is enough to keep the cart where it stands.
I mean, it's kind of crucial that this baby D.Va gets back in mech as you're seeing them run towards the spawn room here, but it could take too long, depending on how quickly All Yes can regroup here, as you're already seeing them in the courthouse, but Fifi, well aware of it. That's the great thing about Sombra, this scouting power, this scouting potential. They're going to be able to jump on an opponent before the opponent even realizes they've been found out.
They're just going to go ahead and make the swap over and then back just to get to the remake. Duplicate comes out from Happy onto the Brig, looking to try and build it to a rally. They already do have one in their back pocket. Both of them going to be popped on either side, but Moonlow falls really early. That is real bad for the defense. That means no Orbital Ray going to come out. One less worry for Yas as Happy pops that duplicated rally. A lot of overhealth to try and chunk through, and Fifi is left in chunks. Appy is going to get cleaned up by Notfish, who is still a threat here and hasn't been demexed, but really, really low. Finally will get demexed as there's no support to bring it back up to full HP. And yes, cap point B and keep this cart going.
And Shikigami is definitely making them pay for it, but yes, you know, they're still getting so much progress on this map right now, and it's everything that is going to have to be matched on the other side of things here. For this next fight, Shikigami, they might have to wait a little bit for it to be favorable positioning for them, but they have this Orbital Ray. As long as they can sort of cascade it off the high ground here to start and then just move it towards the payload, they should be able to stop things before it rounds this corner.
Well, it's going to be, in my opinion, like you said, and I agree, it's going to be like Orbital Ray versus Orbital Ray here. Macy building up to it has it as well. Shikigami, a couple low DPS players that can't quite commit. And a pulse bomb onto Dust might have just put everything up in the air for Shikigami. They have to try and act now just to stay alive, but they are down two crucial bodies that they need to have here to contest this part. Orbital Ray is going to come out from Moonglow, but getting melted down by Konatan, not going to live to deal the damage from it. Macy doesn't even have to pop hers yet. You can save it for that last one push. Pulse bomb comes out. Not going to find much of anything as the ice block was there. A little bit of a pesky tracer play coming out from Wi-Fi, but once that's dealt with, this cart is threatening to be full cap.
I mean, it's a massive threat, right? Because the Macy still has the Orbital Ray, as you're seeing displayed now, and a D.Va Bomb whenever it's needed.
There we go. D.Va Bomb comes out from Notfish, should help clear things out, but there's another one from Konata to go ahead and stuff the defenders coming through that door. But the Blizzard on the point is everything right now. Appy is going to fall, and Shikigami may have done enough. Wi-Fi comes back on the Reaper, takes down Noya. That's absolutely massive. The damage coming out with the Hellfire shotguns, going to demech Konata, and Yas may have finally been dispatched at the last possible second. Shikigami will stop the cart just shy of that full cap.
I mean, just shy, but it still is going to be a Herculean task to get it all the way here to the end. But, you know, the fact that it's not a full cap is all you need as that extra motivation right now, right? And especially means that there's not going to be any extra rounds. There's not going to be no shenanigans. This round will decide everything here. And I feel like these teams, they're really showing each other as evenly matched on these D.Va comps.
It's not even just the D.Va comps too, because they're also trying to make swaps around the D.Va comps. Like you're seeing the Sombra come out from from Shikigami and Ayas, I believe. Like I think both of them have dabbled in a fair bit of Sombra. You're seeing the Echoes coming out. You're seeing a lot of swaps just to try and deal with the situation at hand. And I really like the flexibility that we're seeing from both sides. Like we touted the addition of Konata and the flexibility that gives to Ayas, but take that away, nothing away from Shikigami. They are just as flexible as well. I like the May pick that comes in towards the tail end with Fifi dropping that Blizzard right on top of the cart, stifling all of the progress that Yas had. Wi-Fi with that Reaper swap at the tail end as well was also completely massive.
Yeah, I mean, those, especially on that third point, right? The Mays can find such incredible value here. And just again against the D.Va, right? Because you have to remember, May's primary fire, D.Va can't defense matrix that at all, so that's constantly slowing and constantly being a hindrance to the D.Va in question here. and just making it harder for them to do what they love. Meanwhile, though, speaking of things that people love, oh yes, they're back on their ball, back to their old ways for their defense here, and they started with a good pick.
Yeah, I mean, Wi-Fi, I think that Widow shot was just to try and open up and see if you can find any sort of opening, but when you find an angry hamster knocking at your front door, it's time to close that door, all right? No solicitations.
No solicitation indeed here, so now you're just seeing a little bit of fight back and forth here on the cart as Wi-Fi already over to the Cassidy. And look at this, DP just knowing they're getting peppered by the Tracer, just quickly sends an icicle back, but not really concerned with Sabotabi right now. Because again, this ball, Kanata is just demanding so much attention.
I mean, all right, we talk about how about how Yas is mostly a European team. Like right now, looking at Shikikami, they gotta feel like they are now the ones in the tubes during like World War II with the bombers flying overhead, you know? All this damage coming in, you got Sabotabi up above, you got Konata coming in all over the place, sticky bombs coming in from Appy, their head is on a swivel. Shikikami can't even look up without seeing a bomb coming flying in. They're gonna lose the D-Mac there. Sorry, they're going to lose the mech, they're going to lose Moonbow as well, and Sabotabi just able to go crazy now, not having to worry about that defense matrix.
Yeah, and this D.Va, I mean, it's having to play so unbelievably aggressive, right? Trying to, again, get back onto those supports, remove them from the equation, but oh yes, they're positioning in such a way that, again, it's just so difficult to try to get back there. So now setting up on these high grounds, once again, you have the ball, you have the Tracer. Now with their ultimates in tow, I mean, if Shikikami's not ready for this, I mean, a Pulse Bomb could just win the fight.
Well, yeah, that's a Pulse Bomb that definitely wins fights right there onto Moonglow. Gotta slow down progress on that Orbital Ray and take down that crucial bit of healing. Konata, though, gets walled off, can't get back to the team safely, so that's a trade that, honestly, if you're Yas, I don't think you want to make.
Yeah, Yas would absolutely love to rewind that one and take it back, but, you know, now that means that we're going to be stuck out of this stifling choke here. We're going to be in a much more open space before this next fight comes in. A lot of ultimates for both teams to work with, but it's going to be the minefield to start.
Gonna clear some things out, but the Orbital Ray from Moonglow is going to come out. Macy will mirror it. Rally from Dawn. Noya doesn't have one to mirror that as well, and is going to pay for being a day late and $1 short to that ultimate. Fifi does fall, though, with the Blizzard, so not able to let that one rip. That's going to be a lot of breathing room for Yas, and that's all the room that Sabotabi needs to take down Dawn, find another kill as well. Afi with the duplicate, gonna get D-Max, but doing all of the damage, being a huge distraction. Wi-Fi with a Pulse Bomb kill there onto Macy might also help slow things down for Yas, force them to retreat. That self-destruct coming out for Natfish, able to get the remix. Sabotabi, though, still a threat, gets the Pulse Bomb eaten, but it hasn't quite been dislodged yet. Shikikami still throwing everything out the wall.
Throwing everything at the wall, hoping something will stick here, and it could potentially even be these blizzards here as you're just waiting for more and more investment to come through, but oh yes, it's coming up big.
The Blizzard does come through, but you've already lost Natfish, not able to get the remix. Can you find the kills to make this worth it? Noya dies with the rally. Oh yes, I mean, that's a terrible loss, but without a D.Va there to punish it and press the advantage, Oh yes are still able to weather the storm.
Yeah, and now that they live through that blizzard, it just becomes a much more uphill battle for Shikikami. They're going to be pushing into this minefield, the rally, everything else, with only 30 seconds on the clock. I mean, they really have to find some sort of magical pick here, potentially from some icicles or the Tracer damage, but they're running out of time.
And they're also stuck on this Mei, and I don't think the Mei actually does anything at this point in time. Once they're past the choke, it's no good. It might help with dealing with Konata now that Konata is so deeply entrenched, trying to take its rules with these supports, but with only 13 seconds left on the clock, you can't afford to lose them. The peel is not there. You just have Sabotabi coming through, finding the pickoff onto Dawn, and that might be the nail in the coffin. There's another one for you, a second nail, if you will, onto Moonglow. Natfish about to lose the mech, and Shikikami have no ults, no bodies, no time, no space, and Yas have everything they could possibly want, and it looks like once they deal with Fifi here in this ice block, thawed out, back to cryostasis with you, Yas will get their rematch with Re-Up in the grand finals. It was about as close as it could possibly be, but Shikikami just with that one misstep at the wrong time.
I feel like you could replay this match and it would go so many different ways. It was so map pool dependent here. Again, just Shikikami, they were a little bit caught out. They were stuck on a dive map for their do or die situation, and they knew they were up against it here. They still played a good game, absolutely their best, but yes, I mean, there's a reason they've been piloting the dive all competition long. It's just because they're so damn good at it.
And I mean, you know, your back is up against the wall. You get one map pick. It's tied up 2-2. Of course, you take us to Dorado, and you can definitely see why. Just like I said, it's a map where you can absolutely get away with some wrecking ball shenanigans. On that, you know, on Ayas's defense there, it seemed as though they were never once, you know, under threat. Like, it seems as though Konata was never once able to be put in check by Shikikami, and that really came back to bite them. And I also, like, I'm even looking back at the replay on my other monitor here, seeing, you know, the comp that they were playing. They played for that Blizzard for a really, really long time with Fifi on the Mei, and they let it rip, but at the worst possible second, as you're losing Natfish and Natfish can't get the remake, you use that high-value ultimate, and then you don't make a swap off of that for the last, you know, the last minute or so. Like, that's the time where I think you need to bust out the Sombra, or you need to bust out something a little bit more fast, or the Cassidy perhaps, where you can try and keep the Wrecking Ball in check. Because you know at that point in time, you don't have to worry about the Blizzard, you don't have to worry about your backline getting all the pressure that you've been putting out, so you can just go in for those juicy supports. And again, like, I'm watching on the replay right now, and it's just like watching a replay of a train wreck. It's just like watching again, like, I know exactly what's about to happen. I know that Blizzard's about to go, and I know the supports are about to get ran over, and it's all just about to fall apart. And GG's. It was a great fight overall from Shikikami, but that was I did not like that attack from them.
I mean, yeah, and again, that was just, they were up against it, they realized they were at the disadvantage, and they were trying to play what they thought could work there, right? The Mei just being a hard counter, you know, and it worked once or twice, being able to isolate the ball, but just, yes, too smart of a team. They realized, they adapted, and they overcame. I'm just now realizing the score below shows you the wrong thing. No, Shikikami did not win, I promise. As much as they would love for that to be correct, it was yes. I promise, it's just a little thing. But yeah, so now the date with Destiny has been sealed. The grand finals is set for a CB, and yes will get their rematch.
I mean, we talk about how flexible they are, how they adapt, and how they overcome. We're gonna have to see if they manage to learn any lessons from their previous outing against Re-Up and with their matchup against Shikikami. I mean, have they adapted? Have they overcome? Do you believe that this overcame? Do you believe that this iteration of yes can actually make Re-Up bleed?
Make them bleed, yes. Again, it's going to be super map dependent with this loser pick style, and I feel like they're going to be able to take them to some maps where they look weaker. But, you know, taking the whole series, you are going up against a Goliath, a team that has just been flawless all tournament long. So, you know, with this grand finals looming, I feel like you got to just be able to be confident in your own game, even if it's on maps where you're not confident, just like accepting that and realizing that there's opportunities to flip in the series and realizing it is doable is going to be what yes needs to focus on right now.
Well, I mean, again, take nothing away from either of these teams. They both look vastly improved from past iterations of themselves, and they both look to be very, very strong on their individual compositions. But again, we talk time and time again about how it was like a matchup of the dive versus the brawl, as a lot of these matchups tend to be. And in this day, on this moment, in this day, dive won out, and there will be another day for yes as we say goodbye to Shikikami. To you, chat, we will say BRB. We've got one more match. We got our grand finals coming up, but we're going to throw it to a quick break before we get there. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yours.
Water is the softest and most yielding substance, yet nothing is better than water for overcoming the hard and rigid, because nothing can compete with it. Lao Tzu.
Name straight, new wave. 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 Got lots of love. Love. 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 lots of love. Love. Got lots of love. Love. Got lots of love. Love.
Welcome back, chat. The night is still young, but for one of these two teams, it will end very, very shortly, or very in a while, longly, depending on how long this goes. It is the grand finals of the Kunoichi Kosmos. I am CB, joined, of course, by Megalast, and I talked a little bit earlier about how you've been putting in the hours tonight. You know who else has been putting in a ton of hours? Aw, Yas.
Yeah, I actually believe that their path here to grand finals was intentional. That way they could be on all 4 streamed matches today. That way they could like maximize their screen time, looking for the camera angles, trying to build those portfolios. But yeah, they absolutely have run the gauntlet here throughout all these matches. Re-Up, they've had a little bit of a break before this. If we're getting a nice look at the bracket here, Re-Up, again, they're the dominant team. They're the team to beat right now, looking absolutely amazing. Whereas All Yes coming off of a map 5 giga banger versus Shikigami, where they were able to squeak it out in the end here and get their rematch that they've been looking for. But only time will tell if this rematch will change this time around.
If they've had all this screen time, they're definitely the protagonists of this story. And what is a protagonist without a big bad to dethrone? And you don't get much bigger or much badder than Re-Up. I mean, looking at this roster for Re-Up, it's about as dominant as it can possibly get. First of all, gee, Re-Up, how come Mom lets you have 2 Genjis? And 2 of the best Genjis, by the way, in the entire scene in Zoe and H-Key. I've seen this team play a lot of the Genji Venture, and that's something that I think that they are better equipped to play than any other team in this entire tournament. And then, of course, you get Kindred, AJMR, Wicca, some of the best that the scene has to offer on each individual role.
Yeah, I could not agree more here. Kindred, Junker Queen, you're going to see it, at points in this series, if not for most of the series, and it is going to be like a work of art across your screen, so make sure you have your eyes glued looking out for that. But again, it's going to be a tall task here. You are definitely in a David versus Goliath situation here, if you are on the side of Yes, because again, this Re-Up squad they're amazing. They are doing great here. But Yes on the other side, I mean, the path to victory here is probably going to either be through Sabatabi or Konata.
Yeah, that is Re-Up is quite a Goliath, but meet David if you haven't met them by now. I mean, like you said, they've been on broadcast all night. You know them, you love them. The key to victories, like you say, Sabatabi and Konata are the big 2 to keep an eye on here. But I do think Afi also does have a significant role to play, being the flex DPS, going up against 2 of the great flex DPS that the scene has to offer. I think Afi has a real chance of making a name for herself in this matchup here if they're able to get the better of Re-Up in this exchange. But we're going to kick things off with our control, and it's not the best control map for a Wrecking Ball. Kicking things off on Samoa, at which point we're going to look at all 3 of them and figure it out in real time.
I thought we were about to discover a 4th point there. I was like so enthralled.
Yeah, the devs just hit a 4th point on Samoa. It hasn't been unlocked yet, but we're going to play it. No, we're kicking things off here on Downtown.
I'm actually curious if this potentially was a mutually agreed upon Rhine duel, if we somehow have 2 people that are just baiting in the spawn room here. Only time will tell here. But hey, I mean, I think this could actually be a strategy for Yes. I mean, force them off a Junker Queen instead, try to bring it to the Rhine.
No, they definitely agreed upon this. Like, I'm looking at chat and they're saying things like huzzah, counter-stratted. Kindred actually gonna, okay, no honor for Kindred. Gonna swap over to the Junker Queen regardless.
Wow, that's honestly a little bit shameful, and now I have to root against Re-Up despite being, biased as hell. But biased as heck, I should say. My apologies. But yeah, the fight's starting.
And it might just be ending as quickly as it came. Wicca with an early kill there on Tanoya. He is going to get traded out there. Konata, though, not going to be able to stick around all that long. And yeah, I'm sure there's no honor amongst thieves, but Re-Up definitely stole that first fight.
I mean, yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, honor doesn't matter if you're able to win here. So coming out on that Junker Queen look, and they just made it look so great as they have all tournament long here. Now you're saying the uploaded in terms of like, okay, we realize what you're doing here, but again, these Sombra hacks are so crucial onto the tank.
Oh no, that is Zoe who said uploaded. So yeah, she's definitely knows. Or no, it was HK that said uploaded. Regardless, no, it's the strat's been downloaded by Re-Up. They know everything that Yas want to try and pull here. Something interesting, by the way, is to try and play into this Reinhardt composition. Sabotage is not on the Tracer. He's actually been playing that Symmetra and doing a fair bit of damage, but not enough to offset the damage Kindred is doing to Konata, and that it should be another fight for Re-Up once they deal with Macy. And there we go, 39% and counting, and pause.
Don't tell me they just now realized that they're on European servers and they're going to have to restart the map. Don't tell me that.
Well, it seems as though they're not telling you that. They're going to play it through anyway. It's fine. We're good. We're good. Just keep it going.
Okay, yeah, it's fine. Listen, hey, yes, you're now on home ping. Take advantage of it while you can here. But that being said, again, you know, coming into this next fight, you have an Earth Shatter ready to deal with, but already the Rampage is out first.
That's a pretty big one, too. Catches both of the supports, and they're not going to live to see the light of day. Konata also going to get dispatched elsewhere, and yep, this fight is done.
You can almost put a turkey baster in it, but hey, it's only September, so not just yet. You're getting there. But yeah, it's just a beautiful... Tis the season. Okay, wait, I don't know where we are anymore. We're currently on Samoa. That is a fact. Sabatabi's on Widowmaker, fun fact. Potentially looking for picks, but Zoe's going to take Macy out of the fight again.
Shatterer does not land. Wicca going to go ahead and take down Konata before that hammer can hit Terra Firma. Sabatabi getting killed with a deflect kill, and Yas currently struggling to get out of their spawn at 89%, and Re-Up, you know, like we said, all Yas is done. Stick a turkey baster in them. Re-Up playing with their food. Another hack there onto Macy, gonna get cleaned up. Wizard from Affy came out, not quite sure where. Dragon Blade onto Konata, who is just holding the shield up like an umbrella, and it is raining coconuts.
I mean, hey, that's why they were trying to stand on point. They were actually trying to protect Re-Up, make sure that everybody was safe from the coconuts as they were falling. You know, I think that's very Reinhardt thing to do, just very much I'm going to help everyone. But yeah, yes, they currently I think the issue here is that they've kind of come into this already thinking that they're up against a brick wall and it's not possible for them to win, and it's causing them to make just very silly decisions. But I feel like if they could actually just, you know, focus up and sort of get things going in this matchup, you know, potentially we could see a different outcome. But this,
Roadhog,
you know, I
just
said something different. Hey, you called the Roadhog, CB. You got it.
Look, all right, I called it. Maybe I said 8-ball quarter pocket and it went into the side pocket. Yas were the ones who took that advice, not Shigekami, and it's in the wrong matchup. But we are still seeing Roadhog. In fact, a full, not in Junker Queen, but we do have the Junkrat as well. So I'm going to call it a full Junker matchup, especially with the Junker Queen on the other side. AJMR getting killed early, and a big anti-nade onto Kindred means she has to play really conservatively. Huge hook from Konata, and this is what I was talking about, baby. This is why Roadhog is... no, never mind. No, it's all falling apart. I take it back immediately. This is why Roadhog was never the plan, and I will not stand by being the one that brought this idea into the forefront of anyone's mind.
Nope, you said it. This is officially any and every time that you see a Roadhog played,
no,
it is
that was
now
you,
completely CB.
That was you, I think.
I'm over here patenting spin cycle. Thank you very much. That is what my credit will be. But yeah, I mean, listen, there's not just a Roadhog in play here, right? It's not Reaper Friday. There's no Friday anywhere in the world. It's Sunday, so Reaper's not at his full power level, and that just allows Re-Up to do that.
And I also think Yas just aren't at their full power level right now, and I think they're very well aware of that. I mean, between the maps, by the way, Sabatabi DM'd me and was like, it's 2 a.m. We've been playing Overwatch for 5 hours. This is the best we're going to do.
Yeah, I mean, that's a mood. It has, like, again, this is a European team competing in America. Like always happens with these Kunoichi events, you see some cross-region play. It is incredibly late, but you know, so you still have to just, I mean, save your energy for your maps, right? You know you're going to be going to dive maps eventually, thanks to the loser picks format. No point in trying on maps where you know you're just at this much of a disadvantage, I guess.
Yeah, Samoa is absolutely not their wheelhouse, but wherever their house is right now, Kindred's getting charged into it, but Zoe gonna go ahead and kick her feet up, take down Konata. There's the tectonic shock into the spawn. HE, you know, gonna set up a campfire in the enemy spawn. Let's see if they even notice. Oh wait, she's spawn camping. That's very clever.
That's fair. And gets shattered for it.
You gotta watch out for bears when you're spawn camping, and Reinhardt is definitely the bear of all time. Oh yes, they have enough kills. They can actually capture the point here. They've gotten yeah, all right, a little bit late. Gonna be a little, you know, practice some keyboard warrior kung fu, and now there we go. We get the flip.
They have the flip, but now they're being rampaged on the other side of things. That being said, they're still up with a pick on the AJMR.
Traded out though. Zoya gonna fall as well. Kindred also going to get cleaned up. Konata is going to live through it, and oh yes, I mean, despite losing Macy, might be able to stabilize here if they can just keep Konata alive. They find the kill onto Zoe, but no supports to heal up, and now, I mean, if ever there was a time to Dragon Blade, I don't know if this is it, but, you know, who cares? Well, at this point, just let it rip.
Yeah, you know, it's like a Beyblade, let it rip. Speaking of which, Affy, you know, I want someone to touch this point. I want to see the Nano Blossom go through here. It's been so long. I love Reaper. He's great. I just want to see him thrive in his own element.
Yeah, let's get that Beyblade like you talk about. It's an airborne one as well. They tactical Reaper nuke being dropped from orbit by accident. I think courtesy of Kindred. Regardless, you're definitely not going to want to look up at the sky and see what's raining down from above. Ah, yes, able to find the flip yet again at 99%, and we are still playing Volcano, baby.
What am I looking at? Okay, I mean, there's a Deadeye. It's the only ult for either squad here. Oh, yes, has that advantage here. Also closing in on another Shatter as long as they don't get run down. But Re-Up actually matching the Rhine. And deflect.
That's a pretty big deflect. And a big Suzu as well as Konata goes for the charge there. Going to help keep everybody alive. Swinging away, not going to risk using the Shatter. Going to go ahead and get cleaned up courtesy of Wicca. And yes, have to back up. They still have that Deadeye. The only tool left to try and keep this point in contention for them. Tectonic Shock comes out, teleports away, does Appy. Maybe able to stay alive. Deadeye comes out from Sabotabi, finds two! The Shatter comes out as well. Sabotabi is going to get cleaned up, but once again, Yas have at least the ability to keep this fight in contention. The charge from Kindred into the lava. Our two Reinhardts. That was Overwatch, yeah, sure.
You know, a very smart Reinhardt player once said, "Don't talk to me until I had my morning shatter." But yeah, I mean, yes, they realize that this is not the map in their wheelhouse, so maybe it gets a little bit goofy. Wicca asking for the land of the free. That's an interesting way to phrase it. But yeah, maybe the NA
servers
Wicca
is the most patriotic support I know. So yeah, I agree. Let's bring it back home to the land of the free.
We definitely just watched a match of Overwatch here, which, hey, you know, this is why you get grand finals for the best matches of all time here. Just absolutely great to see.
Well, so I do agree with an assessment that you said earlier on, where it's like, okay, we got to save our energy for the maps that are actually our pick, where we could actually maybe play what we want on here. So, you know, if there is still gas left in the tank for Yas, you know, you're not gonna let it all burn up on Samoa, because that's like, especially on Volcano of all the sub-maps, like, you're not even getting downtown, the one where you could probably theoretically get away with playing that Wrecking Ball if you really, really did want to try in your heart of hearts for it. But on Volcano and on Beach, nah, fam, you got to play right into that Reinhardt or into that Junker Queen or whatever else Re-Up wants to play. And what with Kindred in the lineup, they're going to excel at. You're not going to outmatch Re-Up on those sub-maps.
It's just not possible, right? They're going to be able to play what they're most comfortable on. But hey, speaking of comfort, right? I'm not a betting person, but I would be willing to say that we're going to be heading back to Brazil for the pick coming through from the side of yes, simply because Paraiso, it really has been the map they picked. Okay, I'm wrong. We're going somewhere else that's green. Numbani.
And this, I think, is a middle finger to Wicca specifically, because she is outspoken about how much she hates Numbani. So, you know, we'll just take her to her least favorite map. Surely that will just mentally boom them. I think that's the strategy.
Wow, I didn't know I'd have beef with Wicca, because fun fact, this is my favorite map in the game.
I have to double check. It might actually be that she likes that map. I don't remember which one it is.
Listen, I am a Numbani lover. People do not like Numbani, and thankfully Paraiso came along to absolve a lot of the hate. So people would kind of forget how much they hate Numbani. But I like Numbani. It's the home of Orisa. You're not going to see any Orisa, though. There's so much high ground to play around. Oh, yes, I am. You know what? They're an attacker spawn. They have plenty of time to switch off the Reinhardt. I'm not actually going to take it seriously. Surely it's fake. Re-up currently going to be showing off the Diva, and then they're going to be on the Ana Juno, a very greedy composition where we talked about it earlier in the day. That Ana, it can be punished time and again here, so it's a very risky play. You have to be making sure to keep your Ana alive in these engagements as they go for the entire side of Re-up here. Whereas, oh yes, the timer's ticking down and they're not getting off of Reinhardt, CB.
Yeah, and it's only looking worse the longer I stare at it. I'm seeing Lifeweaver, I'm seeing Symmetra, I'm seeing Bastion. I'm not seeing a teleport spawn, or a spawn TP. So I'm curious to what we're actually going to do with this Symmetra. Maybe teleport up to the high ground, or maybe we just try and brawl. Now, Konota's just going to walk right up mid, take a pedal platform up to the high ground, and get booped off by Kindred. So all of that was for naught.
I mean, a la London Spitfire, we're going to TP around the map. Okay.
All right, yeah, that's worth dropping a bag on right there. And maybe you caught HK out as well. She's just stuck in this no man's land. 1 HP, Konata can't confirm the kill, and elsewhere, Kindred farming on the back line takes down Afi. Macy gonna fall as well. Now Konata is lost deep in enemy territory, goes for an ambitious charge, but yeah, maybe we take next one.
Maybe the next fight will be ours. No more Symmetra. No thank you to the teleporter strategies. Unfortunately, the London Spitfire are no longer on the server. But we are sticking with the Ryan, so this is an adaptation from All Yes, we'll call it here, with the Bastion and stuff, trying to help deter and push and retake the space before they can really engage.
I don't know if I would call it an adaptation so much as I would call it a mutation. I mean, it's not necessarily what evolution intended. I think when Charles Darwin was exploring the Galapagos Islands, I don't think this is at all what he had in mind. Zoe goes in with the burrow, gonna come right out and take down Afi, and yeah. Oh yeah, it's just fish in a barrel.
I mean, fish in a barrel, the Reinhardt are going to be the last one to fall here, and yeah, oh yes, I mean, you know, I mean, these adaptations, these mutations, whichever fancy word you want to put onto it, it's not been paying off successfully here. Now Kindred's just going to throw in the Diva Bomb, as Macy says, 12 damage, just like my IQ. Macy, you're smarter than that. Believe in yourself. You got this.
I left a 0 off there. I think it was at least 120 IQ. I mean, this composition, not at all even remotely close to that, just as Konatai is currently not at all remotely close to the team. They just left Konatai out there to die. There was like no healing that came through at all. Tectonic Shock gonna go ahead and come through, and call me crazy, but I don't know if Yas are taking this all that seriously.
Yeah, I'm thinking the 2 a.m. in the European region has sort of made them realize second place sounds pretty good if it can get them to bed a little bit better instead of fighting this uphill battle against some legends here, which, I mean, it's certainly a path. Hey, Sabotabi gets the first pick. This could be the opening.
I mean, it will force Re-up to back up just a little bit. Afi, you know, gonna have to deal with Zoe still playing very far forward. If they can dislodge her, that would be absolutely massive. They also do have to worry about AJMR on the flanks, going to die, but not before taking down Sabotabi with a sleep dart and a melee. The kills are coming through for yeah, so they should be able to charge forward and at least take this next fight on the point.
And moving towards point, hey, that's, you know, something that you're, obviously the goal is going to be at the end of the day here, but Re-up, they have support ultimates to help, you know, enable in this next fight, especially with the orbital strike first, or orbital ray first.
Yeah, Konata just tossed into a meat grinder there. HK with the sticky bombs to finish it up. That orbital ray just does so much damage. Though he does get cleaned up, but Sabotabi traded out. And Kindred, there's your spin cycle for you.
Staring at that just made me immediately dizzy. I'm like, oh geez.
That's why I throwed it over to you, because I was like, oh no, this is gonna make me. If I have to keep talking through this, I'm probably gonna gag. That's the motion sickness waiting to happen. Konata gonna fall again, courtesy of Wicca, and you know, like I said, Yas should be able to get onto the point. No, they haven't even gotten their feet on it yet.
I mean, hey, listen, it's hard to get over to the point, but they are getting some picks. Look at that. HK now just lived through the bomb.
Hey, there's a bomb there. There's a bomb there. Sabotabi finds two quick headshots, but the round's over.
Does anyone know if the bug is still in the game where if like an Ana nano boost gets hit with bomb, then the Ana has like 1 billion mitigated damage? Does anyone know if that's still a thing? Because that'd be funny to see on the scoreboard. If any of our observers want to magically hear me and just check that real quick, that'd be cool.
It's like the, maybe 4th or 5th funniest thing about this map, if that is actually what happens. So, okay, well, obviously, all Yas are like, okay, yeah, whatever, 2nd place, just let me get to sleep, please, God, what do you think, like, just guess, you have 5 seconds, what do you think Re-Up is going to come out here with on the attack?
See, that's the thing, Re-Up has just still, like, they're playing in a very silly fashion.
You wasted too much time, it's Reinhardt.
You're right, I should have been able to tap in, I should have been able to realize.
I said 5 seconds, you gotta let that rip.
Listen, I've been here since 3 in the afternoon. It's now 9. I'm just as tired as our Europeans. Yes, exactly here. Okay, wait, this is actually something that needs to be pointed out because I don't even know when they added it, but it blew my mind the other day when I was like scrimming with my team. Mauga, when he runs through people, like when he like connects with someone in his charge, there's like a meaty thwack noise that they added. It sounds like a stock noise. It's crazy. Like, I'm actually actively asking if we can make sure we have an observer on Mauga just so we can hear this noise. It's crazy.
Matter of fact, can we amplify the volume on the Mauga spectators so we can hear the meaty thwack as loudly as possible? I want that to be the last thing. There we go. I don't know if I caught it right there because I also heard the Reinhardt grunt over it, so if we can get the volume up a little bit higher, I want to hear some meaty thwacks. There's one as Konatos smacks the ground, courtesy of HP, who's going to clean that one up. We've already got Kindred up on the point, and nobody to stop her, and she's going to walk slowly as she possibly can to victory. Turn me down. There we go. Slowly rotating the shield over to stop the shots from coming in. And there's the cap for Rhea. And, I mean, that's the best game of Nubani I've ever seen.
The best thing about that game is that it ended. What an educated person may say to you, but yeah, I there's not really a lot of analysis to be done here between you and me, CB. I think we are just on we're on a timer more so anything else, because it's only a matter of time before a certain destiny is portrayed.
Yeah, and we're going to Clash next, so I don't imagine that destiny is going to take too long to manifest. And since there's no analysis to be had here, and the teams are kind of in silly mode and not being fully like, let's just get to know each other. What's your favorite epic rap battle of history?
I'm going to offend you so hard. I've never watched any epic rap battle of history.
Okay. I don't want to get to know. We can't be friends if you haven't watched every single epic rap battle of history. No, friendship ruined. You got like, first of all, Harry Potter versus Luke Skywalker is the correct answer, but there's so many good ones to choose from, and you've seen none of them.
You're the second person in my life who has yelled at me for not watching them. The first being my friend Azzy Jazzy. Shout out to them. They're really cool. But yeah, the same exact thing there. Oh, hey, there's a break. I forgot about that.
Yeah, we can just go ahead and throw it to a break. We can yell at each other about this off camera for a few minutes. We got at least one more map coming up. It's going to be Clash on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere, chat. We will be right back. Welcome back to the grand finals of the Kunoichi Cosmos. We are on match point as Re-Up looks to put this entire affair to bed, and on the other side, Yas saying, yes, please actually put us to bed. We are so very tired.
I mean, listen, I've never seen a team beg for bed a grand finals before, or before that, sure. But I mean, yeah, it's been a long day. They are playing from Europe, so I think they realize the writing is on the wall. They just have to officially go and sign the papers of, I guess you can't call it a peace treaty because it has been anything but peaceful.
It's yeah, not peaceful. It's in the way that fireworks are peaceful, and I do hope some fireworks are what we get as we go on to our last map. And again, you know, Clash is mandatory in this tournament, so that is going to be our third map, and it's something that I know Yas are not a fan of, even though we saw earlier on today, they can actually play it quite well if they play the Wrecking Ball. If they want to try and go for the reverse sweep, which is anybody's guess, that would be a great way to go about it.
I mean, yeah, listen, right now, you have nothing to lose by just locking Wrecking Ball, even if y'all get steamrolled. Like, you already expect to be steamrolled. You're playing with house money right now. You can do whatever the heck you want in terms of just switching things up, and you might as well go out on what you're comfortable on. Show everybody those Wrecking Ball skills because, you know, Konata has been, you know, displaying that all day long, not just with the skill, but just the insane tech. The things I've been seeing on Wrecking Ball have been crazy.
It's kind of ironic. Like, typically when we see teams just, like, make the swap over to Wrecking Ball, it's because they're trolling, but with Yas, it's the complete opposite. It's when they get off of the Wrecking Ball, it's because they want this to be over as quickly as it possibly can be. But we're going to go ahead and start it up right now. We are loading into the map, ready to go. It is going to be Hanaoka that we will be kicking things off here on and potentially wrapping them up completely. I mean, again, like, they played really strongly with the Wrecking Ball, and I don't know exactly if that's, you know, the style we're going to see from them coming out again, or if they're just going to try and play into the Reinhardt. It's weird. I don't even know what to think about what they're going to do. I think the only team that knows the answer is Yas themselves.
Yeah, and that's the great thing, right? When you're so inside of your own head like that, we are doing lore-accurate team as a pause is being called for. Oh my, listen, I'm gonna be real.
Zoe's got to look up the lore. She has to know what they're gonna play. They just leaked the comps.
No, they said AJMR is gone, and I'm not trying to be mean, but I feel like you could probably just do this without AJMR. All yes is on the verge of giving up. The half of the players are currently playing from their beds, trying to reach over with a mouse and keyboard. They're all snug. The glass of milk is there. But yeah.
I mean, well, like, yeah, sure, Re-Up maybe could do it without AJMR, especially with Yas, like, not wanting to, but, like, I think they're like, no, please, like, please kick our butts, all right? Don't, like, shortchange us on this. Like, we want this to be over with. Like, end us. Don't try and, like, 4v5 and make it a fair fight. We'll still throw. Like,
What? It wasn't that an episode of SpongeBob? There, like, somebody was just really excited to get their butt kicked. Wasn't that, like, a whole premise?
I think it's the opposite, actually. There was the episode where SpongeBob was afraid that he was going to get his butt kicked by a bully named Flats the Flounder.
Mm-hmm. The fact that you know the name of the bully is, you know what, that's dedication to the SpongeBob lore.
All the time. No one's ever excited to get their butt kicked, except for me when Junker Queen is around, but that's a different story.
That's a different story for a different type of stream, but yeah, no, I grew up on the Blue's Clues lifestyle. SpongeBob came to me later, but unfortunately, I do not think there's going to be a single clue you can hand yes here, besides the fact there's going to be a Rhine duel once again here, and Konata has been having fun swinging the hammer.
Well, the lore-accurate composition from Yas. I don't know at what point in the lore Ana or Reinhardt were ever in Japan, but I imagine they were definitely there at some point. On the other side, Re-Up, there's that Genji venture that I said that they were the absolute experts at playing that I don't think anybody else in this entire tournament, much less this entire scene, could match. And Konata is in no hurry to take that match.
It's just the slow walking. I just immediately see it.
How dubious of Re-Up to put quicksand all over the point ahead of time. These dirty cheaters.
The quicksand. Oh my goodness gracious. A nice sleep from Noya to AJMR here, but it won't be followed up on here. And I think we are going to see... Actually, you know what? This could actually be a speed run if like, intentionally doesn't touch. We could see the world's fastest cat.
Oh, okay.
Stop spinning. All right, can we like fine Kindred like, I don't know, $1 or something every time we see too much spin?
Zoe with a kill there onto Sabatabi. HK with a campfire, cooking up some s'mores. Wicca dancing. This looks like every camping trip I've ever had. Aethie wants to join in, but you know, you're not welcome in our camp. Macy with a kill there onto HK, and Wicca doesn't care about it at all.
I was gonna say, your camping trips have hot Swedish women dancing at your fire? I've never had that before.
Well, it's gone now. It's been dispatched. Macy gonna go ahead and get traded out, if you can call that a trade. You can call all heroes as well. Thank you for that one there, Zoe. Everybody playing this in quite literal slow motion right now. This is, like, I'm not even kidding. This is one of the most challenging things that I have ever had to cast because everything is happening and nothing is happening.
Like, it's not even baffling at this point. It's more so just impressive. The fact that both Rhines, I don't know if it was like typed out at some point, we just didn't get to see it or what, but there's just this mutual agreement that, guys, we're just going to slow mode this. We're going to just do our thing here.
You've heard of Rush Comp. What if we did the exact opposite of what the comp is designed to do? What if instead of Rush, we took our time and were really safe and we were careful about every move?
I feel like Reinhardt and safety don't go together in the same sentence. I feel like Ryan as a hero is just a walking OSHA violation, but Kindred now shattering the spawn doors. These ticks are going up one after another here. It's just a matter of time.
Donata with a nano and, you know, gonna finish off Wicca there. Kindred dies as well, so a lot less presence on the point. And the kills coming out for Yes, and I think against their better judgment, may have actually done enough to stay alive in this match.
They're quickly trying to rectify that mistake, don't you worry. But no, the Ryan's actually pinning out. It seems like they want to flip this. They want their point. Believe it or not, what if Yes starts hitting the reverse sweep right now? They just put themselves as far back against the wall as they could, and now they're about to put the pedal to the metal.
That would be the ultimate sandbag. Kindred gets slept, unable to touch. 1 point on the board for Yes. So Konata going to get traded out. HT with the Dragon Blade finds 2, making a 3rd. Sabatabi dead. Already have Zoe waiting patiently to capture the point. Meanwhile, the fight is happening in another hemisphere, but she doesn't care. She's unbothered, moisturized in her lane, and flourishing.
Yeah, everyone can admire the one of 2 Venture skins that exist in the game. It's really great. You know, I like the color scheme. It would be great if we had more of them, but, you know, speaking of more of them, I don't know if we're gonna get any more fights.
Hey, what's AJMR doing there, by the way? That's a good observer catch. Sabatabi going to get caught out by Zoe, will be traded out by the Junkrat from Poppy. Donaton now on the point once again. Oh, another quicksand trap. You gotta watch out for those. Great pin there from Wicca. Accidental, I'm sure, but regardless, it still pays off. And now here's once again another spin cycle, but the numbers are in favor of Re-Up. The match is in favor of Re-Up, and wow, it's almost as if there was never any doubt. Yes failed to get it done. Re-Up with another swift 3-0, and the GGs and the good nights from Yes.
Yeah, believe it or not, like, PC Bower buttons have already been clicked. People are snug in bed. The nightcap is on. They are, as the kids say, Ebenezer Scrooge pilled, just completely comfy here.
Best play of the game I've ever seen.
I mean, hey, just getting to shoot 3 AFK people, that's all you ever need.
It's a good game. It's a good game, this Overwatch is. You know, it's our job to sit here and call the action and analyze it and break it down, but, you know, sometimes you just gotta let things speak for themselves, and I think that's one of those moments, you know, where you just have a kid to go walk up, dome 3 people, somehow can't get the win after that, can't do more. Macy really trying to carry the team, can't put it all on her back. Re-Up just too insurmountable, too unstoppable of a force for Yes to put up anything resembling a fair fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, again, just unfortunate way for things to end here, but at the same time, yeah, I can't fault Yes. They've literally been on every match on stream today. It has been a very long day here at Kunoichi Crush, but on the other side of things, we do have our champions. They're walking home with a cash prize as well here, so Re-Up, big props to them. They definitely earned it. They were the most dominant team by far here. And yeah, it was pretty much a lock from day one. Like, everyone realized, yeah, this team is a little bit stacked.
Yeah, I mean, it was never in doubt. They were dominant even when the other teams were trying. And if I could go, you know, we've had some laughs here. I'm gonna pull it back a little bit and get serious again. if I could be a little bit more like, I do also want to say that throughout this tournament, I have noticed Yas leveling up from the previous incarnations. They do look to be a stronger and more well-rounded team than they were a couple months ago. So, I mean, second place for them is definitely nothing to sneeze at, and I think going forward in future Kunoichi tournaments, as well as future Calling All Heroes tournaments, they're going to be a team to watch if they continue on the rise. But going up against some of literally the best on every individual role that the scene has to offer, I don't think there was ever any doubt that this was anyone's tournament but Re-Up's. And, you know, congratulations to Re-Up. It may have been handed to you on the silverest of silver platters, a shining sterling silver platter for you, but you still got it done, and we're going to talk to one of the members of Re-Up. We're going to bring Wicca in for an interview on the other side of this. Love talking to Wicca. We'll get to see her after this break. Don't go anywhere, chat. We will be right back. Welcome back, everybody. What a day to have eyes. We all bore witness to potentially the greatest Overwatch we've ever seen, and your eyes don't deceive you. That is, in fact, a 3-0 scoreline as Yas failed to capture even a single point despite their best efforts, an outcome that I think nobody saw coming. Re-up our grand champions. We have Wicca here for an interview to talk about the action.
Hello, hi, I'm Wicca.
Hello. Well, first of all, congratulations on the win. I know you had to work really, really hard from it. I want to ask, what is your favorite moment from this series or from this tournament as a whole?
I think my favorite moment from this series in particular was on Nimbani when they Lifeweaver gripped their Malga and it got stuck on the banner, so they just like didn't go anywhere. And then the camera just cuts to Kindred like slow walking with the controller on the point. That was pretty funny.
Wait, she playing with a controller? Is that
she brought the controller out for Nimbani.
Oh,
so
okay.
That's why she was like slow walking, was because she was using the sticks.
I didn't even actually realize that you need to have like the sticks do that. I forgot that you can't just do that with a keyboard.
You can do it with a wooting if you have the like software, but yeah, she does not have the wooting.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. You know, make sure that we don't have any Zimmers, though. Make sure we're keeping an eye on that for any console gameplay that could be up and coming. But, I mean, going through this tournament, Wicca, like, realistically, were you guys confident that you had it in the bag the whole time? Or was there any team that, you know, at their max capacity, you thought could really bring it to you?
We were pretty confident that, you know, we would just take the entire tournament. I think one team that kind of like surprised us a little bit, I guess, was Shigakami, where they almost took a map, or not a map, but like a point off of us, just because we weren't really expecting them to come out like turbo swinging. But they played pretty well. I think like I watched some of their other series too. I was honestly like rooting for them a little bit against like the other teams that they were playing. I thought they'd do a bit better, but we definitely thought like, you know, we would sweep it up and just take the tournament.
That is some of the most humble confidence I've ever heard, being like, yeah, I was surprised by them. They almost took not a map, a point off of us. That's pretty incredible. But I do also kind of want to ask you a little bit about Yas, because they're another team that's been kind of a mainstay. And, you know, we did see you guys playing like, you know, a little bit more closely the last time you two played in this tournament. You know, this grand finals wasn't exactly the same caliber as your matchup previously. Would you say that, you know, they've improved from like previous iterations?
I think so. I had actually trialed for Yas as their like tank DPS player, and initially when it was split by region, I was going to be playing with them for EU Kunoichi actually. I think they have improved. You know, like they're a team that's gone from not quite making it out of Swiss stage for COD to like, you know, top 8 pretty consistently, and I think like obviously, you know, they're more oriented towards those like wrecking ball comps, and they've gotten really quite good at those, you know, Sabotabi on the Tracer, things like that. But from my trials and things, I can tell you, like, you know, they're starting to move closer towards inching their way towards running like more meta stuff. And like, I think once they like get settled in on, you know, not quite being like a one-trick team and expanding their hero pools and learning how to play meta a bit more, like, they're all pretty good players. Like, they definitely have a place to learn and grow and improve very rapidly in this space, I think.
I mean, hey, I could not agree more. They definitely have been on the up and up here. But I mean, I'm just trying to think, rack my brain around. Is there anything, you know, that maybe you want, maybe a specific shout out, maybe any yay yippies we won, or anything you want to say?
I definitely want to shout out, like, you know, Headrammer and Kunoichi, just as the organizers and of the tournament and all the staff that work on it. Like, I know that this tournament was one that was a bit more for fun than some of the other tournaments that they've ran, but, you know, Kunoichi is very, very appreciated in this community and for the people that they help support and, you know, give the tournament to. So really just shout out to everyone that works on it and provides for it. It's a very good tournament majority of the time, and all the people that work in it are great. So we're very appreciative of it, even if it's a bit silly sometimes.
A little bit silly, and you know, it may have ended a little bit silly, but again, Kunoichi and what it does and the place that it has in the community can't be understated. It's a phenomenal program that I'm also happy to be a part of. I do want to talk a little bit about the way that the series ended. You guys closed it out on easily the best game of Clash I've ever seen. I want to know your thoughts on Clash as a game mode, and this will, by the way, determine our friendship.
So I think The main issue with Clash as a competitive mode is that
jump scare. We actually have a picture of you now.
I have my little PNG tuber. I don't know why it lights up, but anyway, so Clash as a game mode fundamentally can't really exist in a competitive setting because of its design, and the way that it is designed is to force a 4-4 fight in the middle point, which is incredibly like toxic for a competitive game mode if it forces the fight to end the same every single time. Like, you can talk about, oh, save ults, don't use them on the last point when you're pushing, things like that, and there is like tiny bit like microcosms of that you could incorporate in your gameplay, but the primary issue is just that it is fundamentally designed to make it so both teams get 4 points and then you meet back in the middle, and that is bad map design. That's bad game mode design. That does not make any sense in a competitive setting where you want to reward the people that are playing better if you design the maps so that way you're forced to always meet in the same place at the end every single time.
It definitely seems like there's you have some pretty strong ideas on it, and I'm with you. But I also think
we actually saw today in OWCS when Citrus and TSM were playing it. They went and ended up being 4-4. And basically everything they did didn't matter, and TSM only won because of how the map type functions. They should not have won that map, but because they meet back in the middle 4-4, and then they lose the first fight, which should in theory give the cap over to the other team, because they lost it badly, but then they just come back on Wrecking Ball and Pharah for some reason, and they just win for, like, it makes me upset a little bit. I think Clash is fine as a game mode. If it's like in arcade, it's in quick play, that's fine. In competitive tournament settings, it does not have a place.
Maybe needs a little bit more time in the oven. I kind of agree. But hey, regardless, you know what? You won on, and whether or not it was on Clash, I'm sure any other game mode you would have gotten the same result. You're gonna win. You're gonna get yourself a nice stack of prize money. I got a question for you specifically, so we can end things on a high note. Are you going to spend that prize money on more plushies? And if so, do you have any names in mind for them?
So I'll be spending the prize money on my electricity bill, actually.
That's not as fun.
It is not as fun. If I were to get a plushie, it would definitely be one of the newer Build-A-Bear plushies. And I'm really leaning towards a name like, sort of like maybe something like Glimmer or Aurora, something in that kind of field.
Cute. Glimmer? I really like Glimmer. Glimmer's a really good name for a plushie, I think.
I think so too.
Well, I think, unless Megalass, unless you have any other questions that you want to throw into the fire, I think we're just about done here. Any other ones you wanna hit, or?
No, my only question would be, how does Bed feel? Because Bed is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Very soft.
I think that's a question that we probably could save for had we got Yas in here for an interview, but unfortunately. They are probably all already in bed, and I think that's where the rest of us are all going to be tucking ourselves into nicely, as it is very late in the evening for pretty much everybody here, especially those of us over on EU. So thank you, Wicca, for joining us. That's going to conclude our interview. I hope to get pictures of Glimmer soon whenever you acquire your newest plushie. But best of luck first and foremost with your electricity bill.
Yeah, thank you.
And for chat. For you, for Megalass, for the three of us here, I think that is going to do it. I think that is just about all we have for you tonight. I mean, not the most exciting series to close out on, but definitely a show nonetheless. Definitely still entertaining. And why am I still talking to you? You're about to fall asleep. You're already tucking yourself into bed.
Yeah, it's EP mode here. But on a very real note, bed jokes aside, I mean, Kunoichi, it's entirely community supported, right? You have to give complete props to everybody in the community. Helps us run these tournaments, not just on the prod side and things like that, but the players, everything like that. It's a super important community. It's a very special community here in the Overwatch scene, and every single one of these events, it's absolutely amazing to see the turnout and everybody just enjoying themselves.
I didn't know that you could talk in your sleep, but I'm glad you could, and I'm glad that you're using that talent to sing the praise of Kunoichi, because again, just like we said, it has a great place in this community, and it does a lot of good for this community, and yeah, sure, maybe this one did end up being a little bit more silly, but make no mistake, through and through, up until the last possible match, it was about as competitive as it could have possibly been, and that's what we love to see. It's a place where iron can sharpen iron, and these marginalized genders players can learn, can grow, and can advance to the next level. And whatever that next level is, whatever the future holds, we will be there. We'll have to see what it ends up being. But for tonight, this level is done. We can all go to bed. We can all relax. That's going to be it for us. I have been CB, once again joined by Megalass. We'll see you all next time. Bye-bye. Good night. Mwah.